Да, então, tá. Odgovarjaš za prebaciti.
Questo Frank, però sono stati Frank, treba Ryan. Let me finish this. You are on, sure. Just switch and come.
The only thing that's on there is the
Okay, so iduće se sređeno koji je Ryan is Frank. Iduće se samo skidati to.
How you holding up? Sound okay?
I'm going to need you to go back up and do that for me again.
Sure thing. Yep.
And I'm very appreciative of your.
You don't have to keep saying that. I'm here for you.
Right now, the general public can hear us. Hi, everybody.
Just take a photo op. I'll run up there
Tesla Science Foundation
so you can.
live stream. I'm going to control test.
Mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, N, O, P. Mic check, mic check. Check 1, 2, check 1, 2. Check 1, 2, check 1, 2. Check 1, 2, check 1, 2. Check, 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 A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Check, check, 1, 2, 1, 2. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Check, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, 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 check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2, 1, 2. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. Check, 1, 2, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2. A, B, C, D, E, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. Check, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2, 1, 2. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Check, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, 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 check. 1, 2, 1, 2, mic check. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K. How we looking? Just faint? Okay. Sure. So this will probably be They'll have to get in there. Okay. I'm just going to raise the mic up to get it closer. Different heights people.
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. So it's good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60. Can you hear me? Is it good? Okay. Pull back, yeah?
Dođi za minutu. Slobo, dođi samo za minutu ovdje. Vidiš, dođi. Popni se. Vidi, ovo je ovdje mnogo dobro, samo pomeram stranu. Dobro, nije ovo.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dobro jutro, braće i sestre. Hristos se rodi. Welcome everyone to come here. I think everybody had a lot of fun last night in New York. Rooms supposed to be full because hotel is packed with a lot of people. And I first want to ask Dr. Vladimir Božović, our new Consul General, to open conference. Please come up. Help me to help.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it is my great honor to speak in front of you today on behalf of Republic of Serbia and welcome you to the 12th annual Tesla Spirit Award Conference taking place in the historic New Yorker Hotel. I stand today before you not only as a Consul General of Republic of Serbia in New York, but also as a great admirer of Nikola Tesla, one of the greatest human minds in the history. I say this with full confidence, as Tesla was by all means a true visionary, genius whose legacy extended past the countries, centuries, reaching beyond what was at his time considered possible or doable. Tesla passed away 81 years ago at this hotel. If he was alive today, I'm sure that he would still find today's world lagging behind his vision. In Serbia, he is a national hero and inspiration for young generations, a man who used his genius mind to give back to the world can never be forgotten. In Serbia, we take a great pride in knowing that Nikola Tesla was one of us. However, for most of his life, he lived and worked right here in the United States. From the day he landed in New York City in 1884 until the day he died here in 1943, a U.S. citizen, it was in the U.S. that he achieved his greatest professional success. And it was in the New York State, in Buffalo, that Tesla spark that light that world start its journey. So by all standards, the U.S. has even more reason to be proud of Nikola Tesla than Serbia does, because he was also a true American hero, a man who brought progress and ushered the world and this country into the 20th century. The memory of Nikola Tesla needs to be preserved, and the best way to do is by educating people about his life, his work, and his legacy. For all that he was and all that he achieved as a scientist and an inventor, Nikola Tesla deserves his rightful place in the history as a modern-day Prometheus who harnessed the power of nature for the benefit of humankind. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to our host, the Tesla Science Foundation, for their tireless work and commitment in preserving and promoting the legacy of the great Serbian-American scientist Nikola Tesla in the United States and abroad. Early on, the Republic of Serbia recognized the importance of their work, and it has been supporting it ever since. Our gratitude also goes to two exceptional U.S. organizations, each in its own way dedicated to preserving Tesla legacy and popularization Tesla work, Buffalo Niagara Nikola Tesla Council and Tesla Science Center in Wardenclyffe. Their work inspired me that I, too, in my activities as a Consul General of Republic of Serbia in New York, do my very best to that Tesla, as the most famous New Yorker ever, finally gets his monument in the New York City, as well as his day both in New York City and the national level, and that Tesla International Award in Science is established similarity to the Nobel Prize. Today, I want to express a big thank you to Nikola Tesla for everything he did for the science and humanity, but also for both Serbia and America. As the son of the Serbian Orthodox priest from Smiljan, he dreamed the American dream and turned into reality, making people around the world happy. As a diplomat representative of Serbia, I want to express a big thank you to the United States for everything this country has done to help him achieve his big dream. Therefore, let Tesla be a guide and inspiration and motivation for us to establish a strong strategic partnership between Serbia and United States after 142 years of diplomatic relations. To conclude, I would like to thank everyone who joined us today as we honor the life and legacy of the great Serb-American scientist Nikola Tesla, a man who in his work was driven not by desire of personal gain, but by the unselfish strive to exchange the human experience of his fellow man. With that, I declare today's conference open. Thank you so much.
Good morning, and thank you everyone for coming today. It is wonderful to be in such a good company. The Tesla Science Foundation is dedicated to promoting the life, legacy, and scientific innovations of Nikola Tesla. But Foundation's activities and intentions go beyond that. Led by our president, Mr. Nikola Lonchar, the Foundation has been bringing us all together for over a decade. The main intent of this gathering is not only sharing the newest work, accomplishments, but rather, and that's something that everyone will take home with them, I hope, is the people, is you, Tesla's people. New connections made, new friends, future collaborators, shared ideas, new projects. We are fully aware that each one of you have so much wisdom and knowledge to share, but truthfully, each one of you deserve a conference of its own. On the other hand, we are blessed with so many good quality presenters today, hence the 7-minute limit. That doesn't come out of disrespect. We will be giving you a signal when you get close to that limit. That's just a little housekeeping. We also know that many of you traveled a long way to be here, and that's why we'd like to hear you all. However, we are offering a full-length interview via Zoom or platform of your choice that we can give you the time to present your project in full length. And of course, with your permission, that will be uploaded to our new web platform that you will hear about later today. The conference is divided into 4 major parts. We will be kicking it off with presenters who will inform us about implementation of Tesla's ideas in medicine. And then we will transition into the work of US school platforms, followed by the reports from active Tesla clubs. The last segment of the conference belongs to Tesla's people, where presenters from various fields of work and research will present their work. The final part of this gathering is a real treat. We prepared for you a very rich artistic program, and I truly believe that you are going to enjoy performances of extremely talented individuals and ensembles. I would also like to highlight a few anniversaries. St. Sava Children's Choir is celebrating 20 years of existence. Then Folklore Ensemble Grochanica from Boston is celebrating 25 years. Next, we have Serbian radio program Ravna Gora, 50 years, and Radio Belgrade, 100 years. Now, I would like to invite our Rada Komazec to present a gift on behalf of Svetomir Arsic Basera to our president, Nikola Lonchar, and then he will elaborate.
Say a few things. We have many different presents at the Tesla Science Foundation. This present comes in a special time for me. Most of you know what is it, right? Tesla not a fossil. And my sister and I, we come from the same region, and we already was from part of that country, 95, and all of you know what's happening now with this. So, Tesla Nara is special name for me. We run this program for the last 20 years. And our program is protected in the institution, and they can't be used without our approval. So we use this, we can legally be obligated. Second thing, we have people here from Tesla ambassadors. Nikola Tesla started Tesla ambassadors and have over 100,000 hours. Nobody cannot use somebody else's name and say this is mine. Third thing is Tesla Energy for Peace. This is Alexander Protich. 12 years ago, we have everything on a video. Alexander Protich made this presentation here. But again, this is special for me. So stay here. Sam, can you bring this here? Stay here. Say the number, don't say. Okay. So, something from Republika Srpska Krajina, because my sister is over 200 years old. Protect our people any place we can.
Thank you.
Well, now we invite Dr. Kenneth Mikic, founder of the Nikola Tesla Innovation Institute, to introduce his colleagues and his work.
Can I move this around or not? All right, so I wore this outfit. I do full marathons and half marathons, and I've actually run a half marathon in my Native American garment. Nicholas Loneshar and myself, we got together in Philadelphia this summer, and we thought about how we could increase the awareness for what Tesla was trying to do in medicine, which is a significant body of his work. He was very committed to helping people be healthy, and he felt that the frequencies and the vibrations were a major component to health and health care. So the idea that we have is to, today I'm here presenting some of the possibilities of what Tesla has created that's now a legacy thing that we have available today. And I want everybody to understand that they have the ability to experience some of the technologies and devices that we brought today. But we're connected to a lot of different technologies and a lot of devices around the world. And I want everybody to understand that Tesla had a lot of possibilities that he helped create. The body energizer, which is ozone. There's electromagnetic field therapy, the magnetic resonance, and the MRI. That's all Tesla technology. Okay, the laser, the ultraviolet light, all that is Tesla technology. And his frequency medicine is just getting started as far as being able to be a part of mainstream. And it's our intention to connect Tesla's medicine and the spiritually based medicine, the earth-based medicine, and the spiritually based medicine. So I call my project the Medicine Wheel Project because I wanted to have that whole concept, that Native American concept. Okay. Thank you. So, I wanted everybody to understand that we feel that everything is connected. And unless everybody understands that connectivity and how to utilize all the different things, the spirituality, the emotional, the physical, all of that is connected in order for true well-being. So we're here today. We have the Beamer, Kim Wilhelm, and we have the biohealers. Laura was there. She's in a study at the hotel. There's entire hotels that utilize biohealing, life force energy as a way to help manifest healing. And Lisa Gatto, she's helped me with the body energizer. She's used it for a long time. And the more I use that machine, the better I feel. The machine that we have here today is the same machine that Tesla, that technology is very similar to what he used on himself every day. And that was the reason why I got into this whole thing, was to be able to experience that. That was my guidance. And I have other people here that channel Nikola Tesla. I don't know if anybody's into all that, but I'm a Reiki master, and I'm a veterinarian, I'm a paramedic, I'm an inventor. So I found this to kind of connect everything together. The art, the music, the frequencies, it's all together. So anyways, come visit us, and hopefully I wanted to invite everybody for us to gather again in Arizona in the fall for a full circle medicine conference. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kimberly Wilhelm, and I am here as an independent Beamer distributor. As Ken had noted, I am only one spoke of his vision of connecting all of this wonderful technology, and it is exciting to be a part of it in this day and age where people are more apt to experience or explore this new technology. So Beamer is an acronym for Bioelectromagnetic Energy Regulation. It's a 25-year-old company. I'm a certified biomedical technician. Excuse me. And I've been doing it for 6 years. And my goal in life was to become a veterinarian. I had met and made a good relationship with Ken, so I can use this technology working with animals and working with people from all ages and walks of life. And it's been a wonderful opportunity to bring that. I started my business called Waves of the Heart. We lead with the heart because we want to be able to offer that alternative safely, naturally, and synergistically because our bodies are going to work in harmony. And I love that the Nikola Tesla technology is now in our hands to be able to spread worldwide. So I hope that you come, get an 8-minute session at my booth and visit my website, visit the science, because this is one device that is not experimental. It has been proven, it has been scrutinized by the FDA, it is the only Class II medical device of its kind in the world, and it is a wonderful thing. It helped to reduce of my injuries when I had a car accident. My right side was compromised. I did the entire recovery process without any drugs or shots or surgery, and I got full range of motion and use of my body. So please come and visit me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In the name of the Tesla Science Foundation, I am giving you that gratitude for everything you're working for promoting a Tesla.
Our next presenter is Doctor of Biology, Miroslava Jonlija. She's the owner and CEO of the Chronobiology Nutrition and Wellness Consulting Company in Ontario, Canada. As a biologist, she's aware of effects of electromagnetic radiation on humans, and that is why she's a member of the Serbian REN team dealing with protection from harmful radiation. Chronobiology Nutrition and Wellness Consulting provides online consulting services for health and wellness. As North American representative and distributor of the REN electromagnetic radiation protector, Dr. Jonlija will present a revolutionary product that can protect us from the dangerous effects of electromagnetic fields, so we can all enjoy the benefits of technology without compromising our health. And her presentation is actually a video presentation.
Hello everyone, I'm honored to be here today and share my expertise with you on a topic that is increasingly relevant in our technologically connected world, electromagnetic radiation protection. In today's digital age, with mass use of electronics, mobile devices and wireless technologies, exposure to electromagnetic radiation is becoming more common. Studies have shown that prolonged exposure to electromagnetic radiation can have adverse effects on human health, including increased stress, sleep disturbances, and even effects on genetic material. It is incredible that harmful electromagnetic radiation is more than 1 million times higher than it was only a century ago, since 99% of today's modern technological electrical devices did not exist at all. Because of the research linking long-term exposure to non-ionizing wireless radiation to brain cancer and other adverse health effects, the International Agency for Research on Cancer and the World Health Organization classified radiofrequency electromagnetic fields as potentially carcinogenic to humans in 2011. Adverse health effects of electromagnetic fields are many and include disturbances of body's normal physiological, biochemical, endocrine, behavioral, and other biological processes. I am excited to present REN, the ultimate solution for electromagnetic radiation protection and the ultimate health protector in today's digital age. Re-equilibrizer and neutralizer of harmful electromagnetic radiation, or REN for short, is a technical invention used in medicine, electrotherapy, and protection from Earth and atmospheric radiation. As an energy balancer, harmonizer, and bioregenerator, REN immediately establishes natural field frequencies or Schumann's resonance, creates energy shield around our body, instantly balances our energy, and optimizes all biological processes. Its protection ranges from 2.5 to 36 plus meters in diameter, depending on REN size. It is basically all-in-one super combo because it has features of several devices and is portable, durable, and lightweight at the same time. REN is universal personal and spatial electromagnetic radiation protector that provides protection of all living beings as well as equipment anytime, anywhere. It has many health benefits such as increased productivity and mental focus, reduction of symptoms of certain diseases to complete disappearance of symptoms, reduction of stress, anxiety, and fatigue, and many others. It has no side effects, needs no maintenance and external power source. It is not limited to a single person use, has indefinite lifetime. It is 100% safe to use, 100% efficient, and is designed to provide your peace of mind and a healthier living environment. REN is USA, Canada, and internationally patented device, FDA certified and trademark protected. It has been tested at many clinics, institutes, and laboratories in Germany, France, Netherlands, Serbia, Bulgaria, and ex-Yugoslavia, as well as on locations known for strong electromagnetic radiation. It is also the winner of many international awards and recognitions. As an illustration of REN's beneficial influence on health, take a look at 3 independent tests on human aura or biofield without and with use of RAN recorded by Kirlian photography. The results show general improvement of the energy status starting from 3 minutes of using RAN and after only 30 minutes of using RAN and cell phone at the same time during the assessment. Beneficial influence on RAN on plants is demonstrated by more than double the growth of a plant whose declared maximum height is 15 centimeters. And finally, as a result of several decades of research in the fields of physics, mathematics, and dowsing, RAN builds on and is in agreement with Tesla's research on frequencies and electromagnetism. I thank you for your time and attention and wish you all good health.
Since Dr. Yonlia is not present here with us, she is going to receive Tesla Medal for contribution to the preservation of the image, work, and legacy of Nikola Tesla, and also certificate, and that will be delivered to her. Now, on behalf of our next presenter, Chedomir Mraz, I'm inviting Srđan Sotirov to present his report.
Hello to all, respected Consul of Serbia and your team, dear guests, and Tesla friends. In behalf of Chedomir Mraz, I will do one short presentation of his new device. He didn't come, and due to that, I take his role. Okay. You know that one of the first men who noticed that there is some beneficial effects of electricity on the health, and person who put attention to the physician, to the healing power of high frequency radiation, it was Nikola Tesla, besides some Nobel laureate. Please, Marco, follow me. Presentation. Yes? Yeah. Go. Next slide. And next slide. Okay. What we can see on the slide, this is one major device. It belongs to a new generation of devices, and it's based on the Tesla scalar waves. It is used for health issue as also preventive purpose. There is three main usage of device. First, alleviation of severe and chronic pain caused by different rheumatism, scientists, artics, and neuralgia, sorry for that. After that, biofrequency, and the last one, the poor circulation also could be stimulated by this kind of device. This device is generator then directly regenerate painful and in damaged area based on the frequencies used on the biogenetics for gene repair and regenerations. The device consists on the main part, and there is one additional tooling and sonde. This device gets several patents, and today Mr. Chedomir Mraz try to find some strategic partner for some industrial production. And again, in behalf of him, thank you for your attention. If you have some additional question, there is possibility to see some more details in the lobby of hotel. Thank you.
Our next presenter is Dr. Đorđe Koljić. Dr. Koljić is a graduate of Belgrade University School of Medicine. He trained in general psychiatry at Tufts Medicinal Center Residency Training Program in Boston, Massachusetts. He also completed his Adams House Fellowship in Psychoanalytic Psychotherapy, it's a mouthful, through Harvard Medical School's Faulkner Hospital. Dr. Koljić's research interests included neurodegenerative aspects of autoimmune diseases during his postdoctoral research fellowship in neuroimmunology at Harvard Medical School in Boston. Most recently, Dr. Koljić has been interested in psychoneurological underpinnings of mental and peak performance training of world-class athletes. Since 2012, through the mental training program, he has been training 50 Serbian Olympic athletes in seven individual sports with extraordinary results. Currently, Dr. Koljić serves as Vice Chair of Adult Psychiatry at Tufts Medical Center, Department of Psychiatry, as well as Assistant Professor in Psychiatry with Tufts University School of Medicine. He is recipient of multiple teaching and exceptional practice awards during his training and subsequent clinical practice of psychiatry, psychotherapy, sports psychology, and peak performance training. Please help me welcome Dr. Koljić.
It may be easier to just
Now I'm scared. Hi everyone. It's an awkward, a little bit awkward angle here, but I just want to thank really quickly Nikola, Nada, dear Consul General for hosting and coming here today. Biljana for wonderful, for beautifying with her artwork this conference. So what I'm going to talk about a little bit is what I don't have opportunity to talk about a lot, but I worked a lot, and it's really a work of passion for me. This is how I'm going to, just let me figure out this device real quick. At Tesla conference, it's going to be challenging to use any waves. Maybe I can just, all right, and how do I progress this? Because it's not working. Maybe you can, Marco, you can help me go to the next. But, so how did this come about for me? So if you can go to the next slide, Marco, that would be great. Or maybe that's why so I'll start. So I've received a lot of training, started with medical training back in Serbia, training in neurology, did a lot of research here in Boston, decided that what I want to do is psychiatry eventually, only to realize the field of psychotherapy and psychoanalysis, which I got into. And so this whole thing is just a kind of setting in which I was and have been, I should say, primed for starting to think about all the opportunities with these peak performance individuals and athletes who I've been exposed to through obviously interest in sports. Like every typical Serbian, I have a lot of interest in that. I also trained in music, art. Can I help with anything? Is there anything I can do to assist? But, and as you will see later today, there is going to be performance of Gračanica Serbian Folk Dance Ensemble from Boston. And so this is the background. So I personally had a semi-professional career in Serbian folk dancing
a lot of training of children and adults in Serbian folk dancing, and served as in different roles with different ensembles. And as I mentioned, and as it was mentioned by Nada earlier, Gračanica is celebrating 25 years of Gračanica of Boston celebrating its 25th anniversary. So this is all background how it all came about for me, which made me think and analyze and look into what really makes people perform at their best. And so in 2008, I started, this is kind of coinciding with Olympic cycles. I started looking into different videos and all kinds of materials that are available and present. And luckily, you know, during the Olympics, there's so much focus, there's so much availability of learning about the internal state of these athletes. And so what I realized actually is that somehow I was able to more or less predict, just based on the things that I've seen, that the statements that these athletes have made, more or less I was able to predict how they would perform during their event. And usually for the Olympic events and in general, you have these multiple competitions subsequent one after another, and there would be some little change in mood or affect or statements that they're making, and somehow their performance would either skyrocket subsequently or they wouldn't do so well. So I kind of tasked myself with training myself in all these aspects of sports psychology, mental conditioning. My wife has been very kind to let me buy hundreds of books on that, and including the field of kinesiology, which is the science of movement, which actually proved very helpful to realize about a little bit more about mind-body medicine for me. So in learning about this peak performance state, what I came across repeatedly is this state of what is called these days mental flow, or the zone, which we kind of use in our everyday's vocabulary without really knowing or understanding what it really is. And so one of the definitions says that it's an optimal state of consciousness, which you see here, a peak state where we both feel or perform our best. And so the quotes here are because I'm quoting subsequent to work with my athletes who would say things like that they felt so focused on tasks at hand that everything else would fall away. Action and awareness would merge for them. Their self would vanish. Performance would go through the roof. They would feel like they would come alive. And also peculiarly, they would describe the state in which they would hear a voice which they would describe as kind of their own consciousness, kind of clearly communicating with them, or subconsciousness rather, and while they're in that state when they're performing their best. And so in scratching the surface and looking at it a little bit more, so it was very obvious that every single competitive performance that was resulted in an Olympic medal or a very, very extraordinary performance would be associated with this state. Every scientific breakthrough, or most of them, significant progress in the arts. And so it's very interesting that we knew so much, as I was realizing, so little about this state, and we utilized it so much, or it was such an experience, a unique experience for many, many different people. So it sits, I realized, and argue that it sits in the center of the human happiness itself. And yet, again, I repeat, we know so little about it. So again, we're at the Tesla conference, so I want to give you an example of, someone could argue that the whole life of Nikola Tesla and his work, productive life, which he is so visible these days, was in that state of flow. And there's multiple examples, and I will just read through because it's fine. It's a small print. Mozart was known to be in that state of high inspiration, to the point that, and this is being trained in music. It's unbelievable. Overture to the Don Giovanni opera, which is like, I think, 12 different instruments all at once. So he wrote that one night, 3 hours, for 3 hours, and presented it in the morning at the performance, the following day at the performance for orchestra to practice. Samuel Beckett, the famous writer, had this intense experience that he felt at his mom's home, who passed away, and there's reasons why that happened and coincided for him, but what the significance of it is that he, as he describes, saw in front of him, laid out completely, perfectly, clearly, the future of how he should write, what he should write about. There's multiple examples of self-healing from incurable diseases of highly spiritual individuals who, one would argue, do stay a lot in and practice entering this flow state. I had experiences with a guy who was driving me in Boston, and he asked me a few questions about me, who I am, where I come from, and then to my complete utter surprise, for 60 seconds, he would freestyle rap, rhyme every single thing about me coming from Serbia, and I can't even describe to you. I was just in total utter shock. How is this even possible for someone like this to just combine all of this? So because the state of flow is associated with performances in all different aspects of art, I do need to keep going. So a little bit about mechanisms, and I'm not going to bother you with a lot of neuroanatomy, but just briefly, so what we thought was happening in this state is that you would think when people are performing at their best that their brain is functioning at their 100%. And yet, actually what turns out with the researchers, which was to their utter surprise, is that it was quite the opposite. It was actually that huge areas of brains are being completely disconnected and deactivated so that ultimately in the state of flow, with the highest level of performance and the highest level of success for people in that state, actually they're functioning with less, not more, of the brain function. So how is this possible? It does ultimately make a lot of sense because, as you see here, brain comprises of like 2%, just a little bit above 2% of body weight, and yet it uses so much energy and so much of the blood flow. And so what happens here is, with the activation of different areas of human brain, is really a preservation of energy and using this energy and efficiency in the areas where it's needed. And so we are at the Tesla conference, so there's a lot of talk about waves, and so this is EEG tracing, which has specifics, so you can measure, your brain waves, as you know, on top of your scalp. And so these are different waves, and I'm going to just address a little bit of that. And so, again, in line with what was very unexpected, functional MRIs showed that it is not the beta waves that of our conscious mind thinking and processing information that spikes up. It's quite the opposite. It's actually the slow waves that they're predominant in this state. And I will just mention also here the explicit and implicit system of information processing. And what was realized is that the explicit, the conscious way of processing information goes down, and the implicit system goes up and is utilized heavily with slower waves. And so I would just point here that there is exception to this rule, and this is what Oprah Winfrey likes to call aha moments. And so there's this high spike of these gamma waves, which are so high in frequency, above 30 hertz, that ride on top of another type of waves that connects and binds all the information and gives us this aha moment. So what happens with gamma waves really is, in that moment, inevitably, all areas of brain function together, unified. And so this is all the background a little bit about, again, about the state of flow and trying to understand how I can understand it, number one, and then use it for the benefit of my athletes that I was planning to work with. So, long story short, I tasked myself with developing a mental training program in preparation for the Rio Olympics in 2016. So the goal is to medal and hear the anthem as many times. I plan to work with 50 of the Olympian candidates and to help them and work individually in group workshops, and also be present and work with them during European and World Championships in preparation for the Olympics. Serbian Olympic Committee was welcoming to the idea. I became their director for the sports psychology and peak performance training that year, and started working with my Olympians, and I really have to finish soon, I'm very aware. And so it was very obvious that, not to my surprise, that all these, and these are really trained, highly trained athletes who already have been very successful in their sports. So that most of them, if not all of them, were experiencing on some level this state of flow. And yes, truly, that was associated with highest performance that they were able to achieve. And so my plan and idea and hope is that I would help them trigger that state and help them train to do that in training and also in competition. And so there's these triggers to flow states that kind of are not different from what I found in literature, but some of them are specific to Serbian athletes, and I'm just going to read some of them. Absorption of the narrowing of awareness, as you can read here. Becoming one with the here and now was another trigger that helped them get into that state of flow. Ramping up, this passionate motivation, nurturing clear goals for them. Some of them would find that helpful in getting into this state. Some of them are very childlike, I would say, and they like to play. And so we would use this playful engagement, which what I would call, which would help them if you have kids and see them playing, with Barbies, with whatever they're playing. I mean, they're completely immersed. They can't hear you. They're just totally in that state of flow. So I would use that to trigger some of my athletes. And then, interestingly enough, there's this intense emotional states, which is kind of surprising to me, but how prevalent that is. And so feelings of, and this is very important, mostly unconditional, but love overall, unconditional love, empathy, was very powerful in triggering this state. And this is not surprising, knowing Tesla's statements about what he perceives God is. Physically God is light, and emotionally it's it's the love that he associated with that. And so also very interesting emotional state, and very strong in some of my athletes, is this spite, or you don't even have the translation for it, but it's inat. I lost the word, inat. And so, which is very complex for a lot of them, but it's associated with a lot of positive feelings. Inat in Serbian means some of the negative things, but really was very helpful to get them into that state of flow that I needed them to be in order to win their competitions. And the goal was that I had to work very hard in discerning specific characteristics of each of these athletes' flow state, and then to mentally train them and work using different techniques of cultivating and triggering that states in competitions. And so this is the end result, but this was the beginning actually. Back then, the first competition I was present with was kayakers that I was working with for almost a year. They medaled 8 times at the World Championship for the first time in 20 years. They got a medal in an Olympic event. They became the sport of the year according to the Serbian Olympic Committee for that year. And the coach that I worked most closely with, Dragan Plavšić, became the coach of the year for Serbia. And so these are 7 sports that I worked with for the most part. Yes, indeed, at the Rio Olympics where I was present, Serbia medaled 8 times. Not all of those were individual sports, obviously, but compared to 2 to 4 times in the previous Olympics, that was a huge improvement. And then I continued working with a lot of these athletes into the Tokyo Olympics, and they medaled 9 times overall. And so I'm finishing, just want to mention 2 people. So Stephen Kotler is a research journalist who has written extensively on the state of flow, and I think it's worth your attention if you're interested in this. And then Dr. Trbovic, who was my main consultant and helper and assistant in this project, who unfortunately passed away last month. But thank you all for attending, and have a good conference.
Mr. Kojic, please come back. So thank you very much for your beautiful presentation. And now we will give you our highest award. The award will be given by Ashley Radford, Tesla Science Foundation Executive Director.
Thank you so much for your contributions, and we know the athletes will thrive under your care.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Totally undeserving, but thank you. Appreciate it.
Our next presenter is Ashley Radford. Ashley Radford has been educating children in Philadelphia for 2 decades. After earning her BA from the University of Maryland and MA from Arizona State University, Ashley completed her studies in education with an MAD and principal certification from Temple University. She serves as the Executive Director of Tesla Science Foundation. Ashley, here, your stage.
Okay, thank you very much. It's so wonderful to be here with you all again. I could not believe when I was looking at my memories in Facebook, and as Nicola had said, it's been over a decade we've been doing this together. And so some people, I see you once a year here, but I think of you all year long because I know we are all Tesla's people working together to spread the legacy of Nikola Tesla. How do I start it? Okay, great. Thank you. So I work at American Paradigm Schools. I am the CEO there in my employment work. And American Paradigm Schools is an education management organization in Philadelphia. We work with 4 public charter schools. And today I'd like to talk a little bit about Nikola Tesla and education. It's a topic we've talked about many times, how to get the legacy of Nikola Tesla into our schools. At American Paradigm Schools, we are discovering excellence through cultivating differences. Our commitment is equity and excellence for all learners. So for us, that means in Philadelphia, we're providing quality educational experiences regardless of background, regardless of economic status. And for us as Tesla Science Foundation, that means we welcome many, many different perspectives, cultures, and expertise into our work. It's highly important that we listen to each other and understand that differences are what bring us together and strengthen our work. So I want to briefly talk to you about a change in the educational science standards in Pennsylvania. A few years ago, I spoke to you all about bringing the next generation science standards and connecting the standards that must be taught in science education with the legacy of Nikola Tesla. Pennsylvania has taken the next generation science standards and evolved to have what they call STEELS standards: science, technology, engineering, environmental literacy, and sustainability standards. So we'll call it STEELS because that's a mouthful. And so at Tacony Academy, this is our pilot school that we've been working with the Tesla Science Foundation for over 10 years. Tacony Academy is also implementing the STEEL standards. And as an example of how that looks in the day-to-day, the students were able to design and build hovercrafts and come up with different designs that would use air power to levitate their hovercrafts. The focus on these standards is increase on emphasis on designing and design thinking, which again, for many of us here at the Tesla Science Foundation, that may seem like something that's normal in science and normal of what Nikola Tesla would want us to do, but really talking about design and design thinking is a different emphasis than the students as merely absorbing information that we are distributing out to them. Focus is on a broader understanding of content as well as application. Students create, utilize, and assess current and emerging technologies by developing and applying technology and engineering practices and disciplinary core ideas in a variety of contents. The technology and engineering practices is an area where the Tesla Science Foundation and those who would like to educate about Nikola Tesla could really connect a lot of concepts and have it accepted into our required curriculum. Students practice inquiry, critical thinking, hands-on making and doing, and a focus on learning skills that can be applied throughout their lives regardless of context. And so this is a very complicated slide that shows you somewhat what it looks like in the lesson plans when it's divided out. And you have science and engineering practices, for example, learning to ask questions and give inquiry. You have disciplinary core ideas, for example, human impact on Earth systems. And then you have these cross-cutting principles that come together of how do humans and technology interact and have an impact on Earth. And in the legacy of Nikola Tesla, this is really where these standards can connect to Nikola Tesla, is in the attention to ethics and social justice in science as a way to engage students and motivate our future inventors. Students are really, some people are complaining about children. I think a lot of times they will say that whatever generation is the current generation of kids, as adults we always say, this generation is the worst. They have the worst behavior, they do the worst things we've ever seen. Can you believe what's happening? But studies show that every generation feels that about the next generation. And so I'm here to help us shift our perspective on what students and children of today can offer, because they have a passion, the same way we may look at the younger generation and say, wow, what's wrong with them? They look at the older generation and say, how could they have messed this up so badly for us? And so a lot of our young scientists are driven by this idea of social justice. How can we look in our own communities and see where some people have resources and some people don't? Very similar to energy access, one of our hopes for Nikola Tesla's technology. And so here to give you just a few visuals of what our students are doing. How does this look when you try to bring a culture with these standards into a group of students? How do we come back together after we've been evolving from being so much online and computers, our artificial intelligence that we're using, our own isolated silos, and how do we come back together so that we're not losing our humanity? And so we have our students here in an assembly, and they have conclusion, observation, question, hypothesis, and they had to arrange themselves to talk about the scientific method. We are at museums. This is at the Franklin Institute exploring. We are coming together to create artwork, learning about electricity. This is the design of the hovercraft project. You can see all of these children together collaborating because they had a common phenomena that they were trying to analyze and a problem they were trying to solve together. And that's a key in these standards as well, is to have a phenomenon, something we're looking at and trying to explain, understand, and see how it impacts our world. These are more pictures of the students coming together. We brought in games because children do need to learn to interact together through play. And I know there's a lot of people here talking about music, art, literature, books. All of these things are ways to bring us together. And then we brought in some other things that give the kids experiences they may not have had in the city, wild animals, other types of things just to engage their minds and inspire them. And that's really what the work we're doing here at the Tesla Science Foundation is. It's not one thing I'm doing that you do, or one thing you do that I'm going to follow. It's being inspired by each other to come up with original ideas. And as I mentioned, we've been working in Philadelphia, the Tesla Science Foundation, in these pilot programs in schools. And we're so happy that our international colleagues have been expanding the work of Tesla clubs. In particular, our Tesla clubs in Serbia are extremely active and really moving very fast to get a lot of children exposure to Nikola Tesla. We have a Latin American Tesla club. We have a Tesla Club of Africa, which is represented as a stronghold in Uganda. And so we welcome everyone's diverse ideas. And as mentioned, one way to come together is through artwork. And so there'll be more about this, and has been some of this on our social media, but really to come together, study Nikola Tesla, look at our website, Tesla Science Foundation, and you can even just have students look at a list of inventions by Tesla, maybe pick one, and learn a little bit about it. Students can then create a scientific sketch, so to be able to recreate and explain their thinking through artwork, and then submit either a video of themselves explaining an invention and doing the sketch, or possibly animate their sketch. And so anyone is welcome to participate. We could all come together. You don't have to be a student. You could be an adult if you want to participate. And there will be a QR code for your submissions. So we're hoping to come together more in this new year. Coming together has always been our theme, but it's great to revisit it every year and make sure we're doing that. So thank you all for your attention. And we'll be welcoming up some other great educational speakers.
Thank you very much, Ashley, for your presentation. I must say Ashley Redfern is one of our most valuable members. Her Tacony Academy School and their children are our best students in the USA. And also, I must have a great thank you for your personal sponsorship of this conference. And now, President of the Tesla Science Foundation Serbia, Srđan Suhirov, will give you our congratulations.
Thank you very much. Actually, you really become a pillar for our foundation, for all future projects.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Our next presenter is Mr. Aleksandar Ignjatović Pertini, expert for innovative programs in children's education. He is also Innovative Educational Project Coordinator for the Tesla Science Foundation. Please, Mr. Ignjatović.
Dear Tesla colleagues, I'm Aleksandar Ignjatović, honored to stand before you today after dedicating 15 years to research in child psychology, didactics, education, and child safety. My journey led me to a doctorate in management and innovation education, and today I'm happy to introduce a visionary project, Children as Cultural Ambassadors. In this digital age, our project stands tall, recognizing children as champions of cultural diversity and unity. It's important that we recognize children not only as a future, but also as capable leaders who can guide us through the challenges posed by digitalization and artificial intelligence. Children as Cultural Ambassadors is a transformative program born in the Pertini Center of Healthy Child Development and the Pertini Center for Innovation and Education, New York. It aims to unite nations, placing children at the front as ambassadors and fostering empathy, critical thinking, and global collaboration. Why children? Simply put, they represent the future. As technology rapidly advanced, children are more adaptable to these changes. With the right tools, they can gain the potential to adapt to technological advancement while safeguarding and promoting the unique human qualities that distinguish us from artificial intelligence. What I consider the most important response to simulation is stimulation. There is incredible importance in prioritizing real human experience and emotion, especially in the face of artificial intelligence progress and simulating these traits artificially. It's very important. By the stimulation of the child's senses, we can encourage and develop empathy and emotional intelligence in children. How? How we will achieve this? Our venture involves creating a platform that includes. You didn't play my presentation. Yeah. Okay. Our venture involves creating a platform that includes all educational sectors, allowing children to present their nation uniquely. From kindergarten to higher education, they'll showcase their country, fostering understanding and celebrating diversity. The project involves the structured framework where children learn about their own culture while also experiencing the cultures of others. It's not just about presenting facts, about fostering a deep appreciation for the different perspectives, values, and traditions. By allowing children to express themselves and their cultural heritage, we cultivate a global community that thrives on mutual respect and understanding. This initiative serves as a platform where cultural exchange isn't just an exercise but an immersive experience. It empowers children to become ambassadors of empathy, leading us towards a world that honors difference while celebrating similarities. Working hand in hand with this program is another innovative initiative called Educational Olympiad, which I will refer to as EOP. This program develops children's potential through interactive games such as Tesla Science Race, Smart Vitamin Sport, Eco Hero, and Cultures of the World. These games are integral to EOP, a carefully designed 4-year program preparing children for the life challenges. This program integrates 2 fundamental methodologies, the Education Olympiad and Sun and Moon method. These methods help build social skills by encouraging students to interact and work together. They teach introverts and extroverts how to team up, preparing future leaders for working together in the real world rather than just in the virtual. Imagine the world where children, regardless of their background, come together to create a brighter future. This is what we aim for, echoing Nikola Tesla's vision of progress for humanity. I encourage you to join in supporting our children's future. Let's build a world where every child thrives, just as Nikola Tesla envisioned. For more details to this program and the methodologies, I invite you to explore my new book, The Education Olympiad, but you didn't see it because, Mark, what's happened with my presentation? Yeah. Yeah.
Alex, we will be definitely highlighting and featuring your publication. Congratulations. And on behalf of American Paradigm Schools, I wanted to present you with an award for innovation in education. Many times we talk about being innovative and we think about it very cognitively, and you have come up with some tools and techniques for educators to actually use in the classroom. So we present you this award in our collaboration for the Tesla Science Foundation and American Paradigm School.
Oh, thank you.
Congratulations.
I really appreciate it. Thank you.
I want to say special thanks to our next guests. They are the youngest, but they are the dearest to our organization. Our next guests are the St. Sava Children's Choir from Cleveland. That choir was founded by Dr. Nada Martinovic 21 years ago with the aim to preserve Serbian language, culture, and tradition through singing. It is a non-auditioned children's choir, as their director believes that every child should have an opportunity to sing. Over the past 2 decades, they represented the Serbian community of Cleveland at various events through Northeast Ohio, including the Cleveland Museum of Art, Kent State University, and Fox 8 Morning Show, earning them the title of Serbian Cultural Ambassadors. Last year, the choir took part in the groundbreaking project Music Without Borders, initiated by Dr. Martinovic and her esteemed colleagues in Serbia, Snežana Salaj-Tibor and Nenad Blažić, designed to foster collaboration across the borders and unite children from the diaspora and homeland. Today, the choir will perform 2 songs dedicated to Nikola Tesla. The first composition, Šta bi bilo od ovog sveta, crafted by Dr. Nada Martinovic with musical arrangements by Zoran Bogdanovic-Ricci, playfully invites us to try to imagine a world without Tesla inventions. The second piece, titled Tesla, was written by the retired music teacher Milovan Prokic and was recently rediscovered by Professor Snežana Salaj. Please, our dear guest came in.
Ima ih nekoliko koji moraju da izlaze sa hora, tako da čekam. Nezgodno je zbog ovoga.
Znam, ali ovo neće. Ili da isključimo taj ček.
Da, ovaj treba da se isključi, da.
One.
Thank you. Oops. It's good that I started it. Can we just lower the volume? Check. More. Dole. Malo tiše.
Check. Da. I'm sorry. Well, with all these setbacks, and we had several setbacks with our choir, it's a long journey. I'm so grateful to these kiddos and their parents. They are my heroes. Unfortunately, some kids got sick, as you may imagine. It was a storm, winter storm last night, so not everyone made it here. So they are the bravest. Nikola, ako može, samo malo još da se smanji, ovo će biti prejako. Ček, sad je bolje.
Mi smo mali radoznalci, mi smo novi genijalci, Teslin lik proslavljamo, Teslin rad nastavljamo.
šustikle, vaze, saksije cvijeća.
Telefoni, videoni u tisinu. Radio stanice bi ostala bez gasa.
Od ovog svijeta, to je lako da se pogodi, da Nikola Tesla jednog leta nije rešio da se rodi. I šta bi bilo od ovog svijeta, to je lako da se pogodi, da Nikola Tesla jednog leta nije rešio da se rodi. Mi smo mali radoznalci, mi smo novi genijalci, Teslin lik proslavljamo, Teslin rad nastavljamo.
srpskog sela krenulo je srpsko dete u svet veličenog znanja i postalo di planete. Tesla, Tesla, srpsko dete postao je di planete. Doneo je sreću svetu, obasjao svu planetu.
Tesla, Tesla, srpsko dete, postao je di planete. Doneo je sreću svetu, obasjao svu planetu.
Sa planetom svetlo sija, mraka da nije bio, otera ga moćna struja, što je Tesla izmislio. Tesla, Tesla, srpsko dete, postao je di planete. Doneo je sreću svetu, obasjao svu planetu.
Tesla, Tesla, srpsko dete,
Postao je di planete.
doneo je sreću svetu, obasjao svu planetu.
1, 2, 1, 2. Many thanks to Miss Nada Martinovic and the Children Choir St. Sao from Cleveland. And now our next guest came from San Diego, from Serbian Cultural Center San Diego and Nikola Tesla Club.
Yandwa.
Yandwa. Yandwa. So, once again, our dear guests and friends from San Diego, from the Serbian Cultural Center and Nikola Tesla Club, San Diego. Vesna Jovanovic, president and founder of the Serbian Cultural Center, San Diego. Her vision was to create an organization with predominantly a school of Serbian language. Organization that functions as one large family with the goal to preserve and promote Serbian heritage and culture through different activities. Ms. Dijana Perić, academic director and teacher at the School of Serbian Language and Culture. All workshops at Nikola Tesla Club are created and instructed by Dijana on a volunteer basis for the second year now. Please, your stage.
Dear friends, I'm honored and privileged to be here today to represent Serbian Cultural Center San Diego for the second time and to contribute toward this special event. My name is Vesna Jovanovic, and I'm director of Serbian Cultural Center San Diego. And here with me is Dijana Perić, teacher and academic director of School of Serbian Language and Culture San Diego, and instructor and creator of all workshops in Nikola Tesla Club San Diego. Serbian Cultural Center San Diego is a non-profit organization founded in June of 2019, dedicated to preserving and promoting the Serbian language, culture, and traditions. We offer a range of engaging activities, including various cultural events that celebrate literature, art, history, science, music, film, and theater. We are very proud of two major projects we are successfully running and another one on the horizon. The first one is a School of Serbian Language and Culture with about 70 enrolled students aged from 3 years old to adult, age in a classroom and online settings. The school is established in January of 2020. Actually, yesterday was 4-year anniversary. The second one is the Nikola Tesla Club, which is established in September of 2022. And currently, we are in the process of establishing Serbian Cottage Museum in International Village in the heart of Balboa Park in San Diego. This will be a permanent location. We will present rich Serbian culture, history, and Serbian School and Nikola Tesla Club. Our goal is to teach students to be proud of their Serbian origin and for being a part of the Tesla's people. I'm inviting you now to join me in watching a short video about Nikola Tesla Club San Diego. Thank you. We need sound, please. Thank you. Yeah, technical problems are always, we have to count on it, right? Could we start from the beginning, please? Once we get a sound.
Today I'm here to present the work of Nikola Tesla Club San Diego after a year and a half of existence. During this time, we gather 50 children, both Serbian and American, and proudly I can say that we become a special place for these kids. What makes us special? At our workshops, we speak two languages, Serbian and English. Kids don't just learn, they create, think, and share their knowledge with others. Our club is a community where children build connections, friendships, and feel a sense of belonging to a group, and of course, explore the world of science. We are thankful for our sponsors and partners. Our general sponsor is Wealth Partners, and our friends, the Tesla Science Foundation and Fifteen Toys. Next video you are about to see presents the results of our children's work over the past year. Thank you.
You know you can make a little bit activity your own self. We have a fun experiment to
Turn the
show
volume up, please.
So my hypothesis was that things that contain iron, such as metal, are going to get attracted to these magnets. This iron dust, if you put this, because it has iron inside of it, so you can see that it connects. Plastic, you cannot do it because it doesn't have iron. It doesn't have iron in it. As you can see here, it's levitating because north and north cannot attract, and south and north cannot attract. See? Hello everyone, my name's Lachlan, and hasn't evolved. There's types of gases like xenon and neon, and you see your fingers are like mini lightning rods, and it attracts the little electricity, making like this mesmerizing light show. So you see when he's put, you see how it follows. Is everyone see? There are many waves. Some waves are in oceans and lakes. There are also ways when we listen to music, listen to radio, watch TV, send text messages, and heat food in the microwave. Those are all waves. Water waves. Example, when the drop of water hits the water surface, it will create a wave that transmits the energy to surface. Might have been to the pool, and when you jump in, it makes a big splash. Well, that's an example. Columbus was an explorer who wanted to sail across the sea, but everybody told him that it was impossible. So he showed them that everybody that anything is possible as long as you have the right idea. Can anybody make an egg stand? Okay, can you try to make egg stand? Yes, no. Oh, wait. Don't use that.
It's okay, it's nothing.
Okay. The people said that they could have done that easily, and then Columbus asked them, then why didn't they? Hi, I'm Julia. Today we'll be talking about Columbus's Tesla and the magnetic fields. You might think that this is the normal life of the Bible. What would make it so special? This invention started when Columbus found out how to make an egg stand up on its own by making a crack in the bottom. Later on, Nikola Tesla made an invention to make the eggs fit sideways and spin facing right up. This invention applies an electric current to a coil wire which creates a magnetic field. Here you can see how special. Hello, my name is Sophia, and I wanted to share with you this game, which I fell in love with playing it for a week. This game is where players compete to gather up 15 Nikola Tesla's most famous inventions. Each of these inventions comes in the form of a card. On each card, there is an image of the invention. Put the invention on the map where it goes. This would be the turbine, so you place it on the turbine. The player who gathers all 15 of the inventions on this map wins the Best Player Award, 1 week of bragging rights. The Best Player Award goes to me for this incredible presentation. Are there any questions?
Thank you, thank you.
In the name of Tesla Science Foundation, I want to thank you to all the children for their teacher, PhD, and director of Tesla Latin language. And I wanted to give you this gratitude for all of your work. Our next dear guests are the representatives of Nikola Tesla Club from Detroit with the founder Snježana Adamović. Mr. Miodrag Masić will address us on behalf of the club. Let's greet him.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Miodrag Masić, and I'm glad to have this opportunity to introduce the Serbian Cultural Association Nikola Tesla Detroit. Serbian Cultural Association Nikola Tesla Detroit was established in April 2021 as a non-profit organization and registered itself with the IRS in the summer of 2023. We started to work with kids in the fall of 2014, but we were not registered with any government institutions. Currently, Serbian Cultural Association Nikola Tesla is made up of approximately 20 families with a total of 40 kids. Kids are divided into 3 groups. Group 1 is for kids under the age of 5. Group 2 is for kids between 5 and 8 years old. And Group 3, the oldest group, is for the kids that are older than 8 years. Our main goal is teaching the Serbian language, primarily Azbuka or Cyrillic letters. We are trying to teach kids to speak and write the Serbian language as close as possible in the home country, which includes trying to eliminate the English accent in Serbian speech. For that reason, we hired a professional Serbian teacher from Serbia who connect via the internet every Saturday to work with our kids. We are also using official school books from Serbia. Every Wednesday evening, we are also doing remote Serbian school with oldest group over the Zoom. This kind of work, we realized, drastically improves the speaking and writing capabilities of our kids. Our oldest group of kids are able to write essays in Serbian Cyrillic, and they know basic grammar of Serbian language. Mom and all the kids work with our youngest group. Our second goal is to educate kids about Serbian history and heritage. History classes are held by Tesla family members. We follow history books prepared by the Serbian Ministry of Education for Diaspora. We have presentations made and presented by our kids each week about different Serbian cities and significant events in Serbian history. Most of our Tesla families are university educated and have ability to teach kids and that's what they do. Besides Serbian language and history classes, we offer classes in robotics and engineering, Python programming, and classes of all Serbian traditions like knitting and traditional embroidery like zmijanski vez. Every year, we finish the school year with a competition in Cyrillic, writing, and Serbian history. Within the facility we are renting, there is a gym where kids can enjoy playing soccer, basketball, and gymnastics. Traditionally, we do 1 or 2 parties per year for parents and kids, St. Sava Academy and St. Nicholas. Serbian Ski Day and Art Colony are done in nature. We host different speakers like Serbian poets, actors, and other speakers. Serbian Cultural Association Nikola Tesla also does fundraisers to help families in need in our home country, Serbia. Our biggest achievement up to now was building a house for a family near Banja Luka. You can follow us and our work on the Serbian Cultural Association Nikola Tesla Detroit profile on Facebook. Thanks for listening.
We just want to thank you with our certificate of appreciation for your work in founding the Nikola Tesla Club in Detroit. Thank you on behalf of the Tesla Science Foundation.
Thank you.
This is one of my favorite conferences because we are having so many children join us. And that is great to see the next generation coming together with us. It is a delight to present our next participant, a 12-year-old talented violin player, Novak Mashik. He will perform the famous Serbian song, Tamo Daleko.
On behalf of the Tesla Science Foundation, thank you for your artistic contribution. All right, we're happy to have back this year Maya Setovich-Sotivo. I'm trying my best. I'll keep practicing. Thank you for everyone who's teaching other people how to speak Serbian and English together. I will keep practicing my pronunciation. She's a Serbian writer, and she's last year's recipient of a Tesla Spirit Award for her children's book, The Magical Sailboat. It is the story of Nikola Tesla. Maya grew up on stories told by her grandfather about Tesla, and now she's passing on the knowledge of Tesla as a writer. She holds a master's degree in Serbian language and literature, and she is another person bringing us excellent resources to use in the classroom to educate about Nikola Tesla. Maya.
If only Tesla I were. If only a true Tesla I were, of strong mind and nature. Dreams I would dream to no end, and many languages I understand. Storms, however big and strong, I'd turn into electricity all day long. Light up the entire world and more, and tame the noisy waters roar. And the other too. This is a part of my poem, If Only I Tesla Were. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me because I'm with you today and I have opportunity to talk about Tesla and my creativity thinking related to him. As you had the opportunity to hear a few seconds ago, I am Maya Cvetković-Sotirov, a master philologist of Serbian language and literature, and a children's writer who introduces and combines science, knowledge, and history topics into children's literature to encourage readers. I have published more, just a second. Is this work? It's okay. I have published more than 10 literary and artistic works of different literary genres. Among them are 5 printed books and 3 books, several short stories, and several poems in literary magazines, different collections, and my monodrama, The Mirror, is a part of the anthology of monodrama for children. University professors, teachers, literary critics wrote about my creativity in their professional papers of children's literature for science conferences. This is a part of my collection. What does the reader discover while reading the book? The book Magical Sails, a Nikola Tesla story, is written so that everyone can understand it, although it covers some of Tesla inventions, such as Tesla's coil and Tesla-Columbus X. The story from the book is very grateful for book analysis and schools because of its multidimensional content, and it's very easy to apply modern methods during classes. The book deals with the life issues of friendship, love, family, modern technology, and includes topics from Tesla's life, growing up in Sweden, life and work in Paris, life and work in New York, and the Great Expo Fair in Chicago in 1894, as well as the fair in Paris in 1889, and of course Tesla's relationship with Edison. However, the book does not only ask the question of history of Tesla science, the book also deals with the relationship between good and evil. It can be seen in conflict between guardian fairy and evil fairy. There is in the book a completely new hero of children's literature, which is a combination of a robot and a fairy. His name is Beloit. The scientifically perfect and precise Beloit is treated to replace the world of fairies. In the same time, it is the question of relationship between artificial intelligence and humans too. It can be seen that the teacher has unlimited possibilities when working on the book with students. Also, there is the possibility for teachers of different subjects to work together on book analysis, literature, language, history, science, physics, culture, geography, etc. I will tell you something again about my poetry. My poetry has been published in magazines for children's literature, on websites, etc. And my poetry also provides great motivation for teachers to analyze different topics with students. The relationship between Nikola Tesla and his mother Juka, between Nikola Tesla and his family, Nikola Tesla's younger sister Marica Tesla and her thought about the oldest brother who died as a boy, Dane Tesla, etc. And my latest story about Tesla the night before Christmas with Tesla is also inspired by a story from my childhood when my grandpa once tried to explain to me why the whole world doesn't celebrate Christmas on the same day as we are. Thanks to the information from Mark Cypher's book about letters from Tesla to the Johnsons family and the letter from Johnsons to Tesla, I was able to find interesting facts from the period of Tesla's stay in New York on Christmas in 1894 and in 1845 with Johnson's family. Through the story of the relationship of respect between the Johnsons family and Nikola Tesla, in fact, my grandfather showed me a lot of years ago how every person in the world should respect other people's culture. And learning about Tesla to children's stories, in fact, provides an incredible foundation for children to awake their curiosity and to prepare for more serious research related to Tesla, but also to adopt moral and educational basis. And last year, the board of Tesla Science Foundation made the decision to include the book Magical Sales, a Nikola Tesla story and literature list of Tesla clubs and schools in USA. I believe that this is the right path, and I think the Tesla Science Foundation and founder Mr. Launcher, all associates, my manager Srđan Sotirov too, who sincerely shares his international management knowledge with us, goes on the right path. And I have the special honor to publicly thank the publisher from New York, Austin Macaulay, because Austin Macaulay recognized the importance of the name and works of Nikola Tesla and quality of the book Magical Sales, Nikola Tesla story. This year, Magical Sales, a Nikola Tesla story, is going to be published by the New York publishing house, Austin Macaulay. I think that it's not just like that, Austin Macaulay publisher is located in 33rd floor and 33rd Street in New York. Nikola Tesla lived here on 33rd floor. And it's a great honor for me to invite marketing specialist from publishing house Austin Macaulay, publisher Eliana. And I have to tell you something. Serbian literature is here in the United States. Thank you. Eliana, this book on Serbia, and now in American.
Hi, good morning. I am part of Austin Macaulay Publishers. It's founded in 2006. Austin Macaulay is an innovative and independent publishing with headquarters in New York, London, and Sharjah. We have a hybrid model, and we work with all genres from fiction to non-fiction, children's book to mystery books. Our mission is to bring the world together one book at a time. Our goals are giving talented authors a chance. While you don't have to be a bestseller author, or a social media influencer to be considered for a literary agency. We at Austin Macaulay, we work with new or previously published authors alike. We have high quality product. We assist the authors in all the production process from editorial, production, and marketing. International events, Austin Macaulay have and continue to participate in worldwide events. We recently went to Mexico in Guadalajara, and we are planning to go to different book fairs around the world this year. So this is the book, Magic Cells, a Nikola Tesla story, written by Valentin Maja. This book is a bestseller in Serbia, and it talks about, the story is a scientific a story about an evil fairy that wants to steal Tesla's idea to control and rule the world. So a boy named Luca, a lady, a small girl named Maya with a fairy tale, they, fight together against the evil. So during this journey, you can travel to different parts of Tesla. The reader indulge in memorable moments through Tesla's career and childhood. They travel to New York, Niagara Falls, Chicago, and Paris. And this is like a wonderful book with colorful illustrations that make the story real and unique. So this book is a scientific inspiration for all generations. Like, this book is very creative, it has very good reviews, and it shows a new way for children to learn in a creative way. As you know, it's very important that children's brains learn a lot of things, and they will always remember everything that they have lived during their first 5 years. So this book is very important so parents can spend a memorable time with their kids, and they can learn in a creative way, and at the same time have fun and learn about Tesla's invention and creativity. So save the date. This book is going to be available on March 29th, and you can order at Austin Macaulay website, Barnes & Nobles, or Amazon. If you want a review copy or have any questions about the book, please feel free to contact us, and we're more than happy to send you a review copy of this amazing book that is a bestseller in Serbia, and it has amazing reviews. Thank you.
On behalf of the Tesla Science Foundation for contributing to the legacy of Nikola Tesla, we'd like to present you all with tokens of our appreciation, both for your artistic and creative work, and for those who stand behind our artists and support them. Okay, give me one moment to get to the right spot. Next up, we have Jadranko Danilovic. Jadranko? Mr. Danilovic is a civil engineer. He's been teaching at high school in Amsterdam for the past 25 years as a subject matter expert in technology and science. He's been working with gifted and talented children. For gifted and talented children, he's initiated 2 clubs, Rocket Club Tesla and Innovation Club Tesla. He's the winner of 5 science Olympiads in the Netherlands, 1 world championship, and many more. He is an honorary editor in the Science magazine of the Netherlands. Welcome.
Nešto za našu dušu, svi ćete me sigurno razumeti. Jedna lepa priča dolazi iz Holandije, iz Amsterdama. U originalu priča traje 13-14 godina, a ja od amsterdamskog potpolublja, godina od risanja, nerazumevanja, nepoverenja do prve iskorištene šanse, do prve medalje i vrata se polako otvaraju. Svaki novi uspeh za nas je nova motivacija, svaka nova medalja, novo samopouzdanje. Prepoznatljiv je naš Tesla logo od Londona do Houstona, od Kopenhagena do Pekinga, od Milana do Bukurešta, na mnogim svjetskim science olimpijadama i svjetskim prvenstvima. Od našeg uspešno lansiranog satelita u vojnoj bazi u Holandiji do grafen solar panela koji struju prave ne samo u sunčanim nego i u kišnim periodama, od naše kvantum tunneling diskoteke do plave energije dobijene iz slatke i slane vode. Verujući u Teslino pravilo kompenzacije da se prave nagrade, da su proporcionalne radu i odisanju, stigo smo mi i do prvenstva sveta i tamo kroz trnje do zvezda đaci našeg kluba Tesla napraviše najbolju konstrukciju padobrana na svetu i to u društvu najjačih, najboljih i verovatno najbogatijih. A čitava ta priča krenula je od moje osnovne škole Nikola Tesla u Derventi, Republika Srpska, da se razumemo, i mog prvog projekta iz opšte tehničkog obrazovanja. Nešto što je trebalo da liči na Teslin brodić, ne vrlo loše napravljeno od šperploče, ali zato vrlo brzo se transformisao u Titanik. A danas đaci inovativnog kluba Tesla napraviše taj famozni Teslin brodić koji treba u bliskoj budućnosti da po amsterdamskim kanalima čisti plastični otpad. Sem redovne nastave 25 godina kao profesor, tu su i 2 kluba, Svetska, a naša, inovativni klub Tesla i raket klub Tesla. Oba kluba sam uspio uvrstiti kao poseban nastavni program predmet za nadarenu i talentovanu decu u Holandiji. A preko 400 učenika svih ovih godina je opravdalo učešće u Teslina 2 kluba, dokazavši se na mnogim olimpijadama i svjetskim prvenstvima. Tesla je naša inspiracija i putokaz. On nas motiviše da budemo bolji od drugih, da u najboljem svetlu predstavljamo naš narod, da promenimo pomalo negativnu sliku o nama, da mi budemo pravi ambasadori, jer to i jesmo, da zainteresujemo, da motivišemo decu da uđu u Teslino kolo. Hvala Nikoli, Peđi, Srđanu, Nahadi na gostoprimstvu, hvala Nikoli Tesli na transfuziji genijalnih ideja i hvala svima vama, nama ovde koji znamo šta hoćemo i šta možemo. Ko sme, taj može. Ko ne zna za strah, taj ide napred. Hvala vam.
Thank you for all you have done to contribute to the legacy of Nikola Tesla. We have 2 acknowledgements. One is for you and one is for your Tesla Club. Okay, next up we have Slobodan Jovic. He received his bachelor's degree at the University of Linguistics in Belgrade. He teaches Serbian language and literature at the elementary school, Sveti Sava. He established the Tesla Club in his school with the goal to continue promoting the legacy of Tesla. He also founded the First Board Theater in 2014. He's written and directed several theater plays as well as short and documentary films for children and adults. He received awards for screenwriting and directing in Serbia and abroad. Welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests and participants in this conference, my name is Slobodan Jotic and I work as a teacher at the elementary school Sveti Sava in Požarevac. Basic orientation of my school is to respect tradition, of course, and cultural heritage, and to draw strength from them for new, innovative, and modern trends in education. In addition to the many projects in which the school participated this school year, at the suggestion of Mr. Nikola Lončar, we founded Tesla Club. We immediately defined the main goals. Next slide, please. Okay, our mission is to ignite curiosity, foster innovation, and inspire passion for science, technology, and engineering. Next slide. Our vision is to create a dynamic educational community where students are dedicated to an innovative environment that celebrates the legacy and spirit of Nikola Tesla. We immediately want to create a visual identity for the club. Next slide. And this is how this logo was born. The idea of the logo is to symbolize the spirit of Tesla's heritage. Next slide, please. We have defined the activities that the club will implement, that will be those workshops and respectable classes, visits to museum and science parks, theater performances, of course, and movies, mentoring lectures and projects. Next slide. Our activities aim to engage students in particular application of STEM concepts. So, I want to present some of the activities that we have implemented in these last few months. We are a young organization. We exist just a couple of months. So, first is a workshop with third grade students on the topic of electricity. Next slide. That is the visit to the Nikola Tesla Museum in Belgrade with students of older classes. Next slide. Next is respectable Serbian language lesson. That is the class of Serbian language literature on the topic on the autobiography, My Inventions of Nikola Tesla. Next. That is the class of Technique and Technology. Class based on the topic on turbines and hydropower plants. Next is my class, the class community on the topic we are all Nikola or we are all Tesla. You have that mustaches on my kids. And for the end, next slide, we shot a short feature film, I'm Nikola, in which fifth grade students participated and who was filming and post-productive the lasted 2 months. So I want to represent at premiere that trailer for that movie, so I can ask colleague to start the trailer, please. No, trailer is about the next slide. With the music, with tone. So I proudly can say that we finished film 2 days ago, and if you want to watch the whole movie, that's approximately 70 minutes short movie, you can do it on website web presentation of elementary school Sveti Sava in Požega. So thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
So first of all, thank you for your contributions to the legacy of Nikola Tesla, but most importantly, thank you for your Okay, but most importantly, in a world where science educators are getting harder and harder to find, thank you for your dedication to our students. We have 2 appreciations for you today. One is for yourself and one is for your school. Okay, we are running on schedule, which is great news. And so right now we're going to take a brief respite to let you stretch your legs and get some coffee if you would like. And we'll be back in about 10 minutes.
Probably, I have here. Yes. Oh, yes, that's all. Yeah, there's a presentation. Yeah. You can take your time. Yeah, it will be right. Pointer. Yeah, you will have this is there. So it will be okay. Don't worry.
In colors. No.
We will try it best that we can.
Check 1, 2. 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 Check 1, 2.
Ovo si privatno dobro.
Od onoga dana kada čovečanstvo bude gledalo na prirodu iz drugačijeg ugla, napredovaće za 10 godina kao što su napredovali do tada.
Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2.
Nikola Tesla prophesied, from the day when humanity will look at nature from a different angle, they will progress in 10 years as they have progressed up to that time.
Tesla je prorekao, od onoga dana kada čovečanstvo bude gledalo na prirodu iz drugačijeg ugla, napredovaće za 10 godina kao što su napredovali do tada. Tesla je prorekao, od onoga dana kada čovečanstvo bude gledalo na prirodu iz drugačijeg ugla, napredovaće za 10 godina kao što su napredovali do tada. Tesla je prorekao, od onoga dana kada čovečanstvo bude gledalo na prirodu iz drugačijeg ugla, napredovaće za 10 godina kao što su napredovali do tada.
Nikola Tesla prophesied, from the day when humanity will look at nature from a different angle, they will progress in 10 years as they have progressed up to that time.
And now we have two solo pieces from Milamanic here representing Serbia.
Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. 1, 2. This is mic 2. This is mic 2. Mic 2. Mic 2. Check, 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 check. Mic 2. Mic 2. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. I just have to figure out why I'm not getting sound here. Check, 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 check. Check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2.
Hello to all. We'll continue. Just one question. We have here pointer for the presentation. Did somebody catch it? Take it after presentation. Please. We need to find. Okay.
1, 2.
Testing. Okay.
This is the mic. Right up. Oh, give me a moment.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you, Ashley, and good afternoon to everybody. Thank you for coming to this event today. And as Ashley said, my name is Bob Swain. We'll get right on to it here. Can you all hear me okay with this mic? Okay, good to hear. All right, we're going to talk about Tesla's Egg of Columbus. 2 years ago, I made a presentation on this, so I won't go into why it's called the Egg of Columbus and everything, but it was used he used it in the 1893 Chicago World's Fair to demonstrate the rotating magnetic field. And what is that? Well, that was a way to turn a shaft on a motor. You didn't need a water wheel or water to turn a water wheel. You could turn a shaft with electricity for industry or whatever else you wanted to do do a big grinding wheel, etc. But first motors were basically started by Thomas Edison using what? DC, right? Well, DC motors, if you're familiar with them, if you have a drill at home, you'll look inside the older drills. If you look inside the vent window on a hand drill, you'll see sparks flying. Well, that's a commutator and brushes. The old DC motors, look, any DC motor has this. It complicates the motor, makes it more expensive, and makes it dirty. The idea was to come up with a simple motor that didn't have all that stuff and make a shaft turn and use that for anything. Fan motors, and these days, electric cars, of course. So, again, 1893 World's Fair. If we can advance the slide, please. Thank you. All right. Egg of Columbus, designed and demonstrated at the 1893, oh, thank you, 1893 World's Fair. And this is an actual picture of the table, portion of the table that Tesla had at the World's Fair under George Westinghouse's name. And this is the Egg of Columbus right here. And that's the egg. It's a copper egg. And this is pretty large. This is probably 18 to 24 inches in diameter on a concave base. This is the overall table right here on the right that Tesla was demonstrating. Next one. Next, please. Okay, this is a Tesla's Egg of Columbus that was built in Serbia for the Tesla Science Foundation, and we have it in Narberth, Pennsylvania. I brought it up 2 years ago, but I was really reluctant to again because it's a very quality Tesla Egg of Columbus. And again, there's the egg in the middle, which I placed. This is a still picture, and that's the power supply up above. And real quickly, the egg works, or it rotates here because it comes in with a sine wave, AC sine wave from your receptacle in the wall and splits it. So we're going to see this in actual operation, and there we go. I think my battery's going dead already. So that just goes to show you how important wall electricity is. Next slide, please. And this one should go right into the motion. I'm not sure we're going to see it work. Can you click it again? There we go. Oh, no. Okay. Can you go back? See, the slide's supposed to turn on a video automatically, and I guess it's not doing that. Okay. Go to the next slide. Unfortunately, you're not going to see the video of the egg of Columbus that we have, the good one. This is what the subject is about today. This is a do-it-yourself. And I can tell you the quality egg that you saw that was built, egg of Columbus that you saw built in Serbia, it's priceless. It was handmade and specially made for the Tesla Science Foundation. So they're not sold on the market. I'm going to rough and estimate the price would be maybe $3,000 to $5,000. This, I'll tell you, ladies and gentlemen, right here in River City, can be built for less than $100. So you can have your own Tesla rotating egg at home if you care to. So this is a still picture, and you may not see the video because something's not compatible here, but go to the next slide, and we'll wait just a moment. No such slide. All right, go back to that previous slide. Go back. Yeah, right there. All right. This is similar, but certainly not as quality built, but it works. And you'll get to see it if you come outside to the table just on the other side of this wall. I'll show you how it works. It's got the 4 coils, 1, 2, 3, 4. They're held by a wooden frame, and there's a mirror in the middle, concave, where the egg sits in, a capacitor to give you that second sine wave, which we'll talk about briefly. And you press a button there on the top. There's a doorbell transformer, and voila, for about $80 to $100, you get your own egg, Tesla rotating egg at home. So you can build it at home, relatively simple with the proper tools. Okay, next slide, please. All right, this just tells you, I said there were DC motors. You can see the commutator on the bottom end right there. That's a commutator, and that had brushes, and that's where that complication comes in. Next slide. This is an outline of an AC motor. There's no commutator. There's just a shaft with a metallic rotor here inside a frame. As you see, there's no commutator, no brushes, only bearings. So that's the goal, to get a simple motor, an induction motor. Next slide. This is a picture of a larger AC motor. Again, the shaft, the rotor, the bearings, and that's all you need, the frame with the coils in it. Next slide. This is the diagram to build your own. It's roughly 7.5 inches there on the inside diameter, 7.5 inches each way, so it's pretty small. The coils are just steel bolts. Don't get aluminum, get steel for the magnetism, and there's a certain length, about 3.5 inches long. Capacitor, you wind these coils with wire to give yourself an electromagnet. Next slide. This is the wiring diagram for it. You buy a plug-in adapter like you use to charge your cell phone. This is a little larger, 24 volts, AC. Don't get the DC one, get the AC one, a push-button doorbell, and then you wind your bolts. Okay, these are the bolts. This is a lot more than what's showing. You put a lot more windings on than just 3. And if you do build this, be absolutely careful you wind it the right way. If you wind it clockwise, depending on which end you look from, and it's not this, one coil wound wrong, your motor, your shaft won't turn. So just follow the way it looks here. I've got hard copies of this outside, not that many, but if anyone's interested in it. All right, next slide. And this is just a quick bill of material. wood frame, 1.5" pine, wood-based plywood or masonite, power supply, 120 to 24 volts, plug in the wall, make it safe, doorbell push button, bolt coils, use number 24 insulated hookup wire, pretty common, off of Amazon. Capacitor, this is a little tricky device. This is what you get that second sine wave from that makes that rotating field. And the bolts, hardware for coils, see the drawing, and a phi top. This is the egg in the mirror. It's a concave mirror, and they sell that from Amazon. You can get that also. So with those items and a little bit of luck and some time, you'll get it. Next slide, please. This is just a neat way to wind the coil. That's the bolt, one of the 4 bolts. Just a little jig made out of wood. There's the wire on the spool. It's better to do it with 2 people, 1 person holding the drill, a variable speed drill. Keep the speed down low. Somebody just sort of holds the base here and slowly turn the drill and wind 6 layers of this wire. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Be sure and know what direction that wire is wrapped on that bolt. Next slide. Okay, real quick, this is what I was saying. You come in with the first slide, alternating current, AC sine wave. The capacitor splits off a second sine wave that travels in time with the first, 90 degrees apart. Remember, in time, they're separated as well as degrees. And you'll see up on the top right-hand corner, actually the motion as the rotor turns and gives you AC. Next slide. But you have to put in that capacitor. This is just a diagram. Again, you see the 4 coils? They're just shaped a little different, but those arrows are what they call vectors. It's the magnetic vector of each coil as the wave goes by, and the summation of those vectors on the left is the magnetic vector on the right, and that shows the magnetic force itself rotating. So mathematically, you see a magnetic field rotate, but you can imagine the vector rotating, and that's the magnetic field. Next slide. And this is a prototype, if you will, or a replica of Tesla's AC motor that he showed in his patent, and a copy of his patent is on the right. So there you can see the 4 coils separated there on his motor, the pulley, and on the right is the generator. It's not in this picture. So this is what Tesla used as his patent in May 1st, 1888 to get that. And then George Westinghouse bought his patents and helped Westinghouse Electric get off to a start. Next slide, please. And just want to say thanks to Nikola Tesla, we have generators up at Niagara Falls. We have transmission lines that crisscross the country that provide us the comforts we have. AC motors are used to drive industry and everything else now, cars, etc. Next slide. And for those of you who have or have not been to Niagara Falls, of course, Tesla is honored up there with these statues on the Canadian side, on the American side on the left, because he was instrumental in the design and concepts for George Westinghouse to build the generators that powered Niagara Falls and supplied power to Buffalo, New York. And that was the start. Next slide. Thank you very much for listening, and come out right outside when you get a chance. Thank you.
Okay, Bob, on behalf of the Tesla Science Foundation, thank you for your work and contributions in the legacy of Nikola Tesla.
Thank you very much.
Our next presenter
Niksha Dobre is a writer, football expert, a singer-songwriter, and a businessman who has been recognized for a modern approach in teaching philosophy of life. He has written the script for his play, multimedia performance, Purification, and also recorded and released 35 musical tracks. Niksha is the author of 4 professional books about football. He received all the praise and recognition for the main roles in the short movie Angel. He's the author of 3 novels, Rift Between Two Worlds, Purification, and Sophia's Bliss. He has been awarded the Golden Badge for representing Serbia in the world, which is given by the cultural and educational community, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Culture in Serbia. He is the only Serbian living outside of Serbia to receive this prestigious award in the last 47 years. Welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Tesla people. How beautiful is this amazing morning and hear all these beautiful speeches and to be connected with such a great man as Nikola Tesla. I would like to talk about Nikola from different perspective, if you allowed me, because we heard so many nice achievements that Mr. Tesla left to humanity. But there's probably 5% of the people that when you mention about Nikola Tesla, about his thoughts about the vibration or energy, or they have no clue what's going on and what Nikola Tesla was actually talking about. So I'm going to just start from his quote and that is probably one profound thing that you can hear since 2012 so many people talking about, and that quote, it goes that we are all one, only egos, beliefs, and fear separate us. So what Nikola Tesla wanted to tell us in that time, and that is 150 years ago, and you can imagine to just think about such a things, and since consciousness to the people was in totally different level, as well as the other people that actually was saying the same. And why belief system? Faith is something that we all can relate it to, and we can believe in whatever we want to believe. But when you talk about the programs actually that our belief system is something that we are born into it. So for example, if I was born in China, I would prefer to probably be a Buddhist, or if I'm in India, I would be probably a different religion, or if you're in Afghanistan, you will be pray to Allah, as well as we are here, any religion. Meaning, when we come in this world, we are bombarding with so many layers of the programs that comes with that, meaning also religiously, spiritually, politically, not only that, but as well also the program that we inherited from our genes, from the mom and dad, and other social things. So ego is melting us actually, and ego is making this avatar that we are creating and that we going through the world, that helping us to survive. And those programs are molding us on a totally different level that our subconsciousness can't come on the surface if we don't reach for it. So what Nikola Tesla is also saying, that realizing and raising the vibration on the level that is are able to recognize that, since we are here as a mind, spirit, and the body, mind, spirit, and the body. So mind and the body is the realm of the physical activities in the physical realm of the three-dimensional world that we're living. But when you discover, when you high and raise your vibration, that Nikola Tesla says many times, not only him, that others people too. So when you raise your vibration and find the sense of the consciousness on the higher level, then you really truly find who you are, actually what you are, that I would say. So Nikola Tesla, when we said what we are, actually who we are is your name and the title, it's your social security number, your banking account, but what you are is the amount of the light that you're carrying in yourself. So through my teaching and my experience, through my, I guess, wisdom that you get to the life, I try to connect that to the people. That actually is vibrational level of each one of us, that raising that consciousness vibration that make us what we are. So when you realize what you are in yourself, then you're connected with a higher source, and that's the beauty of it. So Nikola Tesla says that ego, that's when I said it's not what you are, it's who you are, because molding that what you are and making that ego around you actually is separates you for truly being. When you say human being, human, there's the two words, that there's a human physical and there's the being spiritual realm of the existence that we all possess. So this doesn't just comes from Nikola Tesla. There is the, and we go way back in the time of the ancient Greeks and Egypt, that in ancient Greeks actually had a god that is called Hermes, and Hermes of the tree world, Trismegistus. I always have a problem to say that second name, that also was the founder of the Hermetic principles that is telling us and teaching us since that time. So you look how back we're going, that everything is a correspondence, and that's the actually connection. As above, so below as above. And then you have vibration, that nothing stays still, that everything vibrated. Then there's the principle of polarity. Everything is dual, meaning that when you have love and the hate, the black and the white, the temperature, cold and the hot, that's the cold and hot is the same temperature, but it's totally different polarity. So everything has duality, and there's the cause and effect, meaning that every cause has an effect and every effect has its cause. And there's one more Hermetic principles, that is the principle of the genders, that everything exists as a feminine and a masculine in us and everything else. So when you go through all those principles and says, like, now we're coming to the Nikola Tesla, who said if you want to discover the universe, then you should know that everything is energy, vibration, and frequency. So from where that coming from? So look how far. So you could be going all the way back into Egypt, you go all the way back to Alexandria, and you're coming to Nikola Tesla, and you're coming to this day, that quantum science, quantum physics, metaphysics, and they are all science that you have in the modern science says that it's the same. So what that tells us? How long we were living in the dark. And not only that tells us, it tells us that you can imagine how it was hard, for example, for as a prophets, like Buddha, as a Jesus Christ. In the time of Alexandria, you had the major philosophers who were actually following one of the biggest religions in that time, that is called Sophianism. Sophianism was also, in a Greek, Sophia means the wisdom, but in a Christian Orthodox religion, it's three parts of it, and in Saint Sophia has the three parts of it: wisdom, love, and faith. But why and where I'm going with this is I wanted to try to have your perspective how far and difficult it was for the Jesus Christ to be understanding that time when he said, when I'm and the Sophia are one, then I'm one with the God. What he was thinking about is actually your life source that exists in you. So your life energy, the modern science would like to say, but and now that we heard, and I think one of the doctor, he has his representation and show us on the billboard the impact energy on our aura, impact energy on ourselves, impact energy on each other's when we meet with each other's. So Jesus Christ knew about that. I know that for some, when we will learn and have that programs, right, that we can talk about the God or Jesus Christ only to the church, but you can't talk about yourself. But making the point is when Nikola Tesla said that raising vibrations are giving you spiritual realm on a different level, that he was able to get in the knowledge that we can't even comprehend today. There is the 150 years ago before him, and there's still patterns in his work that we barely can even not only recognize, but we're not ready for it. So what I try to say that in that time of the Jesus Christ, on the biggest philosophers as Plato, as Aristotle, and it was difficult in the time of the Nikola Tesla. It's even difficult today, but it's interesting that since 2012, a lot of things is changing, and the people don't understand why is it changing. Changing as simple as that, because it's the process of the earth that it took 60,000 years that goes around her own journey and to the energetical level. And when it comes in, and again, we're talking about energy, that's why we are connected. And when you see 432, that's the love energy. There's nothing else than that. So after 2012, so after 60,000 years, Earth has impact on all of us, and ability that we raise our consciously on the level that we can recognize what is good, what is bad, but we couldn't do it. That before we went always like to the different density, we went through the life. When I said different density, meaning not that if just that you can understand, there's the first density that everything, the matter, right? This is the matter. My microphone is the matter that becomes energy when there's a release it. There's the second density that is bringing the life on this earth, and that's the plants and the animals. And plants has their own pattern of the behaviors and the life in them in their own world, the same as animals. And we were in the third density, but after 60,000 years, we had opportunity finally to change that density and bring it on the fourth and the fifth level. That's the 5D that you and everybody else, you realize that we have now the cell phones that we're talking about is the different realm of the consciousness. It's not even the density, it's the consciousness of the race and vibration that energetically just has an impact in humanity. So when we combine all this, and this is just a part of it that I want to share with you today, because there's much more, and if I go deeper and deeper, we can spend hours and hours here. But the point is all one. So when you have, and I'm gonna, when we have such a amazing soul, if I can say, who came here and gave everything to the humanity as a Nikola Tesla, the guy who, and people like to say or just mention, died poor in this hotel here. And I always said, is it really true that he died poor? Maybe it was poor for us, because we're looking for the perspective of the physicality. But I'm sure that he transitioned in other realm of the existence in a happy and beautiful way, because he left so much to humanity, but he didn't ask for anything. He could be the most richest guy. So what that tells you, that actually this guy, this soul, lived and left everything that he could for us, that we can live here in the better world, like many scientists and many other people, many other prophets or philosophers. So when somebody say peace can come only as a natural consequences of a universe alignment, as Nikola Tesla says, meaning that peace is depending not on the collectivity that say, okay, now we're going to get in union and we're going to become all one, that I just start this. So it's not, okay, let's get together like a horde of the animals and we can become, no, there is a individual consciousness level opportunity for each one of us to work on our traumas, on our consciousness level, to understand that we are in the matrix and that we are in that programs that gives people and put people in totally different position, not understanding real life, when I said, not understanding their own existence. And I'm going to continue with one little things, what he said, and I'm sure that you're going to understand. And because it's not only that we're talking about the physical things, what he left to us, but the messages that he learned through his journey also are profound, and people really don't understand on the right way. And what is a person without the peace in the soul, separate from divine grace? He fully tries to find comfort in material things. There's no comfort there. It is bottomless pit. More, give more, and in the end, emptiness again. When the soul becomes a calm sea, then healing begins. Remember that. It is a golden rule that the source of the most disease in the spirit, so the spirit can overcome most diseases. So this is again what physically our friends and the colleagues that they were here to give you the speech shows you how energy has an impact. We have the people like, Reiki teachers and others and masters that energetically they impact in other person and healing that person. But not only healing them, you healed yourself. And I believe in 30 or 50 years you're going to have universities that's going to be more and more and more, and the modern science will be, put it on the way. Because I'm going in totally different, it's so much that it's amazing how beautiful it is. So basically, Nikola Tesla shared just a part of his existence as a scientist, but other part is all pure love. And the love that he shared for some people was hard to believe in that time, even today, that he was able to talk with a pigeon. It's like, probably that he didn't have so much behind him, he would be a crazy guy. But that's not the truth. He was able to talk with the thunders. And somebody asked, how come? It's all about. When you raise your vibration on the level that you can give to humanity and yourself and recognize everything around you, that's the most beautiful things. So thank you one more time, and thank you very much, all of you, for listening. But I just want to thank also Nikola for all these beautiful people to come together. I want to thank to the Consul of Serbian Embassy that he's with us and support this. And also I want to thanks to my friend Dragan Kovacic, who did so much for the Serbian people in East Coast, and for his work and his team in the embassy. That it's really admirable, and I would like to acknowledge that. Thank you all.
And we want to thank you from the Tesla Science Foundation, hold on one moment, for your contributions to the legacy of Nikola Tesla. Thank you very much. Okay, our next presenter is Kristen Iverson, and she is a professor of English at University of Cincinnati, where she also serves as the nonfiction editor of the Cincinnati Review. She holds a PhD from the University of Denver and has taught at universities around the US and in Scotland, Mexico, Norway. The author and editor of many award-winning books, she is also a filmmaker and a Fulbright scholar. Iverson spent 9 years researching the life of Nikola Tesla for her forthcoming book, Friend and Faithful Stranger, Nikola Tesla in the Gilded Age. Dr. Iverson?
Okay, thank you so much for being here, and I am honored and delighted to be here with you today. And, okay. All right, I'm going to show you. I'm going to be relatively brief. I have been researching the life and work of Nikola Tesla for almost 10 years. I have traveled to every place on the planet where Nikola Tesla has ever lived or worked or studied. We just moved more than 1,000 pounds of research to my office in Cincinnati, and that doesn't even include all the things that I have electronically. I've tried to look at every single piece of Nikola Tesla's life and work. What I'm doing with this book, I am looking at the life of Nikola Tesla, the work of Nikola Tesla, and the context of that life and that work. I'm interested in his colleagues, his friends, his associates, his assistants, so many people. He knew so many people here in New York and beyond. And so what I'm going to talk about today, because we have such a limited amount of time, I thought it might be fun to talk about Nikola's life here in Manhattan. He spent most of his life in New York. So I'm going to give you a quick tour of Nikola Tesla's Manhattan with a couple of side notes here. So first slide, please. That's the title of my book. It's forthcoming from Crown Random House, Nikola Tesla, Friend and Faithful Stranger, which was a phrase that his dear friend Robert Johnson used, Nikola Tesla in the Gilded Age. Next, please. So Nikola Tesla arrived in New York in June of 1884. He asked directions from a policeman to a specific address in Manhattan. And this is a very interesting quote about that time. His first home in America was a garden which Tesla decorated in the continental fashion with colored glass balls on sticks. Children broke in and stole the balls, so Tesla replaced them with metal ones. And this is a very interesting interview where he talks about the first place that he lived here in Manhattan. Next slide, please. The next place where he lived is the Astor House Hotel in Manhattan on Broadway. This hotel was built in 1836 and torn down in 1913. When it was built, it soon became the best-known hotel in America. This was built by John Jacob Astor, the older John Jacob Astor, who made his money as a fur trader. This is a remarkable hotel. I kind of geek out on the architecture of these beautiful old hotels. And again, I want to emphasize each one of these places has a circle of Tesla's friends, acquaintances, people he worked with. So each place has lots of stories around it. But I can't tell you, I don't have time to tell you all the stories, so I'm just going to show you the places. This was an amazing hotel. It had 309 rooms and 5 stories. It had gas lights. The gas was produced in the hotel's own plant. And bathing and toilet facilities on every floor, which was a big deal at that time. 120 people on staff. And like I said, sadly, this hotel was demolished in 1926. Next slide is in Pittsburgh. I'm going to just take a little side note to Pittsburgh here. When Tesla was in Pittsburgh, working with George Westinghouse, he often stayed at the Duquesne, which is still there today. It's an amazing place. It's beautiful. It's a very private and exclusive hotel. It's now a private club. And then he also stayed at the Metropolitan Hotel. And one thing that's in the archive that's really great to look at is he took notes for some of the work that he was doing at the time with Westinghouse engineers on the hotel stationery from these hotels. This hotel, he worked with George Westinghouse and the Westinghouse engineers here, and they often met here in the club there, kind of like the Players Club here in Manhattan. And Nikola Tesla loved big hotels, and he loved to be high above the city. And I think that's just so fascinating. He loved to be able to look out and see the city, and he loved to be high above all the activity. He loved the idea that there was a lot of activity on the street and things going on in the street and also in the lobby, but he was high above it where it was quiet, and he felt that the air was fresher and cleaner up there. Of course, all of these hotels had really great support facilities, just very practically speaking. They had great restaurants, they had barbershops, all sorts of things that were helpful to him at the time. So that's the Duquesne. Oh. Could you go back? Oh, okay, here we go. Stay there for a second. Thank you. Here is the Gerlach Hotel, the Hotel Gerlach. He lived here for 6 years. This is on 27th Street on the north side between Broadway and 6th Avenue in Manhattan. Another important point with all of these hotels is that he could walk everywhere. All the places that he wanted and needed to go, his laboratory. He spent a lot of time at the New York Public Library, a lot of time in the parks, at Bryant Park, for example, and it was all very walkable. The Gerlach was a beautiful hotel with elevators, electric lights, beautiful dining room, and I've got a fun quote from this in 1894. A reporter from the Wichita Eagle noted that although Nikola Tesla has, quote, bachelor quarters at the Gerlach on West 27th Street, he almost always can be found at Delmonico's for breakfast and supper. So this hotel is still standing. You can go see it today, and it's now called the Radio Wave Building in honor of Nikola Tesla. Next, I have, just for fun, a couple of photos of Delmonico's and Sherry's, which were Tesla's favorite places to dine. Delmonico's in particular, and you can go to Delmonico's today, or a version of Delmonico's. And when he was sort of at the height of his social life here in Manhattan, and he was a very social man, he would have dinners at Delmonico's and then take people to his laboratory either before or after. And there are just so many great accounts of this time. He knew the chefs personally. And Nikola Tesla also had several recipes of his own that he really liked that he brought from Serbia. And he would ask the chefs to make those Serbian recipes for him and for his guests. So, and we have some of those recipes today. Arthur Brisbane, who was a reporter from the New York World, described Tesla when they did an interview at Delmonico's as, quote, almost the tallest, certainly the thinnest, and certainly the most serious man who goes to Delmonico's regularly. So that's kind of a fun quote. Next, please. This is a photo of the players in Gramercy Park. You can also go here. I'm not going to go into great detail here except to say that this is a very important part of Tesla's life, a very important part of the story. This is a club for actors, musicians. It was started by Edwin Booth, the great Shakespearean actor Edwin Booth. And then they expanded it and they wanted to include scientists and inventors. And so Tesla was invited to become a member. He spent a lot of time there with Mark Twain, many other writers and artists, and it's a really, really great part of the story. And it's a beautiful building that is still there today. I want to mention the Alta Vista Hotel in Colorado Springs. As you all know, Nikola Tesla had a laboratory for a little less than a year in Colorado Springs, for about 8 months. And during that time, where he did some of his most important work, he stayed at the Alta Vista Hotel in Colorado Springs. At that point in time, Colorado Springs was a very important community. A lot of people came there from New York. It's a very famous tourist place. And it has just a wonderful history, and it's set against the backdrop of the Rocky Mountains. It's quite beautiful. The mountains are right there, and he did a lot of experimentation actually going up on the mountain. And we've got some great interviews from that particular period of time. This hotel was built in 1889, just a few blocks from the train station. He liked to be able to walk, but he would have to take a carriage up to some of his experimental sites. This hotel is 4 stories high. It was the best hotel in the city, and it was advertised as, quote, nature's great outside with every room. This hotel was demolished in 1962, and unfortunately it's no longer there, but there is a site where his laboratory was in Colorado Springs, and you can still go there, and there's a plaque there that recognizes that. Next slide, please. So next we have the Waldorf Astoria, probably the most famous part of the story. When Tesla returned to New York from Colorado, he moved to the Waldorf Astoria Hotel on Fifth Avenue. He lived in room 470, and he lived here for more than 20 years. The Waldorf Astoria, as you may know, originated as two hotels, one built by William Waldorf Astor, and then John Jacob Astor IV, who became a close friend and colleague and supporter of Nikola Tesla. And there's so much to say about his relationship with John Jacob Astor. I will just say briefly, one of the more interesting aspects of their friendship is not only were they both inventors, but they were both very interested in science fiction. And John Jacob Astor wrote a book of science fiction during the time that he knew Tesla, so that's kind of neat. This hotel was demolished in 1929 to make way for the construction of the Empire State Building, which, by the way, when Tesla was here living in this hotel, he could see that through his hotel window here. And I like to think that maybe he was thinking about all the great times he had at the Waldorf Astoria when he was there all those years. Next, I think, oh, there's another photo of old Waldorf Astoria. There's some wonderful old postcards, too, about these hotels. Next slide, please. I want to just briefly touch on the Blackstone Hotel, which is where Tesla stayed when he was in Chicago. For part of 1917 and part of 1918, he stayed at this hotel at the corner, right on Michigan. This hotel was built in 1910, is still standing today, and there are all sorts of wonderful stories about this hotel, including the fact that Al Capone used to get his haircut in the barbershop there. Okay, next please. This is the Hotel St. Regis, where Nikola Tesla lived from 1918 to 1923. When he left the Waldorf Astoria, and of course John Jacob Astor went down on the Titanic, when Tesla left the Waldorf Astoria, he moved to the Hotel St. Regis near Fifth Avenue, where he lived for 5 years in room 1607. This hotel had also been built by his friend John Jacob Astor IV. This hotel is still standing today. It's very prestigious. It's really wonderful to take a look at the architecture. It's basically unchanged inside and out, but it also, again, is a very kind of private and exclusive residence now. In 1921, Jacob Astor's son Vincent, whom Tesla also knew, added an 18-story annex, giving this hotel a capacity of 450 rooms, which is what it has today. Next slide, please. From the Hotel St. Regis, where he had lived for 5 years, he moved to the Hotel Marguerite. Now, he was at this hotel. These are all really close to this hotel here. We could do a walking tour of all of them. He spent less than a year here. This is on the west side of Park Avenue, not far from Bryant Park, not far from the New York Public Library. This was built in 1917, demolished in 1947. Tesla did not stay here very long, and I think part of it was that it really was more like a very nice apartment building. It didn't have all the facilities that some of the other hotels had. It was a little bit harder to get to, and he was only there for a very, very short time. You may have heard a lot of stories about, I just have to add this, Nikola Tesla and pigeons and hotels. If you've read some of that or seen some of that, all I'm going to say at this point is take it with a little grain of salt. The story is much bigger than that, and I will emphasize that Nikola Tesla did love animals, and he was one of the people who started the Humane Society here in New York City. So it's a much bigger story than pigeons at his windowsill. Okay, next hotel, please. He then stayed at the Hotel Pennsylvania, 1925 to 1930. This is on the 7th Avenue. He lived on the 15th floor. This hotel had more than 2,000 rooms, shops, restaurants, and its own newspaper. It was once the largest hotel in the country. Opened in 1919, it had been designed by the architectural firm of McKim, Mead, and White. And you may know the story of Stanford White, the architect, who was also a close friend of Nikola Tesla, and he was murdered on the roof of Madison Square Gardens in 1907. Nikola Tesla served as a pallbearer at his funeral. It's quite an interesting story there. This hotel, the Hotel Pennsylvania, was a virtual city within a city with Turkish baths, swimming pools, a barbershop, and a library featuring 4,000 knot volumes, a telephone exchange with 60 operators. It really is remarkable, and it became famous as a jazz club. Tesla was very good friends with the manager, Robert Flandreau. This hotel, sadly, was closed in 2020 and demolished in 2023. And this is a part of Manhattan history, New York history, that I strongly feel should have been preserved. Next hotel. So from 1930 to 1933, Tesla lived at the Hotel Governor Clinton. This was named after George Clinton, the first governor of New York State. He had a room on the 20th floor, and this hotel was on 7th Avenue. this hotel, built in 1929, is still standing today. And then finally, I'm going to bring us up to where we are right now, to the Hotel New Yorker, where, as you may know, Tesla lived in rooms 3327 and 3328. He lived in this hotel here for 9 years until his death in 1943. This hotel was built at the height of the Jazz Age. At the time, it was the largest hotel in New York City, the nation's largest private power plant. It had a hospital, an indoor skating rink, 20 desk clerks, 23 elevator operators, and a personal secretary for each floor, 10 private dining salons, 5 restaurants, 35 master cooks, and a barber shop with 42 chairs. And as I mentioned, America's largest power plant at the time in the sub-basement. So I'm going to end here. I just wanted to give you just a little taste of Nikola Tesla's life here in Manhattan and what that life might have been like. He had different laboratories here, and in the book I get into all of that as well. And my intention with this book is to build a full picture of Nikola Tesla's life in so many ways, the context of his life historically and culturally, as well as celebrate his remarkable achievements and his truly unusual and fascinating personality. He had many, many close friends here in New York who were writers, artists, painters, male and female friends, and it's really just stunning. It's very exciting work. So thank you so much. I hope this gives you just a little bit of a picture of what I'm working on. Thank you.
So on behalf of Tesla Science Foundation, I present you with this certificate and a gold medal. For all your achievements. Thank you. Our next presenter is Radmila Sataric, graduated from the Faculty of Philosophy, Department of Yugoslav Literature in Novi Sad. She worked as a professor of Serbian language and literature in Belgrade and Novi Sad. She is a member of the Writers Association of Serbia. In her pedagogical work, she was engaged in a number of cultural activities. She organized school forums wherein our world-class scientists Nikola Tesla, Mihailo Pupin, and Mileva Maric-Einstein were discussed. Radmila Sataric is the author of 7 novels, radio drama, 2 collections of poetry, a calendar for children, and many, many more. Special features are 2 novels about Tesla and Mihailo Pupin. Her novels have been nominated for NIN Magazine Liturgy Awards. She is actively engaged in literary work, and she lives in Novi Sad with her family. Is there an option to get mic fixated, or can we turn this one on? I'm not sure.
Good morning, everybody. I'm very happy to be here. Thanks very much for Mr. Nikola Lončar for his organizing this important conference. Novel, Nikola Tesla, Inspiration, Niagara. Even as a boy, Nikola Tesla dreamed of doing something particularly valuable and most importantly something to do with the Niagara River or Niagara Falls. He read about the river, got to know its waterfalls, fantasized about their power while working in the Gospic Library. He imagined that he could hear its noise, the mass of water with the power to set a miracle in motion. And he believed that his power, in addition to looking fantastic, must also hold a useful fascination for men. The power of the river, its sparkling waterfalls, reached Tesla's dreams and filled him with exhilaration. If the mountain streams can be so swift and set the mills to work, what other wonder can Niagara create? Niagara was a river close to Nicola's heart, but objectively too far from his hometown of Gospic to be able to do something with it. And then the conclusion revealed itself to him. All rivers are close, and each river has within itself something of the strength and beauty of the other rivers. So what makes Niagara special? It is the plateau from which it plunges into the crystal sparkling waterfalls that amaze the eyes and ears. How to explain the magic it holds, which challenges children's imagination and encompasses adult thoughts? River gives life, and they nourish people, and man is required to return something of this generosity, perhaps in the form of a song not unlike an ode. Songs have been dedicated to rivers meandering through regions and cities. Time and again, poets have weaved their lives into those of rivers, bestowing upon them the most beautiful of words. The very name of the Niagara River is special, melodious, harmonious, and challenging to think about in another slightly different way. Separated into syllables, the name of the river acts like its divine waterfalls, Na-ya-gra. The impression is that each syllable pours from the shape of an arch into the mass of water, accompanied by a lyrical color tone that eventually merges into a common roar of the intertwining water crystals in ecstasy. Is Niagara a monument to the transformation of music into power and energy? Who came first, the inspired or the inspirer, the energy or the music? Which impressions was the first to reach Nikola Tesla? It appears that auditory impressions with some special properties in the form of tonal records reached Tesla's and took over his entire being, permitting new ideas to form within him. The inventor's mind transformed the music produced by the waterfalls into a visual impressions, a mind which had already connected distant world with everything within his reach. How to bestow upon Niagara crown, a gift for all the magnificent artistry of a turbulent and noisy mass? What crown is adequate for a river that has selflessly extended its reach to two countries, to America and Canada? Nikola Tesla knew that this crown must have a sparkle even stronger than the brilliance of its waterfalls and a strength greater than its primary strength. A secondary reaction would be gratitude for its inspiration. This beautiful river will be spoken of as one of the greatest beauties of all time. Nikola turned Niagara into a mother brimming with strength, who will bring into the world an offspring with the tremendous potential to hold the world in connection and unity. The strength is the strength of the tiger. Just as Rhean nursed Romulus and Remus, so Niagara, that tigress mother, have built to a tiger who entered life tame and focused on the welfare of the world. She gave him her white frothy milk for eternity, to be strong and inexhaustible, to feed and warm, to be of service and help, to heal and save, to feed the human race into all the meridians of the world. Nikola Tesla knew that every concept in nature has a connection with some other concept, and that power has deeper roots than those that we initially perceive. The brilliance and energy born from the power of water was the strong in Nikola Tesla's heart. Had someone asked what he required for that song that he bestowed upon the people, what reward expected as a virtuoso, that constructor of a new world, he would have answered, that it is both human happiness that he would feel pulsing through the world. And when happy human hearts unite, it is a force that is indestructible and energy that is unstoppable. If someone had asked him of the gratitude for his benevolence towards the human race, he would probably have said that the greatest gratitude is the use of energy for the benefit of the whole world. Nikola Tesla was a knight of mind and spirit. He approached the river with the colossal waterfalls, embracing them with the love of his mind. He saw their features, measured the dimensions, the strength of the water mass, combed the locks of this ravishing beauty, the Lady of Niagara, who would become a famous vocalist and narrator, an infamous inspirer and benefactor, who would tell the story of the knight who approached her to place a crown on her head without fear that she would reject it. Tesla's energy system is the crown of power plants which feed the subway and train grids on Earth. Westinghouse Electric built power plants at Niagara Falls and marked a complete victory of Tesla's alternating currents. Nikola Tesla combined seemingly incompatible concepts, but he showed that the merry-go-round of the mind is the sweetest carousel and that no one can stop it because it is so individual and so personally owned that there is no investigator who can fathom the secret. Tesla had multidimensional sketches and pictures in his mind. The film about Niagara was present in him as reality, and he played with dynamo generators and power plants to decorate the river with. Even today, Niagara does not seem far to us. Niagara seems to stretch out its hands to every person to touch it. We feel it, we experience the essence of its crystals, its greenish color, as did one man who became close to every person in the world due to his accomplishments, who brought it closer with its speech, songs, melody, story, its consent for being adorned by the crown of her benefactor and the benefactor of the entire world. How many royals of the world would not wish to be followed by such eternal glory as follows the Niagara River? It is only necessary for such a knight to be born again as was the knight Nikola Tesla. Thank you very much.
On behalf of our Tesla Science Foundation, I present you with the gold medal and certificate. Now, we apologize for the delay. We are trying to keep track and stay on track, but some presentations took a little longer. So we also reserve the right to some changes. We have a folklore ensemble Gračanica that has been waiting, ready, dressed up. So if you don't mind, we are doing just a little change in our schedule and to kind of lift our spirits a little bit. So please welcome this beautiful ensemble that was funded in 1997 and under the umbrella of the St. Sava Serbian Orthodox Church of Boston and the leadership of the late Dr. Mirjana Kondić. A group of Serbian folk dance enthusiasts started exploring the rich Serbian folk dancing and music heritage from different parts of former Yugoslavia. Upon arrival of Dr. Đorđe Koljić, a former dancer and assistant choreographer of Krsmanović of Belgrade and Abrašević of Valjevo ensembles, the current irritation of Gračanicas is formed. In addition to becoming widely recognizable for its original choreographies, elaborate costumes, and polished dancing style, the ensemble has also been blessed with leadership of the vocal coach and performer Vasilija Đurović.
This year, Gračanica is proudly celebrating 25th anniversary. Behind them are some 200 plus performances throughout North America, Europe, as well as 2 full-length performing tours of Serbia, most recently in the summer of 2023. Last but not least, Gračanica has been an integral part of the Tesla Spirit Award ceremony. An ensemble performed at the first annual Spirit Award benefit reception in January of 2013. Please help me welcome them. Just amazing. Bravo. And thank you. So just a few housekeeping things again, although I would really like to dance now. We will have 3 more presenters, and then we are making a lunch break. So just announcing that what to expect. So our next presenter is Rada Komazec. She was born 60 kilometers from the birthplace of Nikola Tesla on the other side of the Velebit. She is the director of the publishing house Jedinstvo in Kosovo and Metohija, where she also works as a journalist and publishing editor. She has written hundreds of pages of wonderful feature stories, interviews with prominent figures from the country and the world in the fields of politics, society, and culture, as well as columns for each issue of Jedinstvo. Rada Komazec is the recipient of several domestic and international awards, including the Golden Charter of the Association of Journalists of Serbia. She has been honored 4 times at the International Festival of Reportage and Media and has been repeatedly declared Journalist of the Year in the media house where she works. Additionally, she has received numerous recognitions and letters of merit from institutions and citizens associations. She will be delivering her presentation today in Serbian language with English subtitles.
Poštovani učesnici, poštovaoci lika i dela Nikole Tesle, meni je posebno zadovoljstvo što mogu ovde u hotelu YORKER, gdje je srpski američki naučnik, ali Srbin pre svega, proveo posljednje dane života, mogu da govorim ja, koja se rodila i odrasla u Teslinom zavičaju, a živim na Kosovu i Metohiji. Pre više od 2000 godina upalilo se jedno svetlo. To svetlo je svetlilo i sve se više širilo dok nije obasjalo Judeju i Galileju, a potom išlo na istok do Indije, Kašmira, pa na zapad preko Male Azije, Grčke, Rima, Španije, obasjalo celu Evropu, a onda i čitav svet. Neka bude svetlost, reče Bog, i svetlost bi. Bog je stvorio svetlost kao spoznaju, istinu, kao prostor dobra i ljubavi. Možemo raditi dok ima dnevne svetlosti. Kada dan okrača, a noć se nametne kao gospodarica vremena, nastaje boj između svetla i tame. I svetlo uvek biva pobednik. Onda je Bog dalje širio svetlost preko odabranog naroda, odredivši da se jedne julske noći u kući Božjeg izaslanika Paroha Milutina, sveštenika Srpske pravoslavne crkve, rodi dete koje će svojim umom i znanjem kao dar od Boga širiti dalje svetlost po svetu. Rodio se Nikola Tesla, Srbin iz Like, u krajiškom, plemenitom, junačkom, ali mučeničkom i proganjanom narodu. Iz kolevke je izišao zadojen pravoslavnom verom i nošen iskrom Božje svetlosti. Narod iz kojeg je ponikao Nikola Tesla, britkog je uma, vedrog duha, sa živom i bogatom maštovitošću, a dela koje čini inspirisani su pobudava moralne i duhovne vrednosti, dok je materijalno u drugom planu. Ideali Teslinog naroda su čast, pravda, sloboda i kosovski zavet. Ne veruju da ima prepreka koje ne mogu savladati, a srčanost kojom brane svoje ideale i vizije su snažne i prepoznatljive. Čast i ponos Teslinog naroda je smisao života. Zbog toga se umire i rađa. Zato je odabrani srpski sin sa iskrom božanske vizije širio energiju svetlosti, mira i ljubavi. U svojoj glavi ostao je uvek veran svom krajiškom, prečanskom, ali i svekolikom srpstvu. Teslin narod je čvrst kao kamen, bistar kao gorski otoci, plemenit, velikodušan, trpljiv kao kosovska zemlja, ponosan kao sokolovi iznad Tare, hrabar kao preci mu hajduci i uskoci koji su vekovima branili Evropu od prodora Osmanlija. Onaj koji vekovima se bori za krst časni i slobodu zlatnu, to je Teslin narod. Najraniji pomen Teslinog srpskog naroda pronalazimo kod antičkih pisaca 50. godina nove ere. Preci Teslinog naroda bili su ekonomski i kulturno superiorni, a živeli su od Jonskog do Jadranskog mora na raskrsnici puteva istoka i zapada. Ako pođemo od Smiljana i Kršne Like, duhovna i kulturna svedočanstva Teslinog naroda, oaza u Goštarskom kamenjaru, manastiri Krupa i Krka iz 14. veka, preko kamenite Hercegovine, Tvrdoša, Moštanice, Podnokozare, Fruškogorskih manastira, Mileševe i Ravanice, dolazimo u središte zemlje Teslinog naroda, u kojoj se ugnezdila Gračanica, Pećka patrijaršija, Dečani i Bogorodica Ljeviška. Velelepne zadužbine iz srednjeg veka sa velikom stilskom raznovrsnošću i lepotom živopisa u kojima su krunisani i sahranjivani srpski vladari, pustošeni su, paljeni, pljačkani, ali uprko svemu odoljevaju zubu vremena i nasilju. Kao bisere naređane srednjovekovne manastire gradio je narod koji je rodio planetarnog sina, sina svetlosti, energije mira protiv mraka. Kolevka crkve, države, identiteta Teslinog naroda je tamo gdje se sudaraju svetske i nebeske sile, gdje teče sitnica, lav i beli drim, gdje streme ka nebu vrhovi šar planine, gdje je car poginuo za carstvo nebesko, tamo gdje skakuće kos po crkvenom metohu, gdje je srpsko plemstvo telima pokostilo kosovsku zemlju, na jedinom mestu na svetu gdje raste crveni božur, na Kosovu polju, na Gazimestanu. U čast hrabre srpske vojske u borbi sa Osmanlijama 1389. godine zvonila su zvona na Bogorodičnoj crkvi u Parizu. A 1917. godine u Londonu je održan Kosovski dan u znak sećanja na Kosovsku bitku i na hrabrost srpske vojske u Prvom svetskom ratu. Zadivljen srpskom hrabrošću i srpskom istorijom, ondašnji predsjednik Sjedinjenih Američkih Država, Woodrow Wilson, naložio je da se 28. jula 1918. na Beloj kući, kao i svim ustanovama, institucijama i verskim objektima u Sjedinjenim Američkim Državama, pored američke, istakne i srpska zastava. Tako je upravo ovde u Njujorku 28. jula 1918. godine, dok je još trajao Prvi svjetski rat, održano i pomen sećanja na Kosovsku bitku i odana počast srpskim hrabrim vojnicima u Prvom svjetskom ratu, a u hotelu Astoria prikupilo se 3000 elitnih zvanica. Dakle, gdje god se troje i poje Svetom Savi, gdje se gaji ljubav i tradicija proistekla iz Kosovskog zaveta, predanja i sećanja na svetorodnu dinastiju Nemanjića i praznovanje krsne slave, tu je srpski narod. Vreme govori, a ljudi pamte. Tamo gdje su prela i posela, legende, mistike, najlepše ispevane epske i lirske pesme kojima se je divio Gete i nazvao ih riznicom, biserima u riznici evropske književnosti. Viteški narod, pravdoljubivi, gostoprimljivi, slobodarski, spreman da pomogne, a bajkovite prirodne lepote ogledaju se na svakom komadiću zemlje Teslinog naroda. Od svetinja unedrenih u prirodnom okruženju šuma i zelenila očaravajućeg izgleda i ikonopisom koji nikoga ne ostavljaju ravnodušnom, do bistrih ponornice, brze drine, ovčarsko-kablarske klisure, dubokih uvala, preko Save, Dunava i Morave, do Pećke i Prizrenske Bistrice. Čim god se bavili u ovozemaljskom životu, posle smrti duše je živa i u radosnijem i blaženijem stanju prelazi u drugi svet. Svesna i prepoznaje svet oko sebe. Naravno, pridružuje se svojim upokojenim rođacima. Teslina duša pridružila se svom mučeničkom srpskom rodu. Zahvalni smo Bogu što je odabrao srpskog sina, poklonivši mu toliko talenta i dara, da obasja svet i da ga ceo svet pominje po dobrim delima. Teslini pronalasci namenjeni su miru i opštem blagostanju svih ljudi na planeti. Tesla je svetski naučnik, ali samo su Srbi Teslin narod. Ima još malo, ali... O Teslinom narodu završit ću citatom ondašnjeg predsjednika Woodrowa Wilsona, telegramom zapravo koji je uputio predsjedniku vlade Kraljevine Srbije Nikoli Pašiću upravo 28. jula 1918. dok još je uvek besnio Prvi svjetski rat. Citiram: "Iako je njihova zemlja opustošena i njihovi domovi razoreni, duh srpskog naroda nije bio slomljen. Brutalna sila nije uticala na njihovu snažnu odluku da žrtvuju sve za slobodu i nezavisnost. Siguran sam da se pravda za Srbiju nalazi na samom vrhu svih poimanja pravda u mislima svakog mislećeg i patriotski orijentisanog čoveka u Sjedinjenim Američkim Državama." Završavam citat. Hvala vam na pažnji.
Bravo za film i bravo za sve ono što radi s njim dugo godina i na poslu i za Tesli narod. Vidjet ćemo se popodne. Ovo je jedna zahvalnik u to ime za tebe. Izvolite.
Our next presenter is Vic Đurđević, semi-retired CPA from management position with Canada Revenue Agency, currently operates a consulting business specializing in tax resolution. He is president and one of the founders of Nikola Tesla Educational Corp and Tech, based in Hamilton, Ontario, Canada. Leading up to retirement, Vic, with a few close friends, came up with a plan to create a registered charity with the aim to educate and inspire the public about Nikola Tesla. Over the past 10 years, since the idea was envisioned, Nikola Tesla Educational has done exactly as it set out to do, Vic Djurdjevic is here to update us on the development in Hamilton, Ontario, and beyond in Canada over the past few years.
Thank you. Can we get the presentation up, please? Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. As mentioned, I'm Victor Djurdjevic, and I'll try and keep it to the allotted time. So let's get on with it. We were established to educate and to inspire, especially the youth, about Nikola Tesla. The idea was how to do it in Hamilton, but little did we know the history of Hamilton. The idea was really just to erect a statue of Tesla, but then we discovered that Hamilton was the first major city to have electricity. So we'll talk about what we've been able to accomplish over the last few years using that historical thing. Electrification of Canada is really how all this unfolds. And how is Tesla really connected? Well, power didn't make it to Buffalo until November of 1896. But in August of 1896, this periodical talks about Tesla advising the Hamilton Group that they can deliver power over 35 miles, which is twice the distance going to Buffalo. And what he also says at the bottom, it can go 500 miles. So this is before any power is transmitted to Buffalo. The Hamilton Group is ready to proceed. If we, can we advance it, or wait a second? Sorry. Thank you. One more, please. That's the one. Okay, thank you. So that's where you can see in that article the historical new information. On our next point, electrification in Canada started in a number of different places. It actually started in two places, in Quebec and in Victoria, BC. Actually, the year power started flowing 1897, but the most important one was this one. That's the station that Tesla consulted on and saw power going to Hamilton from St. Catharines, which is at 35 miles. This station still produces power to this very day. This station preceded the first stations in Canada and Niagara Falls, which were the three major stations, the Canadian Niagara Power Station, which is now open to the public as a tourist attraction, the Toronto Power Generating Station, and Ontario stations. So these were 1905, 1906, and yet Hamilton had power 1898. What happened is that we were so successful with this story that we ended up getting Nikola Tesla Boulevard on one of the busiest highways in all of Canada. This highway is the one that connects Niagara Falls, Fort Erie, Buffalo, all the way to Toronto. So what is happening now is these are all the signs that we have. It's not one sign. There are 20 signs in total. The smallest one is 2 feet by about 6 feet, and the largest one is the one that you see in the middle. You cannot miss it. Thousands of people see these signs now every day. Nikola Tesla is on the map. So if you want to Google Nikola Tesla Boulevard, you will find it. And it's not some little street hidden somewhere in the background, but rather a major roadway where people will see it. They cannot miss it. That's what the intent was. How do you bring Nikola Tesla forward? You will also see there's a X there, Empowered Monument. More about that shortly. So what have we done? We've given $10,000 scholarships 5 of them have been awarded in the name of Nikola Tesla. We've given over 500 awards to Canadian general public schools. Every Hamilton Wentworth District School Board now in Hamilton receives a Nikola Tesla Award on graduation. Nikola Tesla is now focused into the schools through those awards. Now, something else happened. Gentleman who is a member of the provincial legislature, Tom Kocevic, wanted to do something for the Serbs. And he decided what better way to do, maybe, Nikola Tesla Day. With our support, with my directors, and I'm very proud of the support that our directors provided him, Nikola Tesla Day Act got passed in the legislature. It is now a law act passed, recognizing July 10th every year as Nikola Tesla Day in the province of Ontario. As it says, Ontario is the largest geographic and by population to honor Tesla in such a way. And this is all comes on the heels of the development of what happened in Hamilton. Recently, the same year, 2021, oh, I should go back one step. If I go back to the passage of this legislation, I used to work for the government. I couldn't get out a letter in 2 hours. This law passed second reading, third reading, debate, and everything in 2 hours. Unanimously supported by every member in the legislature. So Ontario provincial legislature is the equivalent of your state on the American side. So the latest thing that's happened, I mentioned William Birch Rankin. That was a power generating station. It is an exact replica of the Edward Dean Adams station. When it was decommissioned in 1906, it was left fully intact. Everything was there. Nothing was taken out. It was just like they took their latest manuals and they left, and they turned over the keys. In 2021, the station opened to the public. The whole station, the building in itself is a museum. Everything inside is there. They also have a tunnel where the water used to go back down to the river. You walk down this tunnel, and you get to see the lower level river. This is a few of the pictures inside. There's lots of stuff to do and to see. They even have a night show. They're very, very supportive of everything that is Tesla. When I say that, the largest picture inside in this building is Nikola Tesla. There's an area dedicated to Tesla, and everybody, you ask people, who is the most important name in here, and everybody tells you it's Tesla. And that's the respect where thousands upon thousands of tourists go every year, and they get to discover who Nikola Tesla is. There are QR codes all over the place, and you can hear the whole stories, everything. They've done an incredible, incredible job, and they're not done. There's more to come. All right? November the 12th was the 125th anniversary of the opening of that power generating station that I talked about still produces power. The city of Hamilton honored Nikola Tesla on that day with the dedication of this new monument, 14 feet high, and it's dedicated to the electric city and Nikola Tesla. What I'm very proud about is that the city of Hamilton paid $200,000 for this, and NTEC, through our fundraising efforts, only paid $25,000. I think this is a first that a major municipality honors Nikola Tesla this way. So this is how what's important is the province and the cities are honoring Tesla, not just on a piece of paper. This is the monument, and these are the two plaques. One talks about the electric city. The other one talks about Nikola Tesla. And at the top of it, it talks about this monument. As you move around this monument, you see different images. It's a multifaceted thing, and very proud that the winning artist was also a Serbian. Her name is Lilian Otasevic from Toronto. Ongoing, so we're not done. There is Nikola Tesla Day has been proclaimed in a number of cities. We all know that. Alberta as well, Edmonton, Alberta. We've got the Nikola Tesla Day celebration at Niagara Falls, and that has been organized since 2010. This is all before my work. Tesla Tales is a social media thing that a number of us are getting together to promote Nikola Tesla, including the CEO of Niagara Parks Commission, who records videos for us. Nikola Tesla Plaza around the statue in Niagara Falls been proclaimed there, as has the trails leading to the power generating station. There's a mural in Hamilton of Nikola Tesla, huge, and numerous Canadian television station programs have carried in the news developments about Nikola Tesla. And that's what's important, is to keep hearing his name. But what's coming? Last year, I visited the museum and opened the opportunity, and now Niagara Parks is in direct discussion to bring the Tesla exhibit from the museum in 2025 in Niagara Falls, Ontario, Canada. And the newest, a new documentary film. This is the film will be taped and recorded in Serbian. It will be later translated into English. The film is already in production. We've already done a 4-hour recording session already, and with other stuff happening. This is funded by the Canadian Media Fund. Again, no cost to us. So, Ontario, come and discover it. Come and discover Tesla. Come and discover places in Ontario that have Tesla and highlight it. Power generating station in St. Catharines still produces power. Hamilton, Tesla Boulevard, Niagara Falls. Come and see. Come and walk through history. Go visit that power generating station, and if you don't do it before, make a point to mark it on your calendar, 2025, to see the Tesla exhibit from the museum in Toronto. And of course, all of this happens because there are directors behind us. I'm not the only one. I'm one of the founding directors. But you can see we do have directors, and some come and some go. But that's how it happens, and it also happens through the support of many people. Funding for all of our efforts is from the general public, and we've received donations from far away as Australia, and we put Tesla on the map. Now let's continue and put Tesla into the hearts. The Tesla Monument that we just erected was to put Tesla into the heart of Hamilton's history, and that's what this is all about, connecting the two together. Thank you very much.
Okay, Tesla Science Foundation would like to thank you for all of your work to honor the legacy of Nikola Tesla.
Thank you.
Our next presenters are Dr. Mirjana Popović-Božić and Dr. Dragoljub Martinović. Dr. Božić was born in Šabac, Serbia. She received her degrees in the University of Belgrade and her PhD in theoretical physics at the Faculty of Mathematical and Natural Sciences. She was employed in the Institute of Physics and was teaching at the University of Belgrade since 1970 until 2014. She had a visiting research associate position in the Institute of Theoretical Sciences at the University of Oregon and in Chemistry Department B, Technical University of Denmark. She was Adjunct Associate Professor and Adjunct Professor for all Dominion University, USA. In international scientific journals, she published more than 120 articles in quantum optics, molecular physics, and the theory of magnetism, and 80 articles in physics education and history of physics. For her contributions to science and education, Dr. Božić was promoted in 2016 to the honorary member of the Serbian Physical Society. Dr. Dragoljub Martinović was born in Belgrade, where he received his bachelor's, master's, and doctorate degrees in the field of electronics and telecommunications at the Faculty of Electrical Engineering in Belgrade. He worked at the Institute Čajevac, the Nikola Tesla Factory, and the College of Electrical and Computer Engineering. He's the author of 5 projects, 4 textbooks, and several articles in scientific journals. He's published about Mikhailo Pupin and Nikola Tesla. What I'm not sure that I'm reading the correct rest, so I do apologize, but help me welcome Dr. Božić and her colleague.
I'm happy to speak at this conference, which made a great progress since previous one. And I congratulate for organizers, especially President Launcher, for all this. In fact, the most important is that this collection of all research which was done and presented at this conference will be on the site, I understand, and available especially to Tesla clubs and to all admirers of Nikola Tesla work. To presentation of Dr. Martinović, I will just say that Dr. Martinović and me studied electrical engineering at the Faculty of Electricity in Belgrade in the same year. We were in the same group. So after many years, we are happy to have a joint lecture. Dr. Martinović was a student. In fact, he's Aleksandar Marincic, who was director of the Tesla Museum, was a mentor of Dr. Martinović. So now, so my first slide, my lecture is Tesla gift to physicist Lord Rayleigh. You will see on one side Lord Rayleigh, and on the other side, I think the most famous photo of Nikola Tesla. And I shall speak also about how we learned, how Martinović and me learned that this Tesla devoted to Lord Rayleigh this photo. You see at the bottom, it is written to Lord Rayleigh with expression of esteem from Nikola Tesla, November 17, 1901. But few words about who is Lord Rayleigh. Lord Rayleigh is a famous physicist who was successor of Maxwell at Cambridge, and many physical notions bring his name, but the most important is Rayleigh scattering and Rayleigh-Jeans formula. Next slide. Why this Rayleigh scattering? Why sky is blue? Rayleigh explained why sky is blue and why the sky is red. Why sky red just before sunset and in the morning when sunrise? That's due to scattering of light on molecules which are smaller than 1/10 of light wavelength. So so light become dispersive, it comes during the day from all sides, and there is a law that blue light is scattered mostly, so this this sky is blue, and during sunset this blue light goes out and we get mostly direct sunlight, and so it looks red. Rayleigh-Jeans formula is the next notion in physics which brings the name of Rayleigh, and it's also very famous because it denotes, in fact, the beginning of quantum physics. In preparing this lecture, I understood that, in fact, Tesla should be presented, his development and his work should be presented parallel in time with development of quantum physics. So, is there anybody who would like to collaborate with me is welcome on this. And now, how we came to this information that Tesla gave to Lord Rayleigh, this famous photo. One day I got a mail from Malcolm Cooper, who is British historian on physics, that was in 2018. And he asked me that he wants to visit Pupin's house in Edinburgh. And can I help him? His interest was arose because he met in Norfolk in Britain during one conference two professors from the school Mihailo Pupin in Belgrade, and they donated him one pencil, and on this pencil was the name of Mihailo Pupin. So he said, "Who is Pupin?" And they explained him, and he was very, very surprised that he does not know the name Pupin. He asked his colleagues. Pupin was among founders of American Physical Society. He was important for telephone, and so he decided to visit Edinburgh. And so I asked Martinovic and Cucic, who wrote a lot about Pupin, that we organize this visit. So you will see here, shows where Edinburgh is. So then Malcolm Cooper gave us as a gift this photo with the signature of Tesla, and which was given as a gift to Rayleigh. And then Martinovich had a chance, later I speak about this, how this photo, this famous photo was made, how Tesla made, and how he got the name Tesla Lightning after he made this photo. In fact, this photo was the beginning of photomontage. He is the inventor of photomontage. But before I go, I just, we heard many things about today about Tesla's life, but these are few photos which are most important. This is the photo of Tesla's birdhouse in Smyrna, and field. There is a movie about that, and now okay. So I'm happy that my Vic spoke about all what's happening in Hamilton and Canada concerning Niagara Falls. In fact, Tesla got an invitation in 1992 to speak in the Royal Society, to give a lecture in the Royal Society. And he got the invitation from Kelvin. And Kelvin was a member of the commission which had to decide who will build Edison or Westinghouse and Tesla, who will build the hydroelectric plant at Niagara Falls. So this is a photo from Tesla's lecture in Royal Society. So that's all connected. You see, he first went and gave lecture to London and accepted this very good lecture. And then Kelvin decided, Kelvin was a member of this commission who decided that Niagara Falls will be built based on Tesla patents. That's very important. In fact, it's another photo of Tesla lecture. Marincic explained that he brought on this lecture all his equipment and made experiments with this equipment because he was a public person. He wanted to share his knowledge to public. Marincic, I mentioned Marincic, director of Tesla Museum in Serbia, and that was mentioned by Vico in my previous lecture, and it's wonderful that that there will be exhibition from Tesla Museum in Belgrade, but that's very, very connected, all this, and I shall end with this photo montage, the story which Martinovich told us in Pupin's house, how Tesla Lighting made this photo. I'm interested, I'm sure that you saw this photo many, many times, but I'm interested also to know how many of you know how this photo was made, because when it was made and published, gave to journalists, and these journalists in New York, they wrote how one can sit calmly and reading while all this high frequency electrical light is around. And do you know, or other people who know in this room how this was made? Okay. You can, if later someone wants to say to me that he knows this, I'm grateful. The point is that is the beginning of photomontage. Tesla had these transformers and the light during night, and the cameras which were used in this time had high exposure. So he switched off the high exposure, so he made first all this light from transformers and from this instrument, and then in the morning he switched off the electricity and set in this surrounding, and that made a photo now with him. So that's the beginning of photomontage and the Tesla lighting. And I shall end with a quotation from Maricic's book, what he wrote about Rayleigh. After the lecture, Rayleigh said to Tesla, you have a special gift for science, innovation, and research and discovery, and you should concentrate on something very important, certain phenomena which is very important. And that was important for Tesla, which Rayleigh told him, and probably because of this, few years later, he sent his photo. And then he decided that this most important or very important problem on which he should work is transmission of energy on long distances. And then later he built this tower, unfortunately, which was burned. And recently we saw that was burned the building behind this tower. But the rest of his life, I think he followed the idea of Rayleigh, who said, you are especially gifted for discoveries, innovation, and research, and you should devote your life to something very important. So this distribution of energy over long distances, which will be available freely and everything, and this so-called ether, that's a story that's a research to which Tesla devoted the end of all his life in 20th century, and this is still intriguing and important. So thank you for making this event very, very useful for Tesla Club and for all those who admire Nikola Tesla.
On behalf of the Tesla Science Foundation, we want to thank you for your presentation, your support, and your work. We have a medal and a certificate for you and for your colleagues.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much. And give me a second, I'll help you down the steps, okay? My friends, we are going to break for lunch and come back in 45 minutes at 2:45. So if you would please, there's the diner right down there. Stay close, refresh yourselves, and come back at 2:45.
M N O P Q R S. Cool.
Oh yeah? Yeah.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We're going to get started. We have a very important presentation. And this will be my last introduction, and after I'm done here, Ms. Lana is going to take over for us. Very excited. I want to introduce Dr. Nada Martinovic, the Vice President of the Tesla Science Foundation. She has really helped us to do so much to get ourselves organized and connect with others in the education field, and we're grateful for her. She's a former president at Kent State University and currently holds a role of management and program analysis for the Department of Homeland Security. She's a passionate community leader, contributing her time and passion to various cultural and civic associations. She is the founder and director of the nonprofit organizations Serbian Heritage Project, author of many presentations and exhibitions that feature the Serbian tradition and heritage. We welcome her today as a part of the Tesla Science Foundation.
Thank you, Ashley. So, let me see if this works first. Can you get the first slide? Marco, can you do that for me, please? Yeah, this is the first one. So I'm very happy and excited to present to you with our newest project. That's something that Foundation has been waiting for a very long time, and it's been working on it for a while. Our intent, can we get the light here? I don't see it. Okay. Our intention is to bring together our two main projects, Tesla's People and Tesla Clubs, which on the other hand share a unique goal in promoting the life, work, and legacy of Nikola Tesla, as well as the Serbian people or Tesla's people. It will essentially be a central hub, a source of data and materials related to the above-mentioned projects and activities. Here on this platform, we'll enable various professionals, supporters, individuals devoted to the work of Nikola Tesla, and guardians, if you will, of Tesla's principles, ideas, and Tesla's people from different spheres of interest to present their work, achievements, or activities by uploading their materials and work, thereby providing easy accessibility to a wide audience and to extend their reach. Furthermore, there will be a space provided for you to collaborate, share, and exchange ideas and work together. It is very important to note that all published material doesn't belong to Tesla Foundation, nor Tesla Science Foundation will take any credit for it. It is your work, and you will be the only author. All existing and future Tesla clubs in Serbia, in the USA, and worldwide are collaborators in the field of science, are successful representatives of Tesla's people, are keepers of history, tradition, and culture. Everyone who desires will have their space to post selected materials from their fields, areas of interest, delivered workshops ranging from basic Word documents to links to video materials. Next slide, please. This internet portal will consolidate content and activities of the Tesla Science Foundation. The new portal will also consolidate the previous internet pages of Tesla Science Foundation that are listed on this slide. Next slide, please. The new portal is live. Marco, is that slide 3? Yep, okay. The new portal is live on the internet. It has a contemporary design and is very functional. Now it is in beta phase. Some functionalities are not activated, and from today it will be continuously updated. We invite you to begin submitting your content for the portal, and I will soon show you how. Next slide, please. So this is a picture of the new portal. It's actually a very robust website, but it's quite small. So the picture is quite small. So please, you can actually check on internet address mentioned above. You can see it at www.nikolatesla.org.rs. We were very happy that that domain was available. This, like this, okay, thank you. Lower. Good. Next slide, please, Marco. In addition to the usual functionalities for portals of this type, I would like to point out several very important parts of our new portal. No, Marco, slide number 5. No, go back. Okay, so let's okay. Okay, so in addition to section clubs of Nikola Tesla, this is a simple form through which you can send us your contributions for publications, latest information section, content from the Nikola Tesla account on social networks in real time. Let's try to, next, slide 6. Okay, so this is very important part. So after going to a main page, there is like a sub-page, which is devoted to a section of Nikola Tesla clubs. This part of the portal will have individual pages for, with content of current and future Nikola Tesla sites worldwide. It will provide an internet presence for each individual club within the portal. Next slide, 7. After logging in, so there's a login, and of course I apologize, some of these screenshots are in Serbian, and it will be available in English as well. So after logging in for the first time, in the upper right corner, clicking on Send Text, right next to the social media icons, it will open a simple form for sending your material for submission. Next slide, please. A simple form through which you can send us your contributions for publication is like literally 3 steps. So those arrows are showing, it's really quite simple. It looks more complicated on this screenshot. You can enter the title, and then there will be a space underneath for the content. And then at the bottom, click enter or add one or few photos. And once you have done that, click like at the very bottom, and material will be sent to our editors for approval. We added that layer of protection for both Tesla Science Foundation and you and your material, because we need to monitor what will actually be uploaded to that portal. So after review, and if approved, and hopefully everything's going to be approved, your material will be published on the portal. And as you can see, like, this is really very, very simple and easy, and it requires just a few clicks on the computer. And if you forget the procedure, you will have instructions on how to do it on our website. Next slide, please. Here you can see, this is just an example of one of the articles that was sent to us by Dr. Drenka Boris Savic. I'm sorry, I just blanked out for a moment. So this is a 7-page long article. I just took a screenshot of the first 2. There are like 7 more pages, of course, along with references. And once published on our website, you will be able to see a complete article. Of course, there's a picture of the author, the name of the author, and it's just published on Tesla Science Foundation. So let's go to the next slide. Content from the Tesla Science Foundation account is accessible on social networks in real time. You can access the social networks on which Tesla Science Foundation has open accounts directly. Let's see. Let's proceed to the next slide. Actually, this was one about social network. I'm so sorry. So let's go to the next one. I can't see it. Yeah, I'm sorry, there's like just a little mix-up. So you can you can proceed more. You can actually just go one back. No, next, no. Next to the last. That's, yeah, that's fine. So the major point here is that you are the author of all the content, And we are trying through this platform to enhance collaboration among teams and also provide you with an extra presence, if you will. For example, social Tesla clubs that don't have a website, they will have internet presence through our portal. Our team is divided into teams based on their expertise and interest, and they will be monitoring material that is entering the portal. And also, we will enable communication. So we will have communication allowed through this portal. In terms of Tesla clubs, and on their site, all material will be available for Tesla clubs to use in those clubs. Class material, class examples, what has been done so far. So it's literally, again, each Tesla club will have an extra web presence, allow for extra communication and collaboration with everyone, and also we want to create a central hub that all material, everything that has been published about Tesla and inspired by work of Tesla is in one place. And if you have any questions, you can also find me later on in the lobby, not now, because I don't want to go over my 7-minute allowance.
Nada, thank you very much. On behalf of our team at the Tesla Science Foundation, it's been a real joy to have you be a part and take us further to this point where we're going to have a place where we can all publish and contribute our materials. I'm going to be turning things over to our next hostess for the evening, Lana Asanen, who has been a longtime volunteer for the Tesla Science Foundation, and we appreciate each year she comes to end our program and introduce the latter half of our program. She's born in Frankfurt, Germany, and she is of Serbian-American descent. She has been in international film and movies. She's been in The Good Samaritan, The Streets. She's been on The Mentalist, Jersey Mafia Chronicles. And at the young age of 17, she had the poise and leadership to win Miss Montenegro beauty pageant. I'd like to introduce Miss Lana Asanen, who speaks 5 languages and therefore relates to many of us in a different way and brings the diversity and intelligence that has come to be known as the Tesla Science Foundation. Lana?
Thank you, Ashley. Wait, something is wrong. Huh? Okay. Is this okay? 2 thumbs up. Well, thanks again for the introduction, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and Happy New Year! I want to see some smiles. All right, so welcome to the 2024 Tesla Spirit Award Conference. And as every year, we want to acknowledge and pay respect to one of the greatest and most brilliant minds in history, Nikola Tesla. Nikola Tesla left an impact not only in the field of science, but also on humanity as a whole. So as a Serbian myself, it is an honor and privilege to be part of this conference today. Thank you. So before we start, I would like to thank Nada Martino. Hi, Nada. I want to thank you because Nada actually met my parents last year in Shabbat, and they were so thrilled. So I'm going to greet my parents who are watching straight from Germany, and I'm going to say that in Serbia. Mama, tata, ako gledate, srećna Nova godina, ljubim vas I vidimo se uskoro. I don't know if you understood that, but I hope you did. All right, so we're going to start with our first honorable participant. And I'm going to need my glasses because I'm a little blind. So our first one goes to Banović Strahinja, which is the Baja Elementary School in Belgrade. I hope they're ready because this performance you will see was made by the students and teachers of the Banović Strahinja Elementary School from Belgrade. In this excellent school, an innovative and creative approach to learning is widely applied. So, are they ready? Oh, the video. Okay, so please watch the video. Okay.
Istina je krenula i ništa je ne može zaustaviti. Istina je krenula i ništa je ne može zaustaviti. Istina je krenula i ništa je ne može Istina je krenula i ništa je ne može zaustaviti. Istina je krenula i ništa je ne može zaustaviti. Istina je krenula i ništa je ne može Istina je krenula i ništa je ne može zaustaviti. Istina je krenula i ništa je ne može zaustaviti.
Ako želite da otkrijete tajnu univerzuma, razmišljajte u smislu energije, frekvencije i vibracije, poručuje Nikola Tesla. Planete zemstvima kanališu ovu energiju kako bi se održao ovaj kosmički dijalog. Zapravo, razumele su da sva materija, uključujući Nikola Tesla in his famous article, Famous Scientific Illusions, on 1919 wrote, "The human brain, with all its wonderful capabilities and power, is far from being a faultless apparatus. Most of its parts may be in perfect working order, but some are atrophied, undeveloped, or missing altogether. Great men of all classes and professions, scientists, inventors, and hard-headed financiers
Dear students from Banović Strahinja School, on Ban's Hill, our spirit school. From Belgrade's heart, we're here with you. Children of Tesla, that's us you see. Standing wide, oh so fun, from our Serbia to land along. Lots of joy and generously we share, for
Well, thank you so much. It was a beautiful video, and I always say God's children are the most beautiful thing, and we should always take good care of them and protect them. So these beautiful children actually created that by themselves. So I would like to give the honorary, like, you know, trophy, whatever they're getting. Yeah. Is anybody here to accept? No? Okay. Okay, so on behalf, we're gonna send them, okay, all right. In Belgrade, okay, so we're gonna give the acknowledgement in Belgrade. So thank you, we're gonna move on to the next, which is, so on behalf of Mark Alessi, who is not present today, but this award goes to Report Tesla Science Center, the TS. Doug, he's coming back. Doug? Yes. Would you like to come up, please? And yes, okay. You're welcome.
Thank you. Sorry about that. That was actually really bad timing right there. First, thank you for having Tesla Science Center. My name is Douglas Borge. I am the chief operator there at Tesla Science Center. Let me just fix this microphone here so everyone can hear me okay, right? All right. Well, thank you for having us here, Tesla Science Center. For those of you who do not know, we are the last remaining laboratory of famed inventor Nikola Tesla. We are a non-for-profit. We've been at this for much longer than I've even been alive. Our board members started at a roundtable discussion in the late 80s. In the early 90s, they formed a legal non-for-profit. And then for many years, they were trying to purchase the property. And what they're trying to purchase is the last remaining laboratory of famed inventor Nikola Tesla. We're a non-for-profit, and for many years, not a lot of people shared our vision, unfortunately. Over time, a lot of variables came together, and we ran the world's largest non-for-profit fundraiser because the property was at risk to be purchased by a for-profit entity, and that for-profit entity just was not interested in preserving the laboratory in the same way that we were. So ultimately in 2012, we purchased the laboratory and we began the development work. It is a lot of work that's in front of us. We own the first brownfield Superfund site to be redeveloped in New York State. May not mean a lot, just means a lot of legal complexities and things around that, not a big deal. Unfortunately, we did suffer a fire. I know we're going to put up a PowerPoint slide, and I've got a video to show you. Mark Alessi, my boss, actually was going to be here today. Unfortunately, he is very sick. Let me know when you're ready there. Didn't come. Yeah, we do. Do you want to go actually pull up our YouTube? Just go to youtube.com and then type in teslasciencecenter.org. There's a video there. And I'll just use my PowerPoint presentation as a slide. So anyways, thank you for having us again here today. My name is Douglas Borge. I am the Chief Operating Officer at Tesla Science Center. I want to just discuss a little bit of the circumstances revolving around Tesla Science Center. I think most of you are aware of the organization, and you probably have a lot of questions revolving around the fire that happened in November 22nd. Questions that we continue to be dealing with an evolving situation. It is complex. It is not something as simple as saying, you know, insurance will cover everything. I wish that would be the case. So we've been dealing with those circumstances for quite a while. It's Tesla Science Center at Wardenclyffe. And that's us at the very top up there. If you want to click on us. No, just the one above that. Yep, click on that. The name next to it. And if you want to scroll down a little bit. Alrighty, so we're looking for the fire one. It's hard to see from my angle here. But if you want to keep scrolling down, there should be one that is labeled fire right there. It's the Act Now in the center of your screen, that one right there. So what we're going to do is we're just going to watch a quick video so you get a quick synopsis of the fire circumstances. This, unfortunately, my time here today is very constrained. I'm not going to be able to answer all of your questions.
One of history's greatest inventors had a dream to provide free wireless energy from a mysterious tower and lab called Wardenship.
Tesla's planning on sending voice, pictures, power, electrical lighting by means of wireless.
The people he counted on to help him abandoned him.
We knew things had been deteriorating, but to see how far that had gone, we had a very small window of opportunity to raise the money and save this very important place.
People spoke, really, from all over the world, saying that this place is important, this place really matters.
I think one way to look at Warden Cliff, it's a symbol of someone trying to do something great for all the right reasons, to bring about world community.
Tesla's brought people together. He's been an inspiration.
Breaking news right now, a raging fire at the Tesla Science Center in Shoreham.
Despite the valiant efforts of the first responders, the laboratory is sadly still at great risk. The water from the fire hoses saturated the brick walls. The upcoming winter temperatures could freeze that moisture, causing brickwork to break apart and walls to collapse. The fire was indeed a tragedy, but together we will see Nikola Tesla's laboratory restored.
Here's a building designed by Stanford White. It's historically significant. Here's a place where a scientist worked, the last remaining laboratory anywhere in the world where he worked.
So thank you for taking a moment to watch that. As you know, on no dramatic fire there, it is a setback. We remain committed to our original mission. It just complicates things a little bit more. Right now, we are in emergency mobilization of both fundraising efforts that are associated with the funds necessary before we receive any form of insurance payout, which likely won't cover the whole thing anyways. But nonetheless, that's where we're at. We're also mobilizing on a lot of the construction that's necessary. It's going to slow down our timeline. While we're looking to be open in about 3 years, it may be a little bit longer. Nonetheless, we are pretty much on the same track. It just became a little bit more expensive and it became a little bit more complicated. You're probably asking what's next, right? What's next for us is we're stabilizing the rest of the laboratory. And what that means is a lot of bracing and shoring. We're going to finish up the demolition project at hand. We will be opening up the visitor center this year. So at the end of this year, you'll be able to visit and come on site, and we'll be able to answer any of the questions. We'll be here for a little while longer, not much longer. I'll leave some business cards. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to reach out. I'll tell you that last year, even though that we really suffered this pretty catastrophic setback, and it still was a pretty good year for us, right? So it is awful with the circumstances of what we're dealing with, but we were able to fundraise $3.2 million over the course of the 12 months last year, so that's a pretty big achievement for us. The project had $6 million left. There is a supplemental $3 million. We're fundraising approximately $3 million in a given year, and the money all goes obviously to the capital project. The project is estimated to be open in somewhere around the vicinity of 3 years, barring the complexities of what we're dealing with right now today. Can I answer any quick questions? Because I know I don't have a lot of time, and it's not even a fair presentation, because I know you probably have a lot of questions. Any questions? No? Okay. Thank you again for having us here, and apologies that Mark Alessi is sick. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to email us. Visit our website, teslasciencecenter.org. Like I said, we're a non-for-profit dedicated to preserving Nikola Tesla's laboratory. Once we're open, we will expand our educational services, which focus in on hands interactives that are focused on Nikola Tesla relevant technologies to inspire the Nikola Teslas of tomorrow. All right, thank you, everyone.
All right. How's everyone doing? Good? Great. Are you all smiling? All right. I know it's been a long day, so, I just want to see you guys happy, smiling. We're not done, but we're going to have a really nice program. A lot of things are still happening, so we're going to move on to the next participant, which is the Tesla Club Shabbat's, where my parents are from. Was founded in May of 2023 as a result of collaboration between the director of the Center for Professional Development in Shabbat's, Branko Filipovic, and TSF. Thanks to Mr. Filipovic's efforts, this institution became a place for the development of creativity and innovation. So we would like to welcome those people. Shabbat's, Tesla. Oh, the video, okay. I'm sorry, I wasn't really informed that there's a video. I apologize. So let's watch the video.
Mora da se biti čovek tame, kad se rodio po ovoj grmljavim mraku. Ne, on će biti čovek svetlosti. Nikola Tesla,
Beautiful presentation. And this play, From Leica to America, was created in May 2023 for the occasion of the opening of the Tesla Club Shabbat at the Center for Professional Development in Shabbat. Following its premiere, this play has been successfully performed at various occasions throughout the region. The script and scenario are written by teachers Snežana Popovic and Daniela Stanojlovic. Scenography provided by Anna Ivkovic, the art teacher. Music selection and arrangements were done by music professor Snežana Šalaj-Tibor. All performers are second, third, and fourth graders from the elementary school Vuk Karadžić in Šabac and Mačvanske Pričinović. So thank you. Move on to the next. All right. So we're moving on to the next participant, which is Dr. Michael Kravica. Dr. Michael Kravica earned his BS in Physics and Applied Physics at the California Institute of Technology in 1988. He earned his AM and PhD degrees in physics at Harvard University in 1998. He is full professor of physics at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. His studies matter subjected to extreme conditions and has been developing useful hard X-rays photochemistry as a means to create novel materials. He has been an activist for over 30 years on a variety of topics, including the promotion of Nikola Tesla, with over 700 letters to the editor, opinion pieces and interviews published, dozens of lectures on Nikola Tesla, and dozens of radio, television, and film interviews, and appearances and public lectures to his credit. In 2013, he received the Tesla Gold Medal from the Royal Serbian Academy of Arts and Science in recognition of his long-term efforts to educate the world about one of the world's greatest geniuses, Nikola Tesla. Please all welcome Dr. Michael Kravica.
Thank you very much. Okay. All right, so my talk is going to be a little bit of a non-standard talk. It's going to be sort of, but I want to give everybody a motivation for why we should really be excited about Nikola Tesla. And it's entitled God, Love, Quantum Mechanics, and Nikola Tesla. So to me, all of these things are very deeply connected. So if I could have the next slide, or if there's a slide promoter here, let's see. Okay. So just to show, so again, I'm going to get a little bit into the theology. I'm not a theologian, but I've developed kind of a very fascinating way of looking at the world, life, the universe, and everything. And I think Tesla had, in many ways, would agree with some of my perspectives. And if anything, they just inspire me to search further. And I should also mention Tesla and myself were both physicists, and we're both experimentalists, and Orthodox Christians. So there's some. So again, some of these questions are going to be very natural for us. So you can see here that Tesla was talking about, these are some of his quotes. Life is and it will ever remain an equation incapable of solution, but contains some known factors, or we call that variables. And he talks about the days science begins to study non-physical phenomenon. In other words, outside of our 5 dimensions of reality, it will make progress. And then again, talking about the gift of mental power comes from God, the divine, a being. So again, Tesla, it's very natural for us as human beings and certainly as scientists to ask questions. Why are we here? Who are we? And so Tesla had these questions, and I asked the same types of questions. So for me, as an Orthodox Christian, where it starts from is the Nicene Creed, where it basically talks about God, the true God, begotten, not made, being of one essence with the Father, by whom all things were made. So to me, God has a separate energy than we do. Adam and Eve had something that they shared, but it was they kind of lost that when the original sin. And so God is perfect, and he doesn't change, as is mentioned in the Bible. And this is the eternal fire of love. And so from a perspective of a physicist, whereas many people will define time as the increase of entropy, I'm going to make a different definition. I'm going to define it as a conversion of energy. So in other words, physicists like to look at the universe as beginning in the Big Bang. All of the energy was kind of in one little concentrated ball, and then ever since then, 13.5 billion years later, it's just been converting from one form into the other. And we see this in quantum mechanics, where we have just different states of energy and what we call wave functions. And so this is kind of a natural way to think of time as just an arrow of conversion. Whereas God has no time because God is outside of that conversion. He doesn't convert, we do. And the hope is that we will convert to become resonant with him. And Tesla might have said something like that. So in some sense, time for God is a mechanism for creation. So God the Father, God is like making a painting. We are the painting. We are the creation. He is outside of the creation. He can be into the creation if he wants, but he's making it. And of course, one way to look at the universe from a physicist's perspective is if you think of a beautiful automobile, you might not know the engineer of that automobile, but by golly, you're going to look at that automobile, you're going to study it, and you're going to say, what a fascinating machine. And Tesla often talked about the universe as a machine, and that everything was sort of reducible to physical principles. That's where he and I disagree a little bit. But the point is, I like to look at the universe as a beautiful machine, and the more I study it, the more I'm convinced that it was created. It was a machine where we are the ultimate eigenstate of that universe from a physics language. So we live in 4 dimensions, 3 dimensions of space, and 1 dimension of time, so we call that 4 dimensions. And of course, there's all sorts of, this is where Einstein's relativity came in, and the curvature of space-time. Tesla, of course, he was from sort of slightly that period before Einstein. He was a little older than Einstein, but you know, he had a hard time with the curvature of space, but it is curved, it's well acknowledged. And of course, we have different geometries, non-Euclidean geometries, Lobachevsky and Riemannian to kind of mathematically demonstrate that. And in physics, one way to look at it is if you think of the universe as a big balloon, and we're on the surface of that balloon, as the balloon expands in 2 dimensions, it's actually expanding in 3 dimensions. So we are in that balloon. We think of ourselves as in 4 dimensions, but in fact, it's expanding into something. So I always get questions from my students, what is it expanding into? We don't know. That's metaphysics. But there's no question if it's expanding, then there are likely many more than 4 dimensions around. And of course, And so then, if you look at string theory, this is where physicists have postulated as many as 13 dimensions for the universe. So it's not beyond out of the realm of possibility that we have more than 4 dimensions. So what is the soul? Okay, so the soul is the essence of who we are. It's I can explain everything in the universe, I mean in theory, from physical principles, but I cannot explain consciousness. I cannot explain the simultaneous awareness of past, present, and future. That's a gift. The ability for all of us to be able to imagine more dimensions than our own universe or parallel universes in different time, that's, in my opinion, a gift from God. And so I like to say that the mind is the playground of the infinities. It's a little harder to imagine infinities in 4 dimensions, but you can very easily beyond that. So we have a special gift as humans that came from God, the ultimate creator, and it transcends space and time. And I argue that the soul is an infinite, higher dimensional piece of God in some sense. It's the way that he connects with us than just your physical body. So, and then of course, just as a brief comment, the universe is such an amazing miracle that if you changed any of the constants, like the charge of the electron, the mass of the proton, it would be a dud, even if it was just by a fraction of a percent. So when you look as a physicist at this universe, this is a working universe. It's a working universe that produced life as its eigenstate. And so basically, this is a miracle. I mean, the fact that the more I learn about physics, the more I realize this universe works to make us. The Holy Ghost is basically a wave. It's God, one of the forms of God as a wave. Now, it's not quite the wave that we know in the electromagnetic spectrum. It's something that is with God's energy, but this is how God couples to us. And of course, from a physicist's perspective, everything can be broken down to a wave. Everything in this room, every particle, electron, proton is a wave. So in some sense, you could look at yourself as a complex hologram of a wave interferogram. And so that's where the Holy Ghost, the Holy Spirit comes from, is this wave interaction from God the Father to us, his children. And so, of course, waves are everywhere, sound waves, water waves, the electromagnetic spectrum. The whole universe is a symphony of waves. And then, of course, there's quantum mechanics. So quantum mechanics is a wave equation, Schrödinger's equation. And if any of you know about Schrödinger's cat, the cat could kind of exist in a half alive, half dead state in a safe. You didn't know what the cat was doing until you opened the safe, and there's a poison bottle inside there. So this concept of quantum entanglement is something that's very powerful, because if you look at some of the statements of Tesla, and again, at that point, quantum mechanics was still, people were working it out, but he said we're all connected. And the way we're connected is this entangled state. In some sense, God's creation is this entangled, quantum, massive, grandiose wave function, and we're all part of it. Each of us are coupled to each other through quantum mechanics. Then, of course, there's the Son of God. I'm a Christian, so I believe in Jesus. And one of the most interesting aspects is, so the Son of God came to us in the flesh. So flesh, we might see as particles, okay? Particles is that the fundamental of the hadron, which is the proton or the neutron, is 3 quarks. So 3 quarks make up the essence of much of the matter in this universe. And the interesting thing is that in Christianity, there's the Son, the Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost. That's another 3 that make up that essence. That is God. So in other words, it would make sense from God, the Creator, to create a world that is kind of in his image in some sense of this three-part wave function. So you can kind of see where Tesla got his obsession with 3, 6, 9, is basically from this concept of the Holy Trinity. And even again, is that he didn't know this at the time, because quarks were discovered much later in the 1950s, I think, or the 60s. So, but the point is, it's sort of the bedrock of our universe as far as matter goes. And then, of course, how do we reconcile particles and waves? What's called the wave-particle duality. Okay, so as I said, all of the particles in this room could also have a wave component. You could look at them either as waves or either as particles. So for those who are Christians, the reason we take Holy Communion is to couple with the particle part of God's wave function, so to speak, through taking the blood of Christ, and then we pray to connect with the Holy Spirit. So again, the beauty of the Holy Trinity analogy from a physicist's perspective is that it is a sort of a wave function of God the Father, God the Son, and the Holy Spirit all together in one. That's one of the mysteries that a lot of, you talk to people in theology, and they have a hard time with that. But actually, in quantum mechanics, it kind of works out beautifully for us. And so it's something I just love to think about it this way. I'm not necessarily saying I'm right, but it's something that, in my opinion, to want to get that knowledge and understanding from our Creator. So, and of course, I don't have time to really get into this, but once you get into this concept of waves, and you look at humans as a hologram, you can explain a lot of human behavior just from the understanding wave behavior. So I can explain happiness, I can explain sadness, I can explain mental illness such as, or mental issues, or however you want to call it on the spectrum, ADHD, autism, all can be kind of seen from a wave perspective. And one of the interesting things from Tesla is he said, my brain is a receiver, I'm just picking up vibrations from the universe. It all makes sense when you look at it from a wave perspective and the mechanisms of creativity. So the point of creativity is that in the brain wave function, the soul, you're accessing, we call it a Hilbert space of solutions. This is how Tesla might have worded it if he knew quantum mechanics at the time. and then from those Hilbert space of solutions, we connect with something and we solve our problem. So the thing is, let's see, so where we diverge, again, Tesla kind of looked at the universe as just a machine, okay? I actually look at the universe as a bubble. I look at it as a bubble where you have 4 dimensions, and we each have 5 senses that we use, maybe 6 for the lucky ones that we use to interrogate the world around us. But there's a lot of stuff going on inside and outside of that bubble that we don't understand. And again, Tesla was certainly par for the course for people of the time, trying to look at a mechanistic view of the universe. But I argue that it's very hard to explain certain aspects of how our universe came about without actually expanding the dimensions. And from that, and again, he talks in a number of his quotes here, he talks about mechanistic spirit, that we can understand it from a mechanistic point of view. But I say we have to go to a higher dimension. And I'm going to finish this by basically asking the following question: what is love? Okay, why is love so important? Well, Tesla was actually all about love. God is all about love. And first of all, it's the greatest force in God's created worlds. It is creation. Okay, when you love something, you want to create, you're making something that you want to exist. This is the essence of creation. And this is how God holds everything together. So in my opinion, as a physicist, God created many different worlds, not just this universe, other universes, maybe with 6 dimensions, maybe with 3 dimensions or 2 dimensions, but he holds it all together with love, and he's at the center of it all, okay? And then love is a mutual interaction. In physics, we talk about interactions. There are 4 main interactions: the gravity, the electromagnetic interaction, the weak nuclear force, and then the strong nuclear force. All of these are mutual interactions. So I have my weight. The Earth pulls on me by my weight. I pull equal and opposite back on the Earth by my weight. So the point is that love is not something that's one-sided. It doesn't go in one direction. It goes in all directions. Okay, and that's important. So, and if we looked at the example of Tesla, or Jesus Christ for that matter, love is about self-sacrifice. It's about giving everything and not expecting to receive anything. No self-aggrandizement. It's about loving each other. Okay, it's mutual. And again, this is coming from a physicist's perspective. You all probably know this from maybe a different perspective, but I can explain this from physics too. So love transcends 4 dimensions. In my guess, infinitely dimensional aspect of perfect spiritual energy. So our souls, in some sense, are receptacles for us to interact with God. If you look at the Bible and you learn about the holy fire, there was the burning bush, but it didn't really interact much. But God said, don't get too close to me because your soul might burn. So in other words, God gave us a soul so that we can interact with God and each other. And we receive a different kind of energy, which is a love energy. It's not the energy that we're used to in this 4-dimensional space-time. It's an energy directly from God. Just like we receive 4-dimensional energy from the sun that warms our bodies, the spiritual energy that comes from God warms all of us spiritually and makes us feel good. That, in my opinion, is really where the love is at. So in other words, the love in materialism, if you condense to 4 dimensions, you take a projection, loving gold, loving trinkets, whatever, it's never going to satisfy you. It's a temporary, everything in this universe will be destroyed ultimately. But that spiritual love, that energy from God, that will never be destroyed. That will always be there. And so that's important to understand the difference between materialism and really true love. And Tesla really understood that, because what did Tesla do? He gave everything. He got, just like Jesus, he got nothing out of this world. He was just with 7 trunks or whatever up in the room 33 there, up in the Hotel New Yorker. But he gave everything. He gave all of his ideas to humanity. And the soul, as I said, is receptacles of God's love. But it also is how we can interact with each other, okay? Because if we were just made of 4-dimensional energy in this universe, we wouldn't interact with God. Our soul is how we interact with God. That's the gift, Okay, that's why God said, what worth is it to gain the whole universe? He meant the four-dimensional universe, of course, and to lose your soul. Because then you lose the essence of who you are, that ability to transcend 4 dimensions and be with God. We are all connected as in some grandiose, spiritual wave function. If we love God, we must love each other. That's a real important concept that, again, is very easy to explain from a physicist's perspective of this notion of mutual interactions. And our souls are holograms. Okay, our souls are holograms that when God's love shines, you can see them in their true beauty. So each and every one of us has this beautiful hologram. We may not be able to see it right now, but you'll see it in the afterworld. Okay, and it's incredible. And this is how, and the Holy Spirit is what illuminates it. And so again, you can see these are just some quotes in brief about Tesla, and basically showing he got it. He understood, even though maybe he didn't understand the hyperdimensionality that comes about in physics. He understood what love really is. Love is about sacrifice. And in today's day and age where we have so much sadness, okay, so much war and pain and starvation, I really, really, in the spirit of Nikola Tesla, in the spirit of Jesus, I would really pray that all of us can feel that love and share that love with one another as children of God. And I would like to thank this Tesla Science Foundation for inviting me to speak, and I'll be happy to answer any questions, I suppose, after everything's over. Thank you very much for your attention.
Oh, I think you forgot your glasses. There you go. All right. So moving on to the next. Our next participant is Dr. Vera Mujovic, the greatest actress of the National Theatre in Belgrade. She has played numerous roles, written 7 books, and crafted several dramatic texts. Among her roles, Olga Knipper-Chekhov, Coco Chanel, Bergman's Lima, Maria Lebyatkina from Demons, and Aglaya from Dostoevsky, The Idiot, stand out. For the past 3 decades, she has been a participant and organizer of projects in the field of culture and the arts, both in our country and abroad. She actively collaborates with our diaspora and is involved in numerous humanitarian actions. She defended her doctoral dissertation titled, Culture Diplomacy as a Factor of Changing Serbia's Image in the World, in May of 2019. Her monograph, Culturally Diplomacy in the Service of Serbia, was published by the Institute for Political Studies in 2020. She has also published several scientific papers in the field of cultural diplomacy. Please all welcome Dr. Vera Mujovic.
Ladies and gentlemen, Serbian representatives, good afternoon. I'm Vera Mujovic, actress of National Theatre in Belgrade. And to me, Nikola Tesla is a close relative on my mom's side, according to Mandici. I wrote the book, Cultural Diplomacy in the Service of Serbia, which was the result of my doctoral thesis. An important chapter in my book is dedicated to the Serbian diaspora. As an artist, but also as an organizer of cultural events, I visited and performed abroad, both for Serbs and for foreigners in foreign productions or at the festivals. I shared some topics with our audience and other topics with foreigners. Russia many times, Moscow and St. Petersburg, all the way to the Polar Circle and the Far East, Murmansk and Khabarovsk, Ukraine, Germany, Armenia, France, Latvia, Great Britain, Norway, Sweden, Poland, Austria, Czech Republic, South Africa, Morocco, Canada, Hungary, Greece, Georgia, Cuba, Mongolia. These are the countries I remember where I stayed for my acting work. I worked and played Ivo Andrić, Momo Kapor, the greats of Serbian literature, and now I'm playing Princess Ljubica, a monologue and do a drama about the heroines of the World War I, 2 women in 1 war. And we made a new play, a duo drama about life of Michael Pupin, Pupin, The Last Dream. Many emotions remain in me forever, lots of experience too. But I had a need to formulate, systematize and arrange and also generalize some of my knowledge and experiences in order to come up with recommendations for myself and others, colleagues, institutions, my homeland. As a result of 10 years of research and 30 years of artistic practice, I have come up with certain recommendations. In cultural diplomacy, Serbia must recruit and consolidate its diaspora. Prominent and respected representatives of the Serbian diaspora can do a lot to promote Serbian culture, Serbian identity, as well as change the image and reputation of Serbia in the world. Homeland should also contribute to the improvement of education and information in the Serbian language in Serbian communities abroad. The most important thing is to invest in Serbian language schools, because this is how the 3rd and 4th generation of diaspora are preserved. This is how the Serbian world is preserved. Language and writing, and Cyrillic too. Diaspora is an actor and patron of Serbian cultural diplomacy. Diaspora can also be seen as a transnational network that crosses state borders. For culture and public diplomacy, it is necessary to identify our intellectual, technical, expert, entrepreneurial, cultural and artistic diaspora, as well as to create an official database of its prominent representatives. The elite representatives of Serbia abroad are the forces that influence the change of its image and reputation. At the same time, the mother country must form a platform, strategies and models of engagement of the diaspora in capital scientific, artistic and cultural projects, and can contribute to networking, presentation and promotion in the world. More than 1,300 diaspora associations are active in the world, with problems of poor organization, lack of common action strategy and unity, which reduces the potential of diaspora. The state of Serbia must develop a long-term program to help schools, universities, the church, orthodoxy, preservation of cultural monuments, media in the mother tongue, scientific research, work of cultural institutions and organizations. At the current moment, much is left to personal initiative and agile individuals, such as the work and engagement of Mr. Nikola Lončar with the Tesla Science Foundation, the Tesla People Project, and the establishment of Tesla Clubs. We must present to the world both the works of traditional culture, our cultural heritage, and the works of the world heritage that are located on our soil, but also the top reaches of contemporary culture, as well as special artist figures, Dositej, Vuk, Andrić, Pupin, Milanković, and especially Tesla. Strong figures from the Serbian past and artistic figures of today, as well as cultural heritage, collectively stamped the cultural identity of Serbia and changed its image and reputation. Within public diplomacy, Serbia's strong point is sports diplomacy. I can just name Djokovic and Jokic, you know others. We should offer our soul and our spirit. It is necessary to form a coordinating body, a department, whatever it is called, which should have experts from the sphere of foreign affairs, culture, media, diaspora, education, science, as well as the translation sector. This body would select, direct, and distribute programs to diplomatic and consular representatives, diaspora associations, cultural, artistic, scientific, and educational institutions abroad. Individual and short-term actions and initiatives actually only simulate a serious actions in this domain. We must insist equally on cooperation and concern for the general interests and on the responsibility of each individual as a citizen diplomat for the fate of the successful presentation of Serbia in front of the world. Thank you very much. All right.
Check, check. Okay. So we have a very, very special guest with us today. So we are very honored to have Branka Đurović here with us. She has been the major force behind the Serbian radio program Ravna Gora for 50 years. Please all welcome Branka Đurović.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Nicola and Maureen Lonchar, honored guests, distinguished guests, organizers, and other visitors that are with us today from various parts of the United States and Canada. It is a great honor and a privilege to be here today in the beautiful New York City at such a unique historic event, Nikola Tesla Spirit Awards, that is taking place at the New Yorker Hotel, where Nikola Tesla, our Serbian genius, lived and died. My name is Branka Đurović, and I'm the producer of the longest running and only Serbian radio program, Ravna Gora Serbia, which has been broadcasted the past 50 years on the multicultural radio station CHIN in Toronto on 100.7 FM. My late husband, Milenko William, and I dedicated our entire life to this cause. Unfortunately, he died 3 years ago, as well as two of the dearest and closest members of my family, my oldest daughter, Mirjana, 2 years ago, and my only son, Michael, 5 months ago. This was the saddest and the most difficult time of my life. But despite that, I had enough willpower and strength to continue with this radio program for the past 4 years. When my show was put on YouTube and the internet, it brought a lot of popularity and a lot of listeners. I'm very happy and proud that I can introduce to you my three granddaughters, Maya, who works for the Solicitor General in the Ontario provincial government, Jana, a student at McMaster University in Hamilton, doing her master's in research, neuroscience, and Danica, who is the marketing manager of events for the Princess Margaret Cancer Foundation at the well-known Princess Margaret Hospital in Toronto. They wanted to come with me to be the part of this conference and witness this historic event. Regarding today's event, I would like to express my gratitude to Mr. Nikola Lonchar, founder of the Tesla Science Foundation, for the invitation I received from him personally. At the same time, I would like to give greetings and congratulations to his wife, Maureen, who is nominated for the Best Woman and a Mother of the Year 2023. Maureen is Nikola's biggest supporter in this foundation, as well as other members who organized this event, which made it possible for all of us to be here and have the opportunity to finally meet in person Nikola Lonchar, who contributed a lot in the popularity of Nikola Tesla's name everywhere in the world, where his image and work was not always recognized before in many countries. We also had a very important event in Canada dedicated to Nikola Tesla Day in Ontario that took place in front of the Parliament building in Toronto, where Tamara Kochevich, member of the Provincial Parliament, MPP, gave out awards to certain individuals who dedicated their lives in preserving Serbian culture, language, and tradition. This was a very special event for me because I received 2 awards, a provincial award and a Nikola Tesla silver medal that I'm wearing this evening with pride. This came as a surprise to me, and I will cherish it for the rest of my life. There are also a couple of people who received those awards that are here with us today, Gordana Lakovic-Petkovic and Vic Djurdjevic, who spoke here earlier, founder of Antec Corporation from Hamilton, Nikola Tesla Education Corporation. I'm asked to give a short speech, but because of my commitment to the Serbian community in Toronto since I came to Canada, it won't be as simple, but I will try to give you a short summary of my life. I was born and raised in Belgrade, capital city of the former Yugoslavia, today Serbia. My father, Stanko Jelic, was a dedicated monarchist. He had a prestigious position as a captain of the King Royal's Army, King Peter II, before World War II. After the war, my father was captured by Germans and brought to the concentration camp, and many other prisoners where he spent several years, so we grew up without his presence. My mother, younger sister Milena, and I spent our childhood and grew up in Kotor, Montenegro. My father eventually immigrated to Detroit, Michigan, where he spent the rest of his life. It's interesting to mention that I saw my father for the first time in this city at the age of 13 at New York Airport when we came to America by boat 1950. This was where I recognized him, the place where I recognized him from a recent picture I was carrying in my hand. It was a very emotional moment, full of tears, which I will never forget. It is the beginning. We had difficulty due to the language barrier, but not for very long. My sister and I joined the choir at the Ravanitsa Church in Detroit, where we made many friends, including my husband, William, the love of my life, from Toronto, Canada, who I met at the choir festival in Windsor in 1958. In Detroit, I finished a commercial art degree at Wayne State University. 2 years later, I married Milenko Đurović in 1960 at the Ravanitsa Church in Detroit. After the wedding, we moved to Toronto, Canada, where we had a very happy and busy married life. We had 3 children, 2 daughters, the late Mira, Rada, and son, my late son Michael, the youngest member of our family. My husband's mother, Ljubica, came from Kraljevo, where she lived with her sister, Ruža, because her husband and son were killed during the war. So she came to live with us and looked after our grandchildren until the day she died. She was buried in Toronto, where her son and grandson now lay next to her. They are now joined together in heavenly garden forever. Memory eternal. May God bless their souls. Going back to my story, my husband and I dedicated our entire life to Serbian community in Toronto. We were both active members of the Serbian Church, St. Michael the Archangel in Toronto, for over 4 decades. Milenko was also the president of the church and a member of many political organizations. He was a candidate for the Conservative Party on the federal level during the time when the Diefenbaker was the Premier of Canada, as well as many humanitarian organizations such as Serbian Brothers Help, but most important of all, being the editor of the international Serbian magazine Fraternity Bratstvo in both English and Serbian language. Both he did for 25 years. In addition to this, he was a producer and a founder of the Serbian radio program Ravna Gora on Chin FM station, where I was involved as a musical producer at first. After his death 3 years ago, I have carried on as the only producer of the Serbian radio program Ravna Gora. As far as my dedication to the Serbian community is concerned, I was president of the KSS, Dacia Zorka, Serbian Sisters for 30 years, and the chairman of the International Festival Caravan for our Serbian Pavilion Belgrade, which was chosen for Best Pavilion in 2001. I was also in charge of the ethnic festival, Christmas around the world and Easter around the world for 25 years in the new City Hall in Toronto, for which I won a Community Builder Award in 2004 in the form of a statue. As far as my artistic talent goes, I inherited it from my grandfather, Peter, who was an icon painter. I won a very prestigious award for a mural of Abraham Lincoln, which was 6 by 12 feet, and it took me 3 years to paint that particular painting during my school hours after I was still going in Detroit. I'm very proud of this and won an award for the best painter in 1958. As a part of my presentation, I have a special message of gratitude to Dragan Mišković, a well-known journalist from Sarnia, Canada, who planned to be here this evening with 3 members of his family. But because of his health problems, due to the serious car accident he had 5 months ago, his doctor advised him that it's not very safe to travel, so he canceled the trip. Dragan Mišković, who is presently editor-in-chief in Tesla's People's News Online, helped a lot to my husband Bill and contributed a lot to my success in the last 3 years, as well as the popularity of our Serbian radio program that started 2.5 years ago when it was launched on YouTube. And Dragan continued to promote our radio program and made the public media aware of our half-a-century jubilee. As now, as the only Serbian radio program in Toronto, has audiences in every part of the world, including our homeland Serbia and beautiful city Belgrade, with RTS television. that's celebrating this year 100 years, a century jubilee. So we congratulate them on their endurance and success. I hope that we can use them as a role model for preserving a self-heritage in Canada. At least 3 years, I won many awards for the Serbian radio program Ravna Gora, which gave me the inspiration and desire to continue. At the closing remark of this speech, I would like to express my appreciation and gratitude to Nikola Lončar for inviting me to this special event, which means so much to me, and I consider the most important recognition of all my broadcasting career. At the end of my presentation, I have a very special poem that's dedicated to Nikola Tesla, written by Radmila Ninkovic, a very talented poetry writer from Toronto, Canada, and I was asked to read it at today's presentation. The poem is called Prince of Light. Once upon a time, during July's night stream, in a small village of Smiljan, a little boy was born. His mother knew right away that heaven sent him down, that he would become one day a carrier of a genius crown. The boy had a vision, unusual dream, to get light out of dark, and found help from river stream. Alive, a light beam. Nikola Tesla was his name, the most famous Serbian of all. Science for him was like a game, and helping the world his biggest goal. Whatever he touched was ahead of time. His workplace looked like a magic site. Invented devices were almost divine. The best name for him was Prince of Light. Thanks for listening. Season's greetings, Christos Erodi, Happy New Year 2024. Wishing all of you a very happy, healthy, and prosperous year ahead, of hoping to see some of you in Toronto, Canada in October for the celebration of 50th anniversary of our Serbia radio program Ravna Gora, Serbia. Živjeli mnoga ljeta. God bless you all. Grant you many years. Thanks for your patience. Thank you.
Ja bih htio da vam zakačim orden.
I just wanted to say this beautiful young lady next to me is 90 years old. I feel she deserves a lot of respect coming all the way from Canada. A big applause.
Thank you, sir. Thank you ever so much. Oh, they comes all my surprises. That's fine.
Šta smo mogli lepše da imamo nego ovako nešto da vidimo. Hvala vam puno. Divno. A i zahvaljujem se. I really want to thank you for her 3 granddaughter, wonderful 3 granddaughter who come with her.
All right, we're going to continue. Please be all seated. This was a wonderful, wonderful presentation, and I'm like, cannot believe that this wonderful lady is 90 years old. I want to be just like her when I grow up. Oh, I love you. All right, so we're gonna go with our next presenter, Stan Watts, a gifted American artist and sculptor whose focus is mostly the life-size bronzes. Last year, we had a privilege to attend the unveiling of his monumental work of the Tesla bronze statue here at the New Yorker Hotel that was donated to the experimental school in Philadelphia, Paradigm School. That was the first American school that started the Tesla Club. So please all welcome Stan Watts.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here. I flew all night last night to get here from Utah. And these two statues here we were working on yesterday, wrapping up about 4 o'clock Utah time. But I'm grateful to be here. And I've been to many Serbian in the past year events, thanks to Nick, who would push me to drive things across the country, and I would deliver. But Tesla, I wanted to do a statue of him back in 2008, and we're over 15 years ago. But I never got around to it. And but the beliefs, the things that he knew, are just beliefs that I have built into me, and they have to do with vibration. Maybe it's from the Beach Boys, good vibrations. But the vibrations and the frequencies that he talks about, I would talk to people and say that their vibrations can make people sad, or they can lift people up. And there are people in here who just looking at them or smiling lifts them up. And I want to talk about Tesla as a saint. His father wanted him to go to and be a priest, and to teach the good things in life. Tesla did that anyway, and he brought light in the darkness for the whole world. And the whole world's lit up because of Tesla, and because of what he brought to us, and what he knew. And I believe he was just too far ahead of his time, that we're just now understanding what he was saying. And I've been telling people for over 15 years that in the future you'll be able to heal people with a frequency. You'll be able to heal disease with a frequency. And he was saying that over 100 years ago. And he was right. My name, I believe our names have something to do with it, but my last name is Watts, and growing up, people say, what does that mean? What? No, it's Watts, and my ancestor is the one that gave Watts the frequency. Can't tell you his first name, but my grandmother said he was the one that deciphered what is 1,000 watts or 200 watts. And so Tesla, as a person, and I'm grateful to know Sam and Nick, and it was sort of accidental. Leon Paintney, who's an actor, is how this all came to be. So this is all just happenstance, but currently I'm working on a large statue of Tesla, reading that book. And does anybody know what book he's reading? You would think it would be a science book. And it's not. It's a humanities book. And Nick gave me that knowledge. And it's really important that in this photograph, this famous photograph that he was reading a book about humanities that was written in Serbian. And the little things that you learn about him are so important. It was important that not money to him, but to be able to share in the wealth of what the world has to offer. And they say he died sad. His favorite pet was a pigeon, and he wept over this pigeon as if it was his wife. But it was because he was in his heart, he was a good man, and I can't imagine being so knowledgeable and dealing with the people of the 1900s, just maniacs. And he had all the answers to all the problems that the world could have. And it truthfully is a prayer of mine. So there are people that say, love your enemy. And I was raised in America. Who was our enemy? Who was our villain on TV? It's the Russians. Terrifying. I live in Utah in the mountains. But my partner on this is a Russian, a great sculptor from Russia, who left in the middle of the Ukrainian war, and his mother was Ukrainian, and his father was Russian. And if you can imagine how that would tear him up. But he's this great sculptor, and I won't go on about myself, but I've been doing this for 40 years, and with the God-given talent, I'm able to transcend time. Long after I'm dead, when people dig things up, they're going to see bronzes. The movies, the paintings will all be gone, but in 5,000 years, Tesla will still be Tesla, giving the world light. And there is a responsibility with a talent. My talent is to put a soul, to put the light in the eye of the person. And before I knew Tesla's vibration, I would put a vibration in my sculptures. It makes them move and come alive. And they're not polished like a doll, but they move with a frequency. And so I've been blessed. I've done about 150 monuments around the world. But I have to say the most important person, in all honesty, and the most important person that lived in New York is Nikola Tesla, a Serbian.
So many good things happen, and one of this greatest thing would happen, what I'm really, really happy, we have a project what we name Tesla Coming Back to His People. And Stan making now two different sculptures, and basically one gonna be Stan. How tall first one gonna be in airport? So their museum next to Nikola Tesla Airport, for you guys who don't know. Nikola Tesla Airport is in Serbia, in Belgrade. And Stan producing two monuments. One gonna be inside in a building, and this is one sitting Tesla. And this is two size Tesla in a life, right? Yeah. So the other project, what we work with Stan is really also interesting. In the front from the St. Sava Church Cathedral, we want to put all these famous Serbs. And they're going to be Mileva Maric, Milankovic, Putin, Tesla, I don't know. The patriarch, we have meeting with patriarch, and for some of you know, I hope Dr. Pravica know that years and years ago, I sent a request to Serbian Orthodox Church to canonize Tesla. Patriarch called me on a meeting and said, this is not going to happen, it's just pushing in the wrong way. I'm never going to give up on that. I will still work on it, but he say, okay, you guys can install these monuments in front from the church, from the party. So, like, wait a minute, how are we going to do this? How this is going to happen? So Stan come and Stan say, okay, little by little, we're going to do it, all this stuff. But let's do first airport, because once when he finish airport, I think we're going to have way more support and support. I was in his facilities last month. This is huge facilities. It's a lot of workers inside. Everybody working, everybody have to be paid. He can't just donate everything. So thank you, Stan, thank you, my brother. Thanks a lot.
So, moving on to Ms. Yelena Ivanets, who is a marketing communications professional with 20 years of experience, specializing in integrating marketing communications, brand strategies, and public awareness marketing. In her career, she joyfully merged her passion for marketing and science and has worked on many complex and long-term projects with an unwavering commitment to serving a greater purpose. A former professional volleyball player fluent in multiple languages, she is an avid traveler with an insatiable curiosity to learn and grow. Yelena is the founder of the Marketing Lab consulting company and works as a fractional CMO, advising clients on strategies that secure sustainable growth. Please all welcome Yelena Ivanets. Wow, you are tall. How tall are you?
Close to 6 feet.
Oh, good. Good that I'm wearing high heels.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Such a nice announcement. I'm very honored to be here tonight with all of you. And I have to say, I changed a little bit my presentation for tonight. And it's because of you. You're to be blamed. You're such an inspiration. I heard so many amazing stories about the wonderful work you'll be doing, and I got inspired to change something. And oh, I have to mention one more thing. A couple of hours ago, I got an email from a really good friend. He is a really top-notch scientist here in the US, but he was born and raised in Serbia. He replied to my email from a few days ago when I congratulated him on his birthday, and he updated me on his most recent work, and he said, hey, NASA connected with me, they contacted me again, and they figured out some of the formulas do not work, so they want me to help them solve the problem. So yeah, that's kind of a normal thing for him, but then he added, and you know what, my younger daughter, she's actually on the Forbes list of 30 under 30 for some biotech work that she's done, some research. And I said, wow, there is something in the water back in Serbia, right? And then just a short reminder for 2% of top most quoted scientists in the world, and many, many Serbian names among them. My husband being one of them. Back to Tesla. We heard a lot of amazing things about Tesla. He's been great on so many things. He's been an inspiration. But there is one thing that he was not so good at. Could you tell me which one? Could you think of one thing that kind of business, and let's go and be more precise? Marketing and branding, right, right. Intellectual property protection. So it is up to us to change that, right? However, there are a few names that we know that do not really deserve that. I mean, that much fame that base their work and inventions on Tesla's inventions. Could you name some of them? I heard them outside. There's a gentleman repeatedly, saying to everyone attending his experiments, like, this is not that guy's work. This is actually Tesla. Do you know the name of those scientists? Who kind of? Marconi, Edison. Very good, very good. See, so we need more people to know about it, right? Back to the point. Nowadays, however, many organizations use Tesla's name. It is part of the name of the companies, even music bands. So what do you think they're trying to achieve when they name their company, organization, any kind of entity after Tesla? How do they want us to perceive them? They want to set themselves apart. They're different, they're better, they're more advanced, they're genius, right? In a way, there's nothing wrong about it. They help shed light on Tesla's work in a way, but not in a very comprehensive way. Why? Because Tesla was much more than that. There are things that really distinguish Tesla from other scientists. There are some values in his character that are different. We just mentioned a few of them, right? Tesla didn't have time for marketing, didn't have time for business to monetize his work because he was racing at light speed to create new inventions, right, to advance science for the betterment of the humanity, right? So he didn't have time for branding. What actually is branding? Can you go to the second slide? Branding is actually attaching a personality traits to a service, organizations, product, in a way that we want our consumers to perceive us, or that particular product, right? So when you think of Coca-Cola, what is one thing that you can think of? Uplifting, happy, right? That is the main thing that they go by, right? Can you move to the second one? Okay, if you can, yeah. You keep working, I'll keep talking. Tesla, however, had some really unique personality traits. He was a visionary. Unlike others, he was idealist, right? It was not enough to be good. It had to be really, really advanced. It had to be perfect, right? He was pursuing perfect solution in a simple ways. By then, he solved some big issues. He was also an independent thinker, and that's very, very important. You know, the world we live in, independent thinking is not that much appreciated. But anything that can bring immediate value and return on investments, that is kind of number one. Everyone will go after it. He was at the same time humble. He was human-centered, inspirational, and elegant, right? He was a big humanitarian. He was the greatest contributor to the society. And above all, he was resilient. He never stopped pursuing his dreams. At any price, he tried to do the best. So if all of us do our homework, perhaps in our own capacity, we can help shed lights on Tesla of celebrating and encouraging others to pursue real values, chase their dreams, while creating better world for all of us. So when you talk about Tesla, when you do work inspired by Tesla, please have in mind all this. Please try presenting Tesla in this light. How do we do that? First slide. I think the Tesla Science Foundation is an excellent platform to do so. Not only in gathering all visionaries, free thinkers, Tesla admirers, but also by enabling us to raise awareness about Tesla's legacy. Here are a few tools that we can use. You can always go to their website to check out what is the newest around Tesla's work, what kind of new things people around the world are doing. And with the new website, the possibility will be much bigger. We can always use social media, so thank God there were no social media in Tesla's time. It'd be the worst of all. But we can do that. Please use any kind of social media account that you have. Share any interesting fact, news, your work of others in regards to Tesla, and help educate other people about Tesla's work and legacy. Tesla Science Foundation has all the social media listed here, like Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, with amazing content on it. So follow them and get engaged. Don't be afraid to comment. Don't be afraid to like or share your own thoughts or post something on your own, right? And finally, it would be amazing if you can use some hashtags. Hashtags really help marketers follow their campaigns or quickly find content and information they're looking for. For example, here's one task. Action items for tonight. Use hashtag Tesla Conference 2024 and publish something about it. Whatever. If you do not feel comfortable writing anything, just share a photo, right? And make sure you write a hashtag Tesla Conference 2024. We'll see tomorrow how many of you did it and how that reacted, if there was any reaction. So spread the word about the amazing work the foundation does in honor of the legacy of these genius scientists, and to spotlight all of you who think critically while pursuing your dreams and ideas for the betterment of the world, and to celebrate the real values in this turbulent world. We owe that to ourselves, and we owe that to Tesla. My name is Jelena Ivanec, and I am honored to belong to Tesla people. Thank you.
And just very briefly, we didn't know that young performer, harp performer, is she here, Jelena? Mila? So she's here with us. For all of you who stayed here during the coffee break and had an opportunity to watch a beautiful performance on harp, that was Mila Manic, and she is receiving a medal from Tesla Science Foundation for her contribution to promoting Serbian heritage.
Off to the next. We have Predrag Karazovic and Srđan Sotirov. Predrag Karazovic and Srđan Sotirov will speak on behalf of the Tesla Science Foundation. Predrag has been with the foundation for a long time, and through his efforts, he has become a pillar of the foundation. Srđan is the new president of the board of directors of the foundation. So let us hear what they have to share about the news and future plans.
Here we are waiting for the presentation. I would like to say thank you to all the participants and to all the one who was for the first time or many, many more times. I want to thank you at first to founder Nikola Lončar, because he made such amazing group of us that we are promoting the Nikola Tesla legacy. And now we will describe you some information about our organization. About that, what we were working on the last year, and what are our plans to the next year. At the beginning, I would like you to read our mission. The Tesla Science Foundation created to promote Nikola Tesla's legacy by raising awareness of his achievements and contributions in the 21st century, thus contributing to the understanding of many of his patents and inventions that would have applications in today's needs of humanity. Through educational programs, workshops, meetings, and public events, we gather all those who are truly interested in Tesla. So, we like to share all your visions of Tesla, or how he was important to our Serbian people and to the whole community. In our organization history, first idea forming such organization has Nikola Lončar in July 2004. He formed Nikola Tesla Inventions Club in Philadelphia, and he wanted to have meetings with some inventors, but he realized that that is not enough. And after that, in 2010, he organized and founded Tesla Science Foundation. The Tesla Science Foundation is an organization, we are proud to say, of any kind of people that admire Nikola Tesla. We have scientists, we have promoters, we have artists, we have children from the kindergarten to the university. So everyone could join our organization and could present what he is working on Tesla's ideas. One of the greatest Tesla's idea is to give to the people something for free. His idea was to give the electricity for free to the old world, but we know there are some other interests in the world, and he couldn't succeed at that idea. But who knows, maybe in this hall is another Tesla who will have opportunity to achieve that goal, Tesla's goal. Apart from the Tesla Science Foundation USA that is formed in 2010, we founded Tesla Science Foundation Serbia organization. That is sister organization, this two one, in 2013. And we have some of the projects are solemnly, but the most of the projects we are working together. In the last, I think, 2 or 3 years, we are very proud to have some new Nikola Tesla clubs. That is the clubs that mostly the young children are working on something that promote Tesla, and we ask them to their teachers to work with children to foster their creativity in every way, not only electricity or some other patents that Tesla probably done, but also in any kind of industry, art, or other sector of life. We have Nikola Tesla clubs in Serbia, in USA, and from the last year in Uganda. We are very proud of that some guys from Uganda look at our Facebook site and decided to establish our branch in that African country. In the following years, we have organization in Budapest, and I forgot we have our branch in Banja Luka in Republika Srpska. We are also very proud to our partners. One of our first partners in the USA is Tacony Academy Charter School, American Paradigm School. The Ashley Redfern, you saw her presentation, is the executive manager of the Tesla Science Foundation and also in Paradigm School. Our second partner is Franklin Institute from Philadelphia. We gave them some experiments to put it in the institute about Tesla and his work. Tesla clubs, of course, I said something about that. Some projects concerning our second, the great project, Tesla Nation. And that's it. We have till now 20 different thematic events. We have installed 34 statues of Nikola Tesla around the world. And the Tesla Science Foundation recognized and awarded more than 1,000 individuals, institutions who are true enthusiasts and ambassadors of Tesla and the Tesla Nation.
Thank you, Pedro. I will continue. A few words about 2023. We start with January conference. You saw some picture. During this conference, we get proclamation of the Mayor of New York, and also at the end of the conference, we get and we unveiled new statue of Nikola Tesla made by Stan Watts. After that, we organized Nikola Tesla Days in Serbia during 3 days in the 3 different towns and 2 monasteries. We had one amazing journey. We have more than 70 presenters. We open new Tesla clubs, 2 new Tesla clubs, and we also do commemoration of Georgina Duka Tesla, Tesla's mother. At the same time, during this conference, we have also exhibition of paintings about Tesla, and we organized and did Children Art Prize competition in the Nikola Radošević Art Gallery in Belgrade. After Belgrade, we moved to Šabac. In the Center for Professional Development, we opened new Nikola Tesla Club. There were a lot of children. There were very, very amazing art performances. And we also participate in this event. After that, we went to Sremska Mitrovica with the technical secondary school, where we again opened the new Tesla Club. We have again a lot of interesting children, a lot of artists, and we also get one new Nikola Tesla statue. In the monastery, Krišatovac and Petkovica, which are related to the Tesla family, we organize also some very interesting events. to see some pictures. It was amazing, and the energy was everywhere. And we finished 2023 with the last event. In the 12th December, we unveiled the last Nikola Tesla statue at the Salt Lake Community College. I could say that 2023 was an amazing year, but we didn't finish. Predrag was in Hungary.
Yes. At the end of May, the delegation of the Tesla Science Foundation Serbia went to Budapest, exactly the town of Pomaz. It's about 15 miles north from the Budapest. In that town, there are a big Serbian community from the 18th century. And when Tesla worked an electric company in Budapest, he visited from time to time his uncle, which was the priest in that town of Pomaz. And 2 years ago, our community in the town of Pomaz the city government promote the Nikola Tesla Street in Pomaz, and our friends from Budapest unveiled the Nikola Tesla bust also in Pomaz. It is a little town, but you see when some people decided to do something, they succeed. From year to year, the media follow our organization. In the last year, we have 130 media announcements and more, and we thought in the following years it will be more and more interesting text about Tesla and the people who admires Tesla and promote his legacy.
Okay, 2024, I will start again and Predrag will finish. We will organize the conferences, minimum 2. Today it's first one, the second will be in July in Belgrade, and we will celebrate with our 20th anniversary. And also we will collaborate with our today big friends in Serbia. We will continue with Tesla Club opening, and we will organize various thematic workshops all around Serbia, where we will invite all people, children who want to go deeper and to understand the Tesla life, the legacy, and to take some good examples for their life. We will organize one specific evening, donor evening in the Belgrade, in the first part of the year. And at the same time, we will follow all the projects that our college will after. We start first our project 2024, and we start with promotion out of Serbia, our Serbian Cyrillic alphabet. And our new certificate, there is both sides, English version and Serbian Cyrillic version. For example, this is one of the actions. And Nada explained that this is potentially the most impacting project in this year. With the new portal, we will be able to collect different information about Tesla life and about Tesla people. And please, who want to join us, you're welcome. And Tesla Nation project, please, Pedro.
As I said, one of our projects was the Tesla Nation project. We want to group all Serbian people all around the world in Matica and in diaspora. We have one research, we have one questionnaire, about how the people and organization look on the how we could successfully cooperate between us. We send 5,000 emails to some representatives of the Serbian people throughout the world. We have some, got some answers about, I think, further of them. And we will give opportunity to everyone that participate in that questionnaire, in that research, to explain his idea, how could our diaspora and people in Serbia and Republic of Srpska could have some projects that will show our Serbian people in the most best lights. And at the end, but not at the least important, I would like to thank to General Consulate in New York that is supporting our organization for many, many years. Now the Vice Consul Olga Savacic and Secretary Tamara Vujovic is with us from the morning. We have the pleasure to meet new General Consul in New York, Mr. Božović, and thank you for all the efforts for support.
And now one important announcement. The last jubilee, but no means the least, 100 presence of Radio Belgrade. Radio Belgrade is the oldest electronic media in the Balkans. It was announced, heard for the first time on October the 1st, 1924. And since then, until today, when it is an integral part of the public media service, Radio Television of Serbia, it has dedicatedly preserved and nurtured the Serbian language, culture, and tradition. And not only in Serbia, the broadcast Together Tonight has been following events in all our communities, all over the world, for more than half a century. Thanks to new technology, they are now present in every point of our planet. Radio Belgrade sent us congratulations for our work and sent to us an open invitation for cooperation. Contact details we could find at the end of coming video. The Tesla Science Foundation congratulates Radio Belgrade and RTS on this magnificent anniversary, and we wish you many more successful broadcasts, reports, and cooperation with the aim of ever stronger preservation of our culture heritage. Congratulations on the 100th birthday. And now let's watch a short video about Radio Together. And for Radio Beograd, Ivan Jursić.
Radio Beograd, prvi program.
Good afternoon and a happy new year. Radio Belgrade is the oldest electronic media in the Balkans, and we are here to bring you closer our homeland through everything we have been doing for full 100 years. Radio Belgrade is a media outlet trusted by the people. Our first broadcast was in 1924, the same day that Radio Vienna had its first.
Ovde Radio Beograd.
Our radio is housed in a building of cultural significance for Belgrade, designed in 1912 and built in 1933. Right at the entrance, you are welcomed by a Nikola Tesla bust, installed in 1992 as part of the project Tesla's Planetary Social Gathering, or on Serbian, Teslino planetarno poselo.
Radio production is our basic job, and everything we produce is completely digitalized.
We broadcast 96 hours of program each day.
Our archive keeps audio records dating as far back as 1888.
When purified as a salt, that so much hideous bad music may be put on record forever. Arthur Sullivan.
And every day we create and record new programs of the highest quality. We take pride in our choirs, the symphonic orchestra, and orchestras of ethno and jazz music. We have excellent journalists, sound engineers, and news anchors. We are specialized in all types of audio recordings, with studios for production of music, radio dramas, and live concerts. Our informative program covers all of the aspects of modern ways of presenting the information, from local to international themes. Special attention is given to our communities abroad.
Radio Beograd, prvi program. Večeras zajedno. Ovo je program za vas koji živite i radite daleko od rodnog kraja.
The program Together Tonight, or in Serbian Večeras zajedno, has existed for more than half a century. We broadcast information about all our communities throughout the globe and help connect all of our people in the diaspora. Our priorities are preserving and nurturing our culture, tradition, and the Cyrillic script. In this century, we are continuing to follow innovations and trends.
In step with technological developments, we have launched a mobile app, RTS Zvuk, or in English, RTS Sound. You can download the app for free from all major app stores and use it seamlessly in any part of the world.
Dobrodošli u aplikaciju RTS Zvuk. Slušajte programe Radio Beograda uživo ili odloženo. U meniju pronađite emisije Radio Beograda klikom na audioteku ili uživajte u omiljenim muzičkim žanrovima odabirom opcije muzika. Obeležite sadržaj koji vam se dopao i slušajte odloženo kad god poželite. Playliste su muzički izbor poznatih ličnosti, a vi napravite svoj RTS Zvuk. Zvuk koji nas povezuje.
This is a call for you to join us and share your thoughts, your feelings, and your expertise with all our people worldwide. Stay tuned in to Radio Belgrade.
How is everyone doing? Smile. All right. It's so quiet here. What time is it? Okay. It's time for some coffee. All right, let's go. The next person that I'm going to announce she is not here, but I'm going to read her bio and someone will do the presentation on behalf of her. So, Marina Bulatovic is a journalist, writer, and member of the Tesla Science Foundation of Philadelphia since 2014. This year, our foundation and Marina are celebrating 10 years of joint volunteer work. Also, Marina has been a member of the executive board of the Tesla Memorial Society of New York since 2010. She was among the first journalists to write about Tesla for media outlets in Serbia, Canada, and Russia, in cooperation with the Nikola Tesla Museum from Belgrade, with journalist and writer Alexander Milinkovic, Joey Kinney, the president of the Tesla Memorial Society of New York, deceased in 2021. Marina also writes for the daily newspaper Danas, RT Balkan, Sputnik Serbia, Radio Television of Serbia, and Ilustrovani Politika. Nina of Arabia, is Marina's first novel. Her new novel, Happy Serbian New Year, will be published in 2024. Along with Tesla, Marina also researches the life and works of Mihailo Idvorsky-Pupin, Milena Pavlovich Barili, Mileva Maric Einstein, and Milutin Milankovic. Marina is not attending in person, as I said before, and her presentation will be delivered by Predrag Karasovic. Thank you.
Marina and I know for 10, 20 and more years. We used to work together in the late 19th century, not late 19th century, and because of that she is very ill. And this year we together, or our organization, celebrate her 10-year involvement in our organization. After this presentation and all other presentations that are following, we will have sorry. We will give her to one of us the highest award, Tesla Spirit Award, for the 10 years of being public relations for Tesla Science Foundation. As Lana said, Marina is a journalist and writer, and she worked with late Ljubo Vujović that lived in New York in our brotherly organization called the Tesla Society. And his latest work, one of the latest work, was to present how Nikola Tesla has his cloth, because in some newspapers in the last year it is said he didn't looked much how we will have his clothes, but from her research, she found that Nikola Tesla didn't go anywhere without a suit, without tie, or without some special socks, without the shoes that are specially made for him. He was a real gentleman, and at that time, the most organizers of every kind of the events in that New York liked to call Nikola Tesla to be the part of that event. And maybe you know that he was favorable in the women's world. He decided not to have a family, not to have a wife, but many famous women in that time wanted to be with Tesla, maybe of his style, of course, of his, for everything he was. Next slide. You see some of his personal clothing. Maybe it is not seen because it's a little one, but you see it has elegant hat, elegant suit, gloves. I said before, he ordered the shoes for him, also the clothes. He always wanted to wear a cloth that will show his elegance. That is, I think, from the some newspaper. Yes, from Ona newspaper. That is one magazine in Serbia that is following the stars, the clothing, everything in Estrada sphere, and they present Tesla. It is said for the ones who didn't know Serbian language, Tesla, the man of style. Next. These are also his personal items presented in that magazine Ona. You see, he also wear pink socks. Maybe in that time was something unusual, but his personality is changed for that he wear pink socks. Next one. That is the same. Next one. The same. Does it next? I'm sorry. This bust. Something here. I'm sorry. Maybe you will see I'm not very well prepared for this presentation because we thought Marina will come, but he was very, very ill. She lives in Toronto, and because of that, I must read something, what he prepared. Throughout his life, Tesla wears suits, silk and cotton shirts, ties of various colors, and on more formal occasions, bow ties in regards to his fashion style. It can be said that he followed his own sense of taste and personal affinities. He is dressed in the manner of the gorgeous world of the late 19th century. It is proved that he doesn't put something just for like that. He is thinking what will he present in the public. This is the same. This is Nikola Tesla's father, Milutin. He was the priest of Serbian Orthodox Church. Nowadays, some nations are trying to say that Nikola Tesla was of their origin, but in the Serbian nation, we think Nikola Tesla was Serbian origin, born in Austrian Empire, lived his young childhood in Austro-Hungarian Empire, and was the citizen of America, where he has his most valuable patents made to the world. Tesla, yes. So next one. These are the. There is no one picture of Nikola Tesla mother, Đuka, but we have some pictures of other relatives. From the mother's side, Nikola Tesla relatives was mostly priests of Serbian Orthodox Church, and they are very well educated. One of them was a metropolitan in Croatia. And Marina said, in addition to his parents, Tesla was uncommonly attached to his uncle Petar Mandić. Petar Mandić was also the priest, and he lives, as we mentioned, Srđan and I, in the last presentation, lived in the city of Pomaz in Hungary, who was also an Orthodox priest and his mother's brother. Thus, Tesla comes from an educated family, the young middle class. He was educated in European metropolises, lived in Vienna and Prague. He worked in Budapest, Paris, Strasbourg, and New York, and later throughout the Promised Land. Okay. Just to finish, and the fashion that was presented in these cities underneathly left its mark on his fashion style. And because we are a little late for the other presentation, I will end this part of the presentation.
Thank you very much. I need some light. Thank you. All right. I know everyone is waiting. It's been a long day, but believe me, it's going to be very nice. So, and again, smile. It's beautiful. Next one, we'll go with, Biljana Regan is a local collector from Silver Spring of Serbian fall costumes and Balkan area, textiles, jewelry, and accessories. She was born in Šabac, 80 kilometers far from Belgrade, capital city of Serbia. Ah, that's where my mom is from. Since 2012, she has had regularly exhibit in Washington, D.C. area, Library of Congress, Serbian Embassy, Francophone Party at the French Embassy, Croatian Embassy, Ohio, Texas, New York, and many others. Knowledge of handcraft proved to be extremely useful for the costume restoration. Often missing components, homemade lace, or embroidery are created to complete costumes reflecting the fashions of rural Serbia. Her collection has over 100 authentic costumes. My happiness is reflected in the ability to do, okay. There's a missing piece. I'm sorry, apologize, but somebody took my piece. Anyways, so let's all welcome Biljana Regan, please. I'm sorry, Biljana. I was trying to look for it, but someone took it. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm both honored and humbled to be chosen to address you today as one of Tesla's people, as one of you, as one of the proud Serbs who, inspired by Tesla's contribution to the entire humanity, strives through their action and art spirit of the greatest Serbian American that ever walked the earth. My story officially began 12 years ago when I founded the Association for Preservation of Balkan Tradition and Culture in the United States. But in fact, it began many years before that in my hometown Šabac on the river Sava, when I took my first folklore dance steps as a young girl. Folklore dancing soon became not only my hobby, but also my passion, as it embraced the warmth and sparkling happy melodies and the rhythmic beats with my lively stage performances in the authentic folk costumes, each of which telling a story of our rich history and tradition through their beautiful vivid patterns and handmade ornaments. The love of folk art inspired me by my mother Svetlana, who passed her multi-talent on me and taught me all the secrets of handcrafts, embroidery, sewing, jewelry, decoration making, as our family home was always full of gorgeous pieces that she herself made or collected. My mother's devotion and dedication to handcraft, coupled with my passion for folklore dances and costumes, were and still are the main sources of my inspiration, vision, and impulse to collect, restore, revive, and create portions of Serbian and Balkan heritage here in the United States for over a decade now, through dozens of exhibitions, shows, events, and festivals. Before I conclude, and invite you to watch a short video presentation of our most recent exhibition held at the Serbian Ambassador's residence in Washington, D.C. in November 2023. I would like to thank the organizers of our conference, the Tesla Science Foundation, its founder, Mr. Nikola Lončar, and the entire executive board, especially Ms. Nada Martinovic, for giving me this opportunity today. None of this would have ever been possible without tremendous help from my family, my son Stevan, and my friends in Serbia and in the United States. All the girls and guys, women and men, whom I always be grateful for joining me on this journey of preserving and presenting the culture and tradition of our region all over the United States. Most of all, my gratitude goes to my biggest supporter, my biggest friend, and my husband, John. Who continues to give me strength, motivation, and encouragement to pursue doing what I love every day. Thank you all, and enjoy the short video.
Predivno gala veče srpske tradicije, kulture, umetnosti ovde u srcu američke prestonice. Večeras smo u novootvorenoj srpskoj rezidenciji u Vašingtonu predstavili svetu, Americi, kolekciju naše fenomenalne Biljane Regan iz Marylanda, za koju želim da čuje cela Srbija, jer je reč o ženi koja je u svojoj kolekciji sačuvala više hiljada srpskih narodnih nošnji iz svih naših krajeva, otkupljivala ih je, konzervirala, muzeološkim metodama spajala u jednu predivnu kolekciju koju smo večeras predstavili u srcu američke prestonice. I ovo je svojevrsna Noeva barka srpske tradicije, kulture i umetnosti predstavljena američkoj publici, diplomatskoj zajednici, kulturnim krugovima, koristeći ovo kao još jedan način da gradimo mostove razumevanja, saradnje i, ako hoćete, i da povezujemo ljude na najbazičnijem nivou kroz emocije. Meka moć srpske kulture, istorije, tradicije govori sama za sebe, tako da ofanziva šarma srpske kulture, tradicije, istorije u Vašingtonu je u punom jeku. Ne samo politika, ne samo teške teme, već tražimo put do srca ovdašnje elite i upravljačke klase na najrazličitije načine. Živela Srbija i pozdrav iz Vašingtona.
Happy New Year's, brothers and sisters. In Serbia, it is already 10 minutes past midnight, so we celebrate in a Serbian time. And now you're going to see again these beautiful young people with Serbian dance. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna wait a few minutes. You guys, in Serbia we kiss 3 times, so you guys can start kissing. Did we need that? Craig, look like we need your help here again. Stavi dupli tejp u kuću. Napravi to bolje, pašće.
Fantastic job, Maria.
Thank you.
Really fantastic job. Really fantastic job, guys.
Sem poznati doktore Đorđa da primi nagradu 25 godina rada sa ovom decom. Fantastično. Pre 12 godina, 10-12 godina su isto bili samo u velikoj sali zajedno sa nama i ja ne znam, vidim po svima vama da ste oduševljeni da je sve kako treba. Pa prvo poklanjavamo vam Tesla Spirit Award za vašu organizaciju i za vašu decu svu da uče još više od Tesla.
Hvala, Nikola. Thank you, everyone, and thank you for putting together this conference. It's really amazing to see how many people came and how many people support your work. But really, and the least that we can do as Gračanice is just beautify it a little bit with these young people. We're hoping to have enough time to perform another number for you, so hopefully very soon you'll see Vranjanska svita. Thank you very much again.
Thank you.
Hvala.
Thanks all. Mi imamo još nekoliko izuzetno divnih. We have few more wonderful people, presenters. But because of Serbia New Year, we changed program a little bit. We will start with presentation after this. So Nada, can you bring your kids out?
So before Nada gets ready, I would like to introduce her, Dr. Nada Martinovic, a former professor at Kent State University, currently holds the role of management and program analyst for the Department of Homeland and Security. Beyond her professional accomplishments, Dr. Martinovic is a passionate community leader, contributing her time and passion to various cultural and civic organizations. Notable among these are Cleveland Museum of Arts, International Community Council, Cleveland International Folk Festival, One World Day, Global Cleveland, and many more. For over 2 decades, Dr. Martinovic has been a dedicated advocate for the Serbian community in Cleveland, actively engaged in preserving and perpetuating Serbian culture, language, and tradition. She was director of the Serbian Film Festival, founding member, and Serbian representative of the Eastern European Congress of Ohio, founder and director of the nonprofit organization Serbian Community Children's Corps, St. Sava, and Cleveland, Ohio. Currently, she serves as the vice president of the Tesla Science Foundation. Martinovic earned her BA in music theory of the University of Arts in Belgrade, Serbia, MA in music education of Cleveland State University, and PhD in music education at Kent State University. She has presented her research internationally. So Nada will explain exactly the songs that will be played right now. So thank you, and I apologize, I had to read from my phone because there was no time to print anything, so I hope you can forgive me. Nada, please.
Thank you, Alana, for this introduction. Craig, I need to ask you, we need this mic for soloists, so I will talk until this. So very briefly, we have 3 songs to perform. The first one is kind of a surprise, but it will tie in all of my efforts for the past 21 years when I decided to start this choir. And you will have a chance to hear the very first singers of the choir who were members 21 years ago. And because of them, this choir exists. Emotion. So that's the first song, and second 2 songs are a result of our collaboration with my former students, now colleagues, Professor Snežana Šalaj-Tibor and her students, and my colleague Nenad Blažić from Belgrade. Thanks to them, these singers had an opportunity to collaborate with children from Serbia. We are very proud of that project called Music Without Borders. And we are looking forward to collaborate with many more children from worldwide. So while we sing, you will be able to actually see the video performance of kids from Serbia as well. So it's a kind of unified effort. And sorry
Check, check, 1, 2. Check, 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 1, 2.
I think it's too loud.
Deda već dugo ore nebeske njive i baka još čuva sve stvari i slike našeg sveca. Dan kad sam rođen, tu je posađen orah i u avli pod gustom krošnjom sad igraju se deca. I zelene kajsije kadu druga deca.
can you please come here? So what a wonderful thing, huh? So, come on, please. So they tell me, if you want to make this organization very good, you have to make first person, select first person next to you way smarter and better than you. And I select Nada. Nada is vice president and definitely doing wonderful work. And I know how busy she is with a lot of different things, what she do. But Nada, this plaque is for your wonderful work. And this is, keep teaching your kids about Nikola Tesla.
Thank you. Thank you. This is a great honor. Just thank you. That's all I can do. And I hope that children, that this is a great impression for them and something that they can look up to. And those medals that they received, I'm proud of it. That's what I'm here to do, to teach them to continue tradition. Neki novi klinci are coming.
First, I would like to say Happy Serbian New Year. Srećna Srpska Nova Godina. Opa! Tako. So, on behalf of the elementary school, Banović Strahinja, Serbia, Belgrade, Serbia, I would like to present the plaque to this beautiful lady, Jovana Gnatović.
I would like to thank to Tesla Science Foundation to this special award. The kids from elementary school Banović Strahinja will be proud. Thank you.
Okay, I know there are a lot of people from Montenegro here. How many? I'm not. So now, my special guest from Montenegro. You introduce it?
Montenegro. We love Montenegro. One of my favorite places in Montenegro is Petrovac. And I've been there since I was a little child, and I miss that place. So the next one is Tatjana Kuljača, born in Sarajevo, grew up in Konjic and Nikšić. She earned her undergraduate degree from the Faculty of Tourism in Kotor and her postgraduate master's degree from the Faculty of Tourism in Bar. Since November 2015, she has been a columnist for Gracia magazine. So please all welcome Tatjana Kuljača.
Good evening, everyone. It's a great honor to me to be here, and I would like to thank to Mr. Nikola Lončar for inviting me to speak for you, and especially for the opportunity to write a special story about Nikola Tesla and a boy who was inspired by Nikola Tesla. And that book will be released this year, hopefully until July. So today I would like to speak about the creation process of creation. After all, I'm a writer. Nikola Tesla talked about many things, including how he came up with the ideas of his inventions. He said that he did not invent anything, but that he was a channel through which information from a higher power reached humanity. We can call this higher power God, the universe, or simply the source. Whatever we call it, it refers to the same thing. When I first wrote a fairy tale for children, Sophia and the Magic Garden, I experienced that what Tesla was talking about. I have to mention that I had never dared to write for children before because I felt that I did not match their imagination enough to interest them in anything. Also, writing for children comes with a lot of responsibility, and you have to think carefully about how some of the information we impart to them through the story will shape them. I will tell you how it happened to me. My daughter, who was 5 years old at the time, asked us to make up the story. She told me that there was a little girl called Sophia who came to her grandmother's house during the winter vacation. While walking in the garden, she met a fairy who was crying because she had to get to fairy school, and some had to make sure that snowflakes kept their beautiful shape. Winter cannot be magical without them. My little girl's attention was drawn to something else, and not long after, the wonderful world of Sophia and her grandmother's magical gardens opened up. I saw how Sophia receives the fairy power of making snowflakes and how frivolously she uses it, how she neglects her actual true power to make up the most wonderful stories. On her way, she disrupts the order of the worlds because no human can keep the fairy power. That would simply be too dangerous. The images I saw in my imagination changed at the speed of light, and I barely had time to write them down. I didn't create anything, and I didn't weigh up which way the better way for the main character, so I should write it down. I just followed her on her journey and wrote a wonderful story about the inner magic of every child, which they must realize when they are small and never forget. When I started writing, I had no idea where the story would take me, nor what messages it would convey to the children who would read it. I had the wonderful feeling that I was just a conduit for a story that needed to be told, and I was just open enough to believe that I could do it, just like Nikola Tesla, who captured ideas and worked them out in his head. I can't even imagine what the world would look like today if he hadn't trusted his imagination. Two girls believed in magic of writing because of my writings and wrote their first books in the age of 12 and 15. They say that magic snowflakes with a drop of ancient magic gave them the power to realize their secret wish to invent and write stories. That was also my success, because I don't measure success by the number of copies of the book I sold, by the number of inspired children who became aware of their inner powers. The first book was followed by another Sophia's adventure, Luca and Sophia in the Enchanted Forest. And I was traveling by car and I had just prepared the first adventure for the press. A chubby boy came into my mind. "I'm Luca," he said. "What do you want from me?" I asked. "I want a story," he replied. To be honest, I was a bit annoyed that he appeared out of nowhere when we had just finished all the preparation for the book. I couldn't imagine how I was going to fit him in the story that had already been written. Write a new book, the story of Luca and Sophia, I somehow heard in my head. The magical world opened up to me again, and the story followed quickly, and wrote for days without stopping, and wrote the story of Luca and Sophia in the Enchanted Forest. It was about a boy who was an outsider in this world. In another world, he discovered an unusual power that he had inherited from his mother, the lake fairy. Again, I had the feeling that someone else was writing through me, and I was only holding a pen in my hand. The third book, Sophia and the Timekeepers, which is supported by the Ministry of Culture and Media of Montenegro, tells the story of what can happen when we have the power to control time. It takes the main character to an underground town with a wisdom tree and very strange people. I had the image of this small town in my head for a long time. It was so strong that I saw it even time when I closed my eyes. Fairy Town opened up to me in all its colors and smells and urged me to write down the story. I have never written by force or according to plan. I was always open to ideas that came to me. And I know that I have an idea, it's up to me to make something of it. If I do not, it will be taken over by somebody else. How often has it happened to you that you did not attach any importance to an idea and later found out that someone else had implemented the same idea? Nikola Tesla described the world we live today And from this point of view, it's amazing how accurately he predicted events. The development of technology, it used for the benefit of all, will allow people to devote more time to developing their talents and making this world more beautiful with their creations. I firmly believe that we all are here with a mission. We just need a little encouragement to remember what our mission is and to fulfill it. That's why Sophia's story was very important as a preparation for the children of future generation to be ready to take all the gifts they came into this world with and make it more beautiful. We are all important. If we are not, we wouldn't be here. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name
I would like to call Patrick Ryan, who is going to present a video. Patrick, thank you.
Hello, my name is Patrick Ryan. I live in Colorado Springs, Colorado, and I'm here to talk to you about finding Colemanzito. I was told I only had 3 minutes to give this presentation at the Tesla Memorial Conference, so let's get to it. Who is Colemanzito? Well, he was an assistant of Nikola Tesla. That is me dressed as Colemanzito for a parade in Colorado Springs. The city actually called me to play Tesla that day, and I had to tell them, Tesla is tall and thin, and I'm not, but I know a guy. Now, when I moved to Colorado Springs, I was a little distraught that there wasn't any markers to Tesla in town. And so I posted a video, Can't My Hero Get a Break? And this guy was the first to respond. And he said, well, Patrick, it's not like you don't know anybody who can't build a statue. Well, this guy is Stan Mullins, and when it comes to statues, he's pretty famous. And he said, when you get back to Athens, let's go to lunch, and you can tell me all about this Nikola Tesla. So this is us at lunch, me talking about my favorite subject. Now, I told Stan, if we're going to do this statue right, we're going to have to include this other guy, Colemanzito. He's Tesla's assistant, and he actually saved Tesla's life during one of the Colorado Springs. So that's our concept drawing based on the only photograph we had at the time. Little did we know our lives were about to change. We got contacted out of the blue, and that person sent us this photograph. And as you can see, Coleman's sporting that big bushy mustache. That's why I had it in the parade. So how did we find out about Colemanzito and his big bushy mustache? This guy right here, Carl Belinas. He is the president of the Friends of Maple Grove Cemetery in Kew Gardens, New York. And he called me out of the blue one day and said, Mr. Ryan, we found your statue project online. In it, you depict another individual, Colemanzito. We have a Colemanzito in an unmarked grave in our cemetery, and we'd like to finally mark his grave after 95 years. So I had to call up Stan and say, you're not going to believe this. Then Carl calls me back and says, oh, by the way, do you know who Louis Latimer is? Because we need to mark his grave too. So I had to call up Stan again and say, you're not going to believe this. We're marking 2 graves now. Stan was totally cool. He was currently working with the King family on the MLK statue in Atlanta, Georgia. This is us on our...
Can we get the light? For some reason, there's a lag with the video, so with the audio, you're not getting the right slide. But Colemanzito is Nikola Tesla's assistant. He has been in an unmarked grave for the last 95 years. We're going to finally mark his grave on May the 5th. They're all invited. If you want to find out more information, please stop by our table. Thank you very much.
And we're moving on to the next. A good friend of mine.
ancient knowledge and practices that involve the understanding of energy, frequency, and light, and the cultures and traditions of Chinese medicine and other ancient healing traditions. We are going to have another section in the show that deals with spirituality and metaphysics, talks that are exploring the spiritual and metaphysical aspects of energy, frequency, and light, and which Tesla often draws connections between ancient wisdom and contemporary spiritual practices in creating his invention and philosophies of his creative process for the designs and developments. We're going to do something else on quantum physics. This is going to be fun. A lot of this stuff is out of my wheelhouse, so I'm going to be learning as I go, of course. Conversations delving into the principles of quantum physics, which often involve discussions about the nature of light, energy, frequency, and the quantum. While there are legitimate scientific uses of light and frequency in various fields, there can also be a misunderstanding or exaggeration, particularly when referencing ancient science, that do mainstream science thinking that, and not understanding about the quantum sciences. So always consider research technologies and sciences that are not totally understood, and if they are withheld to do the intellectual misunderstanding of the mainstream science, which are sometimes, okay, that wasn't written well. So in a capsule, I'd like to thank the Tesla Science Foundation for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you tonight. Once again, the YouTube talk show is going to be called Ancient Secrets Untold, and I want to thank Robert out there in Arizona. I know he's watching right now. He's been texting me while I'm up here. Thanks, Robert. That was confusing. And, you know, we're going to be doing this program, and hopefully you guys can tune in and take a look. It's going to be something that's an expansive program that, because I do television production as well, as you obviously know from this experience here tonight, and we just can't wait to talk to the world and introduce Tesla in a whole new way. So please tune in, look for us, and I want to thank the Tesla Science Foundation here in New York City, but of course from our hometown, brotherly love, Philadelphia. Guys, thanks so much.
Now I would like to call in Sam Mason. Sam Mason? Okay.
Hello, I'm Nasiwa Jenny. Hi, I'm Dorothy. Agnes is my name.
Lawrence.
And we are Tesla Science Foundation Uganda.
turn on the lights for a moment there? No, not yet, not yet. Can I get the lights there? Thank you, everyone. Hello, my name is Samuel Mason. I'm the president of the Tesla Science Foundation, New Jersey chapter, as well as the founder of the Tesla Science Institute. I've also worked very closely for many years with Nikola Tesla on the establishment of Tesla's Ambassadors as an actual organization that caters now to around 85,000 members as we grow bigger every day. Ultimately, our goals are to work with governments all over the world to establish teams that will assist the Tesla Science Foundation in its ambitions, as well as all of these young scientists all over the world who've never heard of Tesla's name. We find the Tesla Science Foundation to be a pivotal entity that will lead us all into a better, brighter future that Tesla intended. And we're very happy to be working with so many great people, such as yourselves. I work very closely with Dr. David Vujicic, and now I'm also joined by Mr. Joshua Steely, who recently joined us in Serbia as we visited the Savic Innovation Center in hopes to establish a Tesla Innovation Center in the city of Camden. We're also joined here by Director Berg, who came from Camden, for a representative of the city. If you guys would please give him a round of applause. He's back there, in the Yankees hat there, New York Yankees hat. Oh, yeah, there he is there. Thank you. And the way we are able to accomplish this is that all of you have placed a tremendous amount of faith and trust in our operations, and one such individual has been Mr. William Turbo. God rest his soul. Mr. Turbo has been an extraordinary light for the Tesla Science Institute to move into jurisdictions and establish these centers without fear and without any kind of worry of reprisal. As Tesla's as a Tesla ambassador, literally, we feel of the first order, William endeavored to teach Tesla science at every level. He has done presentations at the United Nations, and many of us are unaware of the extraordinary efforts this man put into preserving the life, work, and legacy of Tesla, until great people like Mr. Lonchar came and picked up the reins and then spread Tesla to almost every corner of the globe. Mr. Turbo, thankfully through Stan Watts, our designer of these Tesla statues, was gracious enough to create a bust in William Turbo's likeness so that we can preserve his memory and so that everyone will know that his contributions will be remembered throughout history. And with that, I have something very amazing to show you here. If you'll direct your attention. This bust of William Turbo, we hope will one day grace the grounds of the Tesla Science Center or the Tesla Museum in Belgrade. We will hold tight until we receive a response, and ultimately we at the Tesla Science Institute are dedicated to doing everything possible to building the world Tesla intended. And with that, we have a special message from our dear friend Dino Dinopoulos, and he is going to illustrate some of the core values of what the Tesla Science Institute really would like to bring to the world. And just very briefly, if you could, Josh, come up for a moment there. I'd just like to acknowledge this gentleman. He will be joining us back in Serbia, as well as joining me in Uganda to further these international ties. And I cannot thank him enough. Nick, I can't thank you enough for this great opportunity. Thank you all. And with that, I leave you with the message from Dino, and we will be providing a much lengthier presentation in lieu of the time that we are, we're somewhat limited on time at the moment. So thank you, everyone, and with that, you can start the video. We'll probably cut it short due to time, but we'll laugh.
Or fake, meaningless science. As a result, welcome. Welcome everybody to this annual celebration of the life of Earth's most important truth seeker, Nikola Tesla. While most people follow the traditional path of knowledge and education, taking in and dishing out as much previously declared information as their professors' bosses wish them to know, Tesla had a different approach, and it is one we can all continue to learn from today and must learn from. He was born at a time in the mid-1850s where the old world was quietly yet forcefully being faded out, and the new world would soon be ushered in with a vengeance. Tesla lived in the prime time of this monumental period of change around the world. As the old world faced off against the inevitable future, Nikola Tesla, possessing an ultimate visionary mind, could certainly see what was coming and knew he had to do something to counter it for the sake of humanity's future. At a very young age, he became fascinated by engineering and physics and went to various schools to expand his knowledge. He soon would surpass all of his peers and teachers and set off into the workforce in order to learn enough so that one day his impact would be felt all over the world. All throughout this time, he would travel from his humble countryside beginnings in the region of Lika in modern Croatia and all throughout Europe, observing the spectacular ancient architecture of past civilizations and the technology of advanced buildings, including that of his university at Graz. Throughout these purpose-building adventures, his real work was being done internally, within his mind, envisioning the way the invisible forces of our world function. Soon enough, he landed upon the shores of America with an essential mission, and he was determined to succeed. At this time, it is important to discuss a few relevant concepts which multiply the importance of Nikola Tesla's impacts today, so that we can continue his quest for the ultimate truths of this world, which were once known and will be known again, thanks to Tesla and all of you who continue to promote his legacy. First, it is important to remember that Tesla was incredibly fascinated with ancient Hindu and Vedic texts, which described ethereal energy and technology that most people considered myths or fairy tales. Tesla knew these ancients were speaking of something tangible and possible, and that if it were to be rediscovered and utilized, it would be immensely helpful, powerful, and infinite. One look at the ancient structures of India, and it is easy to see, yet tough to fathom how truly advanced that civilization had once been. But Tesla knew. 2, we must take into account that most of what we know about Tesla that has survived time, we have been allowed to know. When he passed away in this very New Yorker hotel apartment, it was raided by government officials, one being Donald Trump's uncle. This means that all of his personal writings and intellectual inventions, theories, and concepts were never publicly released to the masses, and instead have been kept under strict control of the US government, never entering the scientific field. There is no telling what was in there, as we know that governments have a tendency to eliminate what does not fit their narrative, or what would give humanity too much power for positive change, while cutting into their very important profits. We also know that the Vatican and Smithsonian have been the keepers of forbidden ancient knowledge, which they do not factor into the educational programming and documented history of the masses. The answers to all the mysteries may very well be in ancient books that exist today, but never see the light of day. The damage this strict control of truth does to the collective consciousness of our world is absolutely catastrophic, as it massively hinders the ideal path of progress that humanity could be on. 3, we must acknowledge that because of this lack of disclosure, we may never know what Tesla's true and final thoughts were on such incredibly important history, ancient technologies, the fabric of reality, consciousness, and much more. When examining the detail in the spires of ancient cathedrals strewn all over Europe and the world, most of which have currently been destroyed by war, we can see many similarities to the towers and technology that Tesla had created in his lifetime. Was he inspired by the cathode cathedrals of the past? We knew he thoroughly appreciated the ancient Hindus and Jains. What other miracles of nature in this universe did he discover that are now lost to a corrupted government? I pray we find out one day. 4th, we can also speculate that as a result of such extreme targeting of Tesla, as well as the brutal persecution of free energy scientists to this day, we can conclude that this concept and knowledge of it is extremely important and relevant. Nobody gets targeted and severely punished or silenced for failed experiments or fake meaningless science. As a result of this, our modern pop science has become more of a sinister cult of blind followers and memorizers, as opposed to a collection of unique visionary minds dealing in truths and pushing the boundaries of what is possible for the benefit of all beings. When evidence and scientific method are neglected and all focus is set on profits, truth suffers drastically. There is a big problem with reality in science. Therefore, a wise, critically thinking mind must question everything, especially if that information emanates from an untrustworthy source. If all the money for innovation and discovery is funneled into the hands of people searching for truth in all the wrong directions, nothing gets accomplished and the collective minds go nowhere. Again, humanity suffers. We may never know what Tesla truly thought about the structure of this universe, but I can guarantee he gave it a lot of thought since his technology utilized it perfectly. Fifth, it is important to know that Tesla believed firmly in the infinite power of the ether surrounding us all. This concept alone has been discussed for thousands of years, until about the time where Tesla had the capabilities of bringing this technology back to the public for free. Tesla's discoveries were undeniable to the scientific community and would have set the world off on an incredibly clean and affordable future where the potential of technology seemed to have no bounds. In response to this, the fraud celebrity of Einstein was thrust upon the masses to change the course and eviscerate the ether from science education while illegitimately stealing the crown as the genius of the world. From this point on, all television, news, and film programming would work tirelessly to depict a world that would keep humanity in the dark age of wisdom and lead it right into a materialist wasteland of egocentrism and useless time consumption. The ultimate truths fade into obscurity and are relegated to the realm of fantasy in the minds of most of the educated, indoctrinated population. Our current news can't accurately...
Okay, can you hit the lights? We're going to cut this short in the interest of time. During my trip to Serbia, we were blessed by the Serbian Orthodox Church. I'd like to introduce myself as Trudifon as well. And I have to say, the reception, the welcoming, the love that I received from all of you, you truly are all my extended family. And not only do we work every day and tirelessly to build the world that Tesla intended, but we will make sure that we do all that we can for the youth, for the vets, for everyone with a sincere mind for intellectualism to bring education back to the level of excellence that it has fallen from. And with that, I thank you all for your time, and I can't thank you all enough for being here. Justice, if you would please come up here for a moment. There's going to be...
Thank you all for your patience. I know it's been a long day, but we're going to continue with beautiful Serbian actress Vera Mujovic.
Ako možeš da sačuvaš svoju glavu kad svi oko tebe gube svoje i okrivljuju tebe za to. Ako možeš da veruješ sebi kad svi u tebe sumnjaju i čak pridodaješ njihovim sumnjama. Ako možeš da čekaš, a da ti čekanje ne dosadi, I ako si prevaren da ne lažeš, ako si omrznut da ne mrziš. A pored toga da ne izgledaš premudar. Ako možeš da sanjaš, a da snovi ne ovladaju tobom. Ako možeš da razmišljaš, a da ti maštanje ne bude cilj. Ako možeš da se suočiš sa uspehom i neuspehom i da posmatraš te dve varalice kao da su potpuno iste. Ako možeš da podneseš da su istinu koju si rekao izvrnuli nitkovi da bi napravili zamku za budale. Ako možeš da posmatraš propast onoga čemu si posvetio čitav život i da pogrbljen sa dotrajalim alatom ponovo stvaraš. Ako možeš da staviš na kocku sve što imaš, izgubiš i opet počneš ispočetka i nikada ne izustiš reč o tom svom gubitku. Ako možeš da razgovaraš sa najnižima, da sačuvaš svoje dostojanstvo. Ako možeš da šetaš sa kraljevima, a da ne izgubiš razumevanje za obične ljude. Ako ni prijatelj, ni neprijatelj ne mogu da te uvrede, ako te svi cene, ali ne suviše. Ako možeš da ispuniš jedan nezaboravni minut sadržajem koji traje 60 sekundi. Tvoja je zemlja i sve što je na njoj. I bit ćeš čovek, sine moj.
Thank you very much. And now, a very special person. The acknowledgement and appreciation goes to the Consul General Vladimir Božović.
Thank you very much for all of you. Dear Nicola, dear old team, special thank you very much from myself, from my colleagues. I'm really enjoy today, all of day of conference, and maybe allow me finally a couple words on Serbian language. Još jednom hvala svima, želim da se zahvalim gospodinu Lončaru i njegovom timu na nesebičnom radu i trudu svih ovih godina Teslinoj naučnoj fondaciji, na čuvanju lika i dela Nikole Tesle, našeg Srbina, iz onog malog smjera koji je uspeo da dosanja taj američki san iz porodice pravoslavnog sveštenika, da dođe u New York i Sjedinjene Američke Države i da učini ovu zemlju i celo čovečanstvo srećnijim. Zaista, kao pravoslavni Srbin, kao i vi, svi ovde prisutni, delim zadovoljstvo što smo Tesli narod, što i uvek to moramo ponavljati i ponositi se Nikolom Teslom i njegovim neprolaznim, večnim delom kojim je učinio ponosnim celo čovečanstvo. Kao što sam jutros i na otvaranju rekao, on se vodio samo isključivo plemenitim ciljevima i time još jednom pokazao i dokazao da je bio, jeste, ostaće večno Srbin. Jer su Srbi znali da biraju svetolazarevski zavet, zavet kosovskih junaka, da biraju nebo i ono što je nebesko i večno, da ne biraju zemaljsko i prolazno, da ne biraju ono što je za malena carstvo. Tim svojim delom, sa velikom žrtvom, sa svim problemima s kojima se suočavao, pokazao je čvrstu i, rekao bih, veliku veru u Hrista, Gospoda, kojemu je njegov otac kao pravoslavni srpski sveštenik služio do posljednjega dana i daha, i kroz njegovu majku kao ženski lik figure koji je ostavio, rekao bih, neizbrisiv trag i pečat u njegovoj ličnosti, pokazao da je ličnost zaista sazdana na Bogu i da je on Božje djelo, kao što je i svaki čovjek i kao što smo mi svi Božje djelo i što smo žrtvom onoga našega velikog i jedinog Boga Isusa Hrista i njegovim ovim danima koji slavimo njegovo roždestvo i Božić i njegovo rođenje, potvrđujemo da smo njegovom žrtvom i mi oboženi i da je tako Nikola Tesla tom božanskom energijom iskoristio svoj božanski talenat i svoje poreklo i dao nemerljiv doprinos celom čovečanstvu. Naravno, mislim da trebamo pomenuti njegovog savremenika i čoveka koji je u patriotizmu dosegao takođe nemerljive visine, Mihajla Pupina, koji je pokazao i dokazao takođe da je izabrao večno i neprolazno svetolazarevsko opredeljenje kada je založio svu svoju celokupnu imovinu, svo bogatstvo, sve što je stekao kao prijatelj predsjednika Wilsona, došao je na Wall Street i rekao: molim vas da se odobri kredit za srpsku vojsku i srpsku državu, a kada su ga oni upozorili, poštujući ga i kao predsjednikovog prijatelja, da su šanse srpske vojske i srpske države da dobije u tom ratu gotovo nikakve i da će Srbija propasti, a veliki Mihajlo Pupin im je odgovorio: znači, dovoljna je moja imovina kao zalog za taj kredit, ja vas molim da ga odobrite, a ukoliko propadne Srbija, neka propadnem i ja. To i takvo razmišljanje i ti primjeri čojstva i junaštva, ti primjeri patriotizma trebaju da budu nama podstrek i nauk u ovome vremenu i ovome dobu koje je puno raznih izazova, ali da nam Nikola Tesla i Mihajlo Pupin budu taj čvrsti most kojim ćemo preko naše dijaspore, koja je veoma brojna, ne samo ovdje u New Yorku, već i u čitavim Sjedinjenim Američkim Državama, povezati našu otadžbinu, našu maticu, Republiku Srbiju, sa Sjedinjenim Američkim Državama u strateškom partnerstvu, da bismo, slaveći 142 godine diplomatskih odnosa, približili ova dva velika naroda, ove dve velike nacije, ove dve velike države koje su imale snage da iznedre i da podrže u svom radu ovakve velikane kao što su Nikola Tesla i Mihajlo Pupin, a naravno i mnogi drugi koji su danas ovdje pomenuti. Gospodina Viljama Terba, čija je ovdje bista, sam i lično poznavao i mislim da će se Nikola složiti da je važno danas i ovdje da pomenemo profesora, doktora Ljuba Vujovića, čoveka koga sam upoznao pre 35 godina i koji je dao nemerljiv doprinos u očuvanju Tesline zaostavštine, Teslinog lika i dela, i mislim da je i ova fondacija i rad gospodina Lončara u stvari nastavak tog velikog i grandioznog dela Ljuba Vujovića, čijim se sjenima ovdje zajedno sa vama, kao i gospodina Terba i svih ljudi koji su od Tesline smrti do danas učinili sve da mi imamo onakav muzej Nikole Tesle u Beogradu, da imamo ovakvu organizaciju i mnoge druge organizacije koje poštujemo i čiji rad uvažavamo, koje čuvaju lik i delo velikog Nikole Tesle, da sa moje strane još jednom pohvalim gospodina Lončara na ideji da se osnivaju klubovi Nikole Tesle širom Sjedinjenih Američkih Država, gdje su naši mladi, gdje se uče jezikom, gdje se uče kulturom, gdje se uče umetnosti, gdje se uče vrlinama i ovim što je Tesla zadužio, kao što sam danas rekao, ne samo Srbiju i srpski narod, već i Ameriku i američki narod i celo čovečanstvo. Recimo, bio sam jako ushićen, želim da podelim to osjećanje sa vama kad sam pre nekoliko dana posjetio generalnog konzula Indije ovdje u Njujorku, koji mi je rekao da je predsjednik Modi podržao jednu konferenciju Tesle i Vivekanande, njihovog velikog gurua, velikog čoveka, velikog mislioca i filozofa koji je bio savremenik i živeo je u Njujorku i sreo se sa Nikolom Teslom ovdje u Njujorku i ta konferencija će biti negdje u julu ili avgustu mesecu u New Delhiju u Velikoj Indiji, a vidjeli smo i u ovoj prezentaciji koliko je Tesla poštovan u čitavom svetu. Neka u tom Teslinom duhu, kao Teslin narod, zaključimo ovu konferenciju uz veliku zahvalnost gospodinu Nikoli Lončaru na velikom delu što on i njegov tim rade i što traju. Nije lako trajati u bilo kom ozbiljnom poslu, to znamo svi, ali ova današnja deca, mladi, vidjeli ste Gračanicu iz Bostona i mnogi drugi su primjer da to trajanje daje rezultate. Još jednom hvala vam na svemu i živjeli i vidimo se do godine.
Okay. Thank you very much. And now to lighten up the program a little bit, we're going to continue with Dr. Dushanka Ivanova. She's an artistic director, and she will perform a ballet dedicated to Nikola Tesla. Please all welcome Dr. Dushanka Ivanova and her group.
Hi, my name is Dushanka Gradiški Ivanova, Artistic Director of Florida Ballet Academy of St. Petersburg in Florida. And Ballet Academy of St. Petersburg and I are very honored and delighted to be a part of this special event. So thank to Mr. Nikola Lončar and his wonderful team of Tesla Science Foundation for having us tonight. And let me just tell you the little story how I got idea to do this choreography and present tonight for you. So reading and discovering about Nikola Tesla, his life, legacy, and scientific inventions, I found the fact that he, as a child, experimented with the water and promised himself that one day when he grows up, he would make a hydroelectric power station in Niagara Falls, which he did. So my choreography is about that invention. Girls, dancers, Temra Gainzer, Sofia Ivanova, and Hana Begovic will present water. moving the turbines and producing the electricity, of course, through, just symbolic way, and accompanied by Ben Bergman, who will be Tesla. And one more time, thank you to Nikola Launcher, his foundation, Tesla Science Foundation, and also Gordana Nenadovic, an artist and pedagogue, who is bridging me with all of you Tesla people and spreading out the love in between all of us. I'm so, so honored and happy and excited to be with you tonight. Thank you.
on to the next. We have Slađana Saric, born in Novi Sad, Serbia, as a versatile soprano. She's an accomplished opera singer and concert performer, showcasing her artistry across Europe and the United States. Currently, she is a member of the Grammy-winning Chicago Symphony Chorus. She was the winner of the prestigious international opera competitions such as Al Miglior, I don't know if I'm saying it right, but Interpret Verdiano in Italy, recognized for her outstanding soprano voice, and SBC Voice Opera Competition in Chicago. Today, Slađana is the founder and director of Bell Kant Music Academy in Burr Ridge, Chicago, with over 400 students. The Academy accommodates students of all ages and diverse instrument preferences, also offering specialized supports to children with special needs. I'm sorry, I need water. All right, let's all welcome Slađana Saric. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm very grateful to be the part of this event. And thank you to Mr. Nikola Lončar and Tesla Science Foundation to being here. So as you hear, yes, my name is Slađana Saric. I came from Chicago. It even was very storm winter we had. So as opera singer, I travel all around the world, singing everywhere, getting like a prestige awards. But the most important thing for me now, since you know that we are in Chicago and we are having very big community, Serbian community, actually the one of the biggest, I'm working in Bel Canto Music Academy, which is now, we are opening the second location. We are working with the Serbian, with the kids with special needs. It's very important. We are teaching them, like actually working, healing them with music therapy with Tesla frequency. So tonight I will try to heal your soul with one very famous aria, O mio babino caro, from Puccini. This is from opera Janis Kiki. Thank you.
Their AI, Intercom's AI, the leader in AI for customer service.
Will your student get into their dream school? If you care about your 6th to 12th grade child's future, then you need
Okay. Muškarci obično slabo razlikuju boje. Ali takvog ne znaš u bojama kakav je bio moj djed, teško je bilo naći. Njegov spektar svodio se svega na 4 osnovne boje, dok ono ostalo to nije ni postojalo. A kako je na ovom našem šarenome svijetu većina stvari i stvorenja obojena i jest i nije bojom, to je s mojim djedom oko toga dolazilo do neprilika i nesporazuma. Sjećam se, u jedno od najprijatnijih doba godine, skoro preko noći rascvjetao bi se u baštici kraj naše kuće crni sljez. Zračio je tako povjerljivo i umiljato da to nije moglo promaći čak ni djedovo oko. Pazder ga, sva se bašta modri kao čivit. Ono istina na sljezovu cvijetu jedva da je bilo tragova modre boje, ali ako je djed kazao da je sljez modro, to tako mora važiti za tu godinu. Isto tako bi se moglo desiti da djed neke godine kaže da sljez zrači crveno i onda tako za tu godinu važi i to je tako i kvit. Sjećam se kako sam zbog djedove tvrdoglavosti u pogledu boja već na prvom koraku od kuće upao u nepriliku. Bilo je to u 1. razredu osnovne škole. Učiteljica je govorila o vuku. Te živi onako, te hrani se ovako, dok će ti jednom upitati, djeco, ko zna kakve je boje vuk? Ja prvi digo ruku. Evo, Branko će nam kazati. Vuk je zelen, okido, ja ponosito. Učiteljica začuđeno podiže obrve. Bog s tobom, dijete, gdje si to čuo? Kaže moj djed. Pa nije istina, vuk nije zelen. Jeste, zelen je uz jogunik se ja kao pravi unuk čestitog djeda Rada. Učiteljica mi priđe, ljutito zazriki u moje lice i povuče me za uvo. Kaži ti svome mudrome djedu da to nije istina. Vuk je siv, siv zapamti. Skoro plačući, otklipsao sam do kuće, šmrcajući ispričalo čao djedu šta se u školi dogodilo. Ni slutio nisam kakva će se bura oko toga podići. Šta? Zagrmio djed. Mog unuka Miljenca pred cijelim razredom tegliti za uši. Uvaženu starinu posprdno nazvati mudrim, bolje rečeno budalom i još reći da vuk nije zelen. To ne može tek tako proći. Sutradan pušući pod guska, djed je zajedno sa mnom doperijao u školsko dvorište i pred svom dječurlijom razgalamio se na učiteljicu. A jel ti, šiškavico, ti mi bolje od mene znaš kakav je vuk. Ja se s vucima rodio i odrastao, ona ti tu, po turu bi tebe trebalo ovim štapom da se jednom naučiš pameti. Izvika se djed, rasplaka se učiteljica. A sljedećeg jutra djeda otjeraš žandari. Odsjedi starina 7 dana u Sreskoj buvari. Kad se vratio, ublijedio i mučaljiv, samo mi poprijeti prstom. A ti jezičkom, da te ja još jednom čujem da blejiš kakav je ko, pa ću ti ja pokazati. Vuk je zelen. Šta se tiče kakav je vuk? Pa kad me pitala, ti imao si da ćutiš pa kvit. Sljedećeg proljeća, sljez u našoj bašti, rascvjeta se kao nikad otad. Ali djed ga ni zapazio nije. Tuga da te uvatim. Bio je slijep i za boje i za sve. Od tih neveselih dana minulo je više od pola vijeka. Djeda odavna nema na ovome svijetu. Ja ni danas posigurno ne znam kakve je boje sljez. Znam samo da u proljeće prosine nešto ljupko, prozračno i svjetlo. Pa ti se prosto plače, iako ne znaš ni šta te boli, ni šta si izgubio.
I would like to invite Tamara Maleshev to receive a gold medal. Tamara is a former athlete, and she holds a record, European record, right, Tamara? Juniors, okay. But she recently published a book, and it's a very interesting book. Although her intent was not to write about Tesla, she discovered an interview never published with Tesla, and it was one of sportists, right, athletes that she talked to, actually their family members. Anyway, you can find Tamara and talk with her about her phenomenal book, and I'm so happy to present her with a gold medal and a certificate.
And now we're going to go to our special awards. The first one goes to San Diego Tesla Club, to Vesna Jovanovic and Diana Peric. Next is Detroit Tesla Robotics, Snježana Adamovic. Okay. Next one is Rada Komazek. She's not here? Okay. All right. And then the next is for our lovely Marina Bulatovic, who is also not here. seconds. Stop.
Good evening, everybody. So we're kind of last minute, kind of hitting in to get our awards. So my name is Anna Maria. I live in San Francisco, but I'm originally from Serbia. I grew up in Belgrade. I'm an artist. I'm a mixed media artist. I don't know if you noticed outside there's a big installation with 3 big paintings and on the floor. So I represent one of the artists, and we have 2 more artists here who are receiving their awards for participating in this amazing Nikola Tesla conference. I want to say thank you to Nikola Launcher for organizing this, making it happen, inviting all of us to be a part of this big thing, which is Nikola Tesla, right? We are here, all of us today, because of Nikola Tesla, and to, keep a memory of how an amazing man he was, and through art, through culture, and through many things. So, to the artists and to all of us, thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay.
Dobar dan svima, ja sam Jelena Bijebić, isto autor ovih slika, portreta što vidite napolje Nikole Tesla. Htjela sam se zahvalim Nikoli Lončaru na pozivu i da mu uručim jednu sliku od mene, ako možda. Hvala.
Big thanks to Tesla Science Foundation, to Gallery Nikola Radošević from Belgrade, and let's celebrate the greatness of Nikola Tesla. Thank you.
Sorry, I forgot to say something, typical artist. I want to say that you're the first foundation that I want to donate my whole installation to your foundation, because I think it's an amazing thing what you're doing, and my whole installation is being donated to Nikola Tesla Foundation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And now to celebrate our Serbian New Year and in honor of Nikola Tesla, we have the Serbian folk dance performance by Građanica. Thank you.
Čujete me, ja? Kako ide ono u onom filmu kada je, kaže, neću da kažem onu prvu reč, a ide posle toga, od ovog može da se rikne. Verovatno ste gledali svi taj film. Za mene je ovo jedno od najlepši Serbia New Year Eve. Fenomenalno. A sada imat ćemo malo samo pauzu da spojimo neke instrumente i onda će da nastupe muzičari malo drugčiji, ali fenomenalni. Može tehnika da nam pomogne da spojimo malo ove instrumente ovde? Ovi su vaši svi ovdje. Okay.
radi mikrofon? Hello?
Check 1, 2. Good evening, everyone. I'm Marta Brankovic. Please sit down and listen something on. So I would love to introduce a carpet octave to you tonight. Is the microphone on? Great. So we're setting up and we're going to perform a few compositions. One of them is a Plumaways, specially dedicated to Tesla and given to a story that we got in Nashville from a friend of ours who makes Denver's guitars and who is actually a dear friend of ours. We were in a Springwater, oldest pub in Nashville, enjoying the night, and he said a word, Plumaways. So we decided to do to just announce the song as, this is Tesla's song, Plumaways, It does mean a fiery road in Serbian, but we didn't know that back then. So Plumaway's tonight, we're starting the evening with this, and I hope you enjoy. We're gonna also perform a couple of other songs. So, and afterwards, Denver has a couple of things to say. So sit down and enjoy. You've never seen a classical music with electric sound this way. So let's go.